Sure. Om Ajnana-timirandasya Grananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Padantikam. Vandeham Shri Guruho Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsya Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Tam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvatam Sha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapt Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Krishabhanu Sate Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyasha Kripa Sindhubhaiva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. So we will continue from text Madhya Lila, chapter 5, text 32. Gopalera age vipra kahite lagila tumi jana nija kanya ihare amidila. Coming before Gopala, the elderly Brahmana said, "My dear Lord, please witness that I have given my daughter to this boy." Purport by Srila Prabhupada. In India, it is still the custom for a daughter to be offered to someone simply by word. This is called Vagdatta. This means that the father or guardian of a girl has given his word that she will be married to a certain man. Consequently, that daughter cannot be married to anyone else. She is reserved by virtue of the honest words of the father or guardian. There are many instances in which the parents of a female child have given someone a verbal promise that their daughter will be married to a son. Both parties agree to wait until the boy and girl are grown up, and then the marriage takes place. Following this custom, which is very old in India, the elderly Brahmana promised to give his daughter to the younger Brahmana in charity, and he promised this before the Gopal deity. In India, the custom is to honor any promise made before the deity. Such a promise cannot be cancelled. In Indian villages, whenever there is a quarrel between two parties, they go to a temple to settle the quarrel. Whatever is spoken in front of the deity is taken to be true, for no one would dare lie before the deity. The same principle was followed in the battle of Kurukshetra. Therefore, in the very beginning of Bhagavad Gita, it is stated, Dharma Kshetre Kurukshetre. By not becoming God conscious, human society is deteriorating to the lowest standard of animal life. This Krishna consciousness movement is very essential to reviving God consciousness among the general populace. If people actually become God conscious, all quarrels can be settled outside of court, as happened in the case of the two Brahmanas whose disagreement was settled by the witness Gopala. Chota Vipra Bale Thakura Tumi Mora Sakshi Toma Sakshi Bola Emu Yadi Anyatha Dekhi. Then the younger Brahmana addressed the deity, saying, "My dear Lord, you are my witness. I shall call for you to testify if it is necessary later on." Ete bali dui jane chali lade shere guru buddhe chota vipra bahu seva kare. After these talks, the two Brahmanas started for home. As usual, the young Brahmana accompanied the elderly Brahmana as if the older Brahmana were a guru, spiritual master, and rendered him service in various ways. Deshe ashi dui jane gela nija ghare karta dine bada vipra chintita antare. After returning to Vidyanagara, each Brahmana went to his respective home. After some time, the elderly Brahmana became very anxious. Tirthe vipre vakya dilon kimate satyahaya stri putra gnati bandhu jani be nishaya. He began to think, I have given my word to a Brahmana in a holy place, and what I promised will certainly come to pass. I must now disclose this to my wife, sons, other relatives, and friends. Ekadina nija loka ekatra karila dasabara age saba ritanta kahila. Thus, one day, the elderly Brahmana called for a meeting of all his relatives and friends, and before them all, he narrated what had taken place in front of Gopala. Suni saba goshti tara kare hahakara. Aiche bat mukhe tumina ani be ara. When those who belonged to the family circle heard the narration of the older Brahmana, they made exclamations showing their disappointment. They all requested that he not make such a proposal again. Niche kanya dile kula ye bekana sha sunina sakala loka karibe upahasa. They unanimously agreed, if you offer your daughter to a degraded family, your aristocracy will be lost. When people hear of this, they will make jokes and laugh at you. Viprabale tirtha vakya kemane kariyana eha uk seha uka ami diba kanyadana. The elderly Brahmana said, how can I undo the promise I made in a holy place while on pilgrimage? Whatever may happen, I must give him my daughter in charity. Gnati loka kahe mora toma ke chadiba. Stri putra kahe visha khaya mariba. The relatives unanimously said, if you give your daughter to that boy, we shall give up all connection with you. Indeed, his wife and sons declared, if such a thing happens, we shall take poison and die. Viprabale sakshi bolana karibe kanyaya jiti kanya labe mora vyartha dharmahaya. The elderly Brahmana said, if I do not give my daughter to the young Brahmana, he will call Sri Gopalji as a witness. Thus he will take my daughter by force. In that case, my religious principles will become meaningless. Putre bale pratima
Madhya, your
sakshi
voice
se
is
chinta kara ke se. This son replied the deity. My voice is what happening?
a little bit breaking up. Is it because of signal? All right. Haribol, I cannot hear you. No, no, no. Vipravale sakshi polo na karibe kanyaya. Jiti kanya le labe mora vyata dharma haya. The elderly Brahmana said, if I do not give my daughter to the young Brahmana, he will call Sri Gopalji as witness. Thus, he will take my daughter by force, and in that case, my religious principles become meaningless. Okay, Mataji, 43.
His son replied, the deity may be a witness, but he is in a distant country. How can he come to bear witness against you? Why are you so anxious over this? Is it better, Prabhu? But
Yeah, better.
yeah,
It's nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Nahi kahi na kahi bo e mithya vachana sabe kahi be mora kichu naika smarana. You do not have to flatly deny that you spoke such a thing. There is no need to make a false statement. Simply say that you do not remember what you said. Tumi yadi kaha ami kichui na jani tabe ami nyaya kari brahmane rajini. If you simply say, I do not remember, I shall take care of the rest. By argument, I shall defeat the young Brahmana. Purport. The son of the elderly Brahmana was an atheist and a follower of a Raghunatha Smriti. He was very expert in dealing with pounds, shillings, pence, but he was fool number one. Consequently, he did not believe in the spiritual position of the deity, nor did he have any faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, as a typical idol worshipper, he considered the form of the Lord to be made of stone or wood. Thus, he assured his father that the witness was only a stone deity and was not capable of speaking. Besides this, he assured his father that the deity was situated far away and consequently could not come to bear witness. In essence, he was saying, have no anxiety. You do not have to lie directly, but you should speak like a diplomat. Like King Yudhishthira, when he spoke to Dronacharya, Ashwatthama hata ini gajaha. Following this principle, simply say that you do not remember anything and are completely unaware of the statements given by the young Brahmana. If you make the background like that, I shall know how to fill in the argument and defeat him by word jugglery. Thus, I shall save you from having to give your daughter to him. In this way, our aristocracy will be saved. You have nothing to worry about. Etasuni viprera chintita hailamana ekanta bhave chinte vipra gopala charana. When the elderly Brahmana heard this, his mind became very much agitated. Feeling helpless, he simply turned his attention to the lotus feet of Gopala. Mora dharma raksha paya namare nija jana dui raksha kara Gopala lainus sharana. The elderly Brahmana prayed, my dear Lord Gopala, I have taken shelter of your lotus feet, and therefore I request you to please protect my religious principles from disturbance and at the same time save my kinsman from dying. E mata vipra chitte chintite lagila aradina lagu vipra tanra ghare aila. The next day, the elderly Brahmana was thinking deeply about this matter when the young Brahmana came to his house. Asina parama bhakte namaskara kari vinaya karina kahe kara dui yudi. Young Brahmana came to him and offered respectful obeisances. Then, very humbly folding his hands, he spoke as follows: Tumi morya kanya dite karya cha angikara ebe kichu nahi kaha ke tomara vichara. You have promised to give your daughter in charity to me. Now you do not say anything. What is your conclusion? Ita suni se viprarahe monadhari tanra putra marite aila hate thengakari. After the young Brahmana submitted his statement, the elderly Brahmana remained silent. Taking this opportunity, his son immediately came out with a stick to strike the younger man. Are adhama mora bhagni chaha vivahite vamana hana chanda yena chahata dharite. The son said, Oh, you are most degraded. You want to marry my sister, just like a dwarf who wants to catch the moon? Tena dekhi se vipra palana gela aradina gramera loka ekatra karila. Seeing a stick in the hand of the son, the younger Brahmana fled. The next day, however, he gathered together all the people of the village. Sabaloka bada vipreda kiya anila tabe se lagu vipraka hite lagila. All the people of the village then called the elderly Brahmana and brought him to their meeting place. The young Brahmana then began to speak before them as follows. Viha inha more kanya dite karye cha angikara ebe yena dena pucha inhara vyavahara. This gentleman has promised to hand over his daughter to me, yet now he does not follow his promise. Please ask him about his behavior. तबे से विप्रेरे पुचिला सर्वजाना कन्या केने न देहा yadi divyacha vachana. All the people gathered there asked the elderly Brahmana, if you have already promised to give your daughter in charity, why are you not fulfilling your promise? You have given your word of honor. Vipra kahe suna loka mora nivedana kabe ke boli achi mora nahi kasmarana. The elderly Brahmana said, my dear friends, please hear what I have to submit. I do not exactly remember making a promise like that. Eta sunitanra putra vakya chala pana pragalabha ha iya kahe samukhe asina. When the elderly Brahmana's son heard this, he took the opportunity to juggle some words, becoming very impudent. He stood before the assembly and spoke as follows. Tirthayatrara pitara sange chila bahudha dhana dekhi edusara laita hailamana. While touring various holy places of pilgrimage, my father carried much money. Seeing the money, this rogue decided to take it away. Arake hasange nahi e sange ekala dutara kayo yana bape karila pagala. There was no one besides this man with my father, giving him an intoxicant known as dutara to eat. This rogue made my father mad. Should I stop here, Prabhu?
Sure, Mataji.
Okay. So, yeah, just, the story is basically continuing, but I'm liking this part where, it hasn't come up yet, but it will come, where this young Brahmana is, doing this to actually protect the older Brahmana. And, this promise made before the deities, how in India that was Prabhupada in the purport explained that anything spoken in front of the deity is said to be truth. So yeah, I was just contemplating that when we go before the deities and we make our whatever prayers, any promises, how we should take it seriously. Sometimes we make the promise that I will do this, Krishna, I want to, but then we forget. So that's my sharing, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
I'm just really appreciating Chaitanya Charitamrita, the build-up Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami gave. It's so really so true. That's how I can say.
Yeah, it's very nicely, written.
Hare Krishna Anuttari Mataji. Bhakti Vaibhava will be happening on a different call. So we'll post the link in a couple of minutes, Mataji, in that group. Okay, this is a different call we're having today. Okay. Radhika Mohan Prabhuji, you are there, you want to read?
Yeah, Prabhu, I can read, but I have to also join that Bhakti Vaibhava. Yeah, go ahead. 10 minutes late, I can do that things over there.
Yeah, we have 10 more minutes. You can go ahead, read, Prabhu, then I'll take it from there.
Yeah. So I have to start from text 61.
Gondimani Mataji, what's the text? Yeah, I think we can start with 61.
Yeah, I can start with
61. 61.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, if you do repeat also, no problem. But he doesn't want to miss,
I'm missing track of the verse number.
61, Prabhu. 61.
Shri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda सबा धन लाना कहे, छोरे लाली लाइला धन, कन्या कन्या दीते चाहिए ते, उठाइला वचन. Having taken all my father's money, this wrong claim that it was taken by some thief. Now he is claimed that my father has promised to give him his daughter in charity. तुम्हारा सकल लोक कहन विचारे, मोरा पितर कन्या दीते योग्य कई हारे. All of you assemble here as gentlemen. Please judge whether it is befitting to offer this poor Brahmana my father's daughter. इत सुनी लोकेर मने हैला संशय, संभव धन लोभे लोक छाड़े धर्म भय. Hearing all these statements, all the people gathered there become a little doubtful. They thought it quite possible that because of attraction of riches, one might give up his religious principle. तबे छोटा विप्र कहे, सुन महाजन, न्याय जीनी बारे कहे, असत्य वचन. At that time, the young Brahman said, my dear gentlemen, please hear. Just to gain victory in an argument, this man is lying. Ei vipra mora sevai, tusta yabe haila, tora ami kanya diba, apane kahila. Being very satisfied with my service, this Brahmana said to me of his own accord, I promise to hand over my daughter to you. तब मुनि निषेधिनु सुन द्विज वर, तोमार कन्यार योग्य नाहि मुनिवर. At that time, I forbade him to do this, telling him, O best of the Brahmanas, I am not a fit husband for your daughter. कहाँ तुम्हें पंडित धनी परम कुलीन, कहाँ मुनि दरिद्र मुख नीच कुलहीन. Whereas you are a learned scholar, a rich man belong to an aristocratic family. I am a poor man, inducted and with no claim to aristocracy. तबु ए विप्र मोर कहे बार बार, तोर कन्या दुलिन तुमी करह सविकार. Till this Brahmana insisted again and again, he asked me to accept his proposal, saying, I have given you my daughter, please accept her. तबे आमी कहिला सुना महामती, तोमार श्री पुत्र जान तीरे ना हबे सम्मति. I then said, please hear, you are a learned Brahman, your wife, friend and relatives will never agree to this proposal. कन्या दीते नारी बेहबे असत्य वचन, पुनरपि कहे विप्र करिया यतन. My dear sir, you will not be able to fulfill your promise. Your promise will be broken. Yet again and again, the Brahmana emphasized his promise. कन्या तोर दिलुन द्विध ना करिह चिते, आत्म कन्या दीबे काबे परनिस दीते. I have offered you my daughter. Do not hesitate. She is my daughter, and I shall give her to you. Who can forbid me? तबे आमी कैलान दृढ़ करी मन, गोपालेर आगे कह ये सत्य वचन. At that time, I concentrated my mind and requested the Brahmana to make the promise before the Gopal deities. तबे इह गोपालेर आगे ते को हिला, तुम्ही जान ए विप्र कन्या आमी दिला. Then this gentleman said in front of the Gopal deity, my dear Lord, please bear witness, I have offered my daughter to this Brahmana in charity. तबे आमी गोपाल साक्षी करिना, कहिलाना तारा पदे मिनंती करिना. Accepting the Gopal deity at my witness, I then submitted the following at his lotus feet. यदि ए विप्रमोर नादी बेकन्या दान, साक्षी बोलाई मुतो माई होई तो सावधान. This Brahmana later hesitated to give me his daughter. If this Brahmana later hesitated to give me his daughter, my dear Lord, I shall call on you as a witness. Please note this with care and attention. ए वाक्य साक्षी मोर आछे महाजन यानर वाक्य satya kori mane tribhuvan. Those I have called upon a great personality in this transaction. I have asked the Supreme Godhead to be my witness. The entire world accepts the word of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Sri Prabhupada. Although the young Brahmana described himself as having no claim to aristocracy and being an uneducated common man, still he has one good qualification. He believed that Supreme Personality of Godhead was the topmost authority. He accepted the word of Lord Krishna without hesitation, and he had firm faith in Lord consistency. According to Prahlad Maharaj, another authority on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, such as staunch and faithful devotee of the Lord, must be understood to be most learned scholar. Tanmanya Dhitam Uttamam, Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.24. A pure devotee who has firm faith in the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is to be considered a most learned scholar, the topmost aristocrat, and the richest man in the whole world. All godly qualities automatically exist in such devotee. In the preaching work of the Krishna consciousness movement, we as a servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of Supreme Personality of Godhead fully believe in the word of Krishna and his servants, the disciplic successor. In this way, we are presenting the words of Krishna throughout the world. Even though we are neither a rich man nor a very learned scholar, and even though we do not belong to any aristocracy, this movement is still being welcomed and is very easily spreading all over the world. Although we are very poor and have no personal source of income, Krishna supplies money whenever we need it. This is a Prabhupada saying. Whenever we need some man, Krishna supplies them. This is stated in the Bhagavad Gita 6.22. Yam ladva chaparam labham manyate nadhikam tata. Actually, if we can attain the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, we do not need anything else. We certainly do not need those things which a mundane person consider to be material assets.
Yes, Prabhuji, it's 7:30.
Yeah, okay, Prabhu. So it's a very strong purport Prabhupada had wrought over here, and he had given his own self-realization also. He have so much faith on Krishna. He have no money, nothing, but say Krishna had given all the things to me.
Yeah.
And again, he had given this movement very authentic, and I love that things he say. Those who believe in the Lord, they are the richest man, they are the learned man of the world. And whole means today also, if I give the class, people are hearing. I have no qualification. But why? Because Prabhupada had given the purport and that things, and that's we are reading, and that's why people are hearing. Nothing. If personal invitation I say that, then maybe nobody will listen it. So that's a great purport over here, Prabhupada. And whole Leela, this Sakshi Gopal Leela is also very, very amazing. With that, I will end.
Okay, thank you, Prabhu.
Thanks for giving me a chance. And
all a very nice time for Bhakti Bhag with Srimad Bhagavatam.
I will again take some slot after 120 is empty, so I will take that thing.
Precious gift of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Actually, we started our reading groups in one of our Gaur Purnima. So we'll do some more this time with his blessings.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Yeah, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. 31. Okay, the slots are free until 9:20. Let's go. It's a nice section. I'm having a relish. I'm having a nice time. The appreciation of Lord Chaitanya when Lord Nityananda is telling the story. With that, we'll go 77 to 78. Tabe bada vipra kahe ye satya kata Gopala yadi saksha dena apane asi eta Tabe kanya diba ami jani ha nischaya Tandra putra kahe e bala batahaya. Taking this opportunity, the elderly Brahmana immediately confirmed that this was really true. He said, if Gopal personally comes here to serve as a witness, I shall surely give my daughter to the young Brahmana. The elderly Brahmana's son immediately confirmed this, saying, yes, this is a very nice statement. As a super soul within the heart of all living entities, Krishna knows everyone's desire, everyone's request, everyone's prayer. Although all these may be contradictory, the Lord has to create a solution in which everyone will be pleased. This is an instance of a marriage negotiation between an elderly Brahmana and a youthful one. The elderly Brahmana was certainly willing to give his daughter in charity to the young Brahmana, but his son and relatives became impediments to this transaction. The elderly Brahmana considered how to get out of this situation and still offer his daughter to the young Brahmana. His son, an atheist and a very cunning fellow, was thinking of how to stop the marriage. The father and son were thinking in contradictory way, yet Krishna created a situation wherein they agreed. They both agreed that if the Gopal deity would come and serve as a witness, the daughter would be given to the younger Brahmana. Bada viprera mane Krishna bada dayavan avasya morha vakya teno khariba pramana. The elderly Brahmana thought, since Lord Krishna is very merciful, he will certainly come to prove my statement. Putrera mane pratimana asiva sakshi dite e buddhye dui jani hayela samate. But the atheistic son thought, it is not possible for Gopala to come and bear witness. Thinking thus, the father and son agreed. Chota vipra bale patra karahe likhana punayana nahi chale yesabhavachana. The younger Brahmana took this opportunity to speak. Please write this down on paper in black and white, so that you may not again change your word of honor. This younger Brahmana really looks to be intelligent. When the elderly Brahmana promised, he made sure the promise was given in front of the deity. Now, when this proposal is made, he's making sure that it's written down. Tabe saba loka meli patrata likila dunara samatilana madhyasa rakila. All these assembled people got this statement down in black and white, and taking the signatures of agreement from both of them served as the mediators. Tabe chota vipra kahe suna sarvajana e vipra satya vakya dharma parayana. The younger Brahmana then said, will all you gentlemen present please hear me? This elderly Brahmana is certainly truthful and is following religious principles. Svavakya chadite inara nahi khabu mana swajana mrityu bhaye kahe asatya vachana. He had no desire to break his promise, but fearing that his kinsman would commit suicide, he deviated from the truth. Dear devotees on the call, there is a different link for the Bhakti Vaibhava today. It was posted in the WhatsApp group. The older link is a little busy for today. So you may need to log out from here and join the link posted in the Bhakti Vaibhava WhatsApp group. Thank you. Would come to say, Enara Punya Krishna Ani Sakshi Bola Iba Tabe Viprera Satya Pratijna Rakiba. By the piety of the elderly Brahmana, I shall call the personality of Godhead as witness. Thus, I shall keep his truthful promise intact. Eti sunanastika loke upahasa kare keha bale ishwar dayalu asti teha pare. Hearing the emphatic statement of the younger Brahmana, some atheists in the meeting began to cut jokes. However, someone else said, after all, Lord is merciful, and if he likes, he can come. Tabi saye chota vipra gela vrindavana dandavat kari kahe sabha vivarana. After the meeting, The Brahmana started for Vrindavan. Upon arriving there, he first offered his respectful obeisances to the deity and then narrated everything in full detail. Speaking to the deity. Brahmanya Deva Tumi Bhada Bhaya Maya Duyi Viprera Dharma Rakahana Sadaya. He said, My Lord, you're the protector of Brahmanical culture. You're also very merciful. Therefore, kindly show your great mercy by protecting the religious principles of us to Brahmanas. Kanya Papa Mora Mana Iha Nahi Shuka Brahmanera Pratijna Yaya Ye Bhada Dukkha. My dear Lord, I'm not thinking to become happy by getting the daughter as a bride. I'm simply thinking that the Brahmana has broken his promise, and that is giving me great pain. Purport: it was not at all intention of the young Brahmana to get the daughter of elderly Brahman in marriage and thus enjoy material happiness and sense gratification. It was not for that reason that the young Brahmana went to Vrindavana to ask the Supreme Personality Godhead to act as a witness. His only concern was that the elderly Brahmana had promised something, and if Gopala did not bear witness to the transaction, then the older Brahmana would incur a spiritual blemish. Therefore, the young Brahmana wanted protection and help from the deity. The young Brahmana was thus a pure Vaishnava, and he had no desire for sense gratification. He only wanted to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And older Brahmana, who was also a Vaishnava and very much devoted to the Lord. So here is the definition for pure Vaishnava: had no desire for himself, but want to serve the Personality Godhead, and older Brahmana, who was also a Vaishnava and devoted to the Lord. Eta jani tumme sakshi deha daya maya. Jani sakshi nahi deya tara papa haya. The young Brahmana continued, My dear sir, you are very merciful and you know everything. Therefore, kindly be a witness in this case. A person who knows things as they are and still does not bear witness become involved in sinful activities. The dealings between a devotee and the Lord are very simple. The young Brahmana said to the Lord, You know everything, but you do not bear witness, you will be involved in sinful activities. There is no possibility, however, of the Lord's being involved in sinful activity. A pure devotee, even though he knows everything of the Supreme Lord, can speak with the Lord exactly as if he were a common man. Although the dealings between the Lord and his devotees are always very simple and open, there is formality. All these things happen because of the connection between the Lord and the devotee. Krishna ka hai vipra tumi haya swabhavane sabakari more tumi kari hasmarane. Lord Krishna replied, My dear Brahmana, go back to your home and call a meeting of all the men. In that meeting, just try to remember me. Avir Babahana Ami Tahan Sakshi Diba Tabe Dui Viprera Satya Pratitnya Rakiba. I shall certainly appear there, and at that time I shall protect the honor of both you Brahmanas by bearing witness to the promise. Viprabala Yadi Havo Chaturbhuja Muti Tabu Tomara Vakya Karu Nahabe Pratiti. The young Brahmana replied, My dear sir, even if you appear there as a four-handed Vishnu deity, still none of these people will believe in your words. E Muti Ghiya Yadi, E Shri Vadane, Sakshi Deha Yadi Tabe Sarvaloka Sune. Only if you go there in this form of Gopala and speak the words from your beautiful face, will your testimony be heard by all the people. Krishna kahe pratima chale kota hana suni. Viprabale pratima hana kahe kena vani. Lord Krishna said, I have never heard of a deities walking from one place to another. Purport, the Brahmana replied, That's true, but how is that you are speaking to me, although you are a deity? Pratima nahatumi sakshat Vrajendra Nandana. Vipra lagi kara tumi akarya karana. My dear Lord, you are not a statue. You are directly son of Nanda Maharaj. Now, for the sake of the old Brahmana, you can do something you have never done before. Hasina Gopala kahe sunaha Brahmana. Tomara pache pachami karibe gamana. Sri Gopalji then smiled and said, My dear Brahmana, just listen to me. I shall walk behind you, and in this way I shall go with you. The conversation between Lord Krishna and the Brahmana is proof that Lord is his Archamurti or form made of material elements is not material. For those elements, although separated from the Lord, are also part of the Lord's energy as stated in Bhagavad Gita. Because the elements are the Lord's own energy, and because there is no difference between the energy and the energetic, the Lord can appear through any element. Just as the sun can act through sunshine and thus distributes its heat and light, so Krishna, by his inconceivable power, can appear in his original spiritual form in any material element, including stone, wood, paint, gold, silver, jewels, because the material elements are all his energy. The Shastras warn. The Shastras warn. Ache Vishnu Shila Di. Naraki Saha. One should never think of the Archamurti, the deity within the temple, as stone, wood, or any other material element. Because of his advanced devotional position, the younger Brahmana knew that although the deity of Gopala appeared to be stone, he was not stone. He was son of Nanda Maharaj, Rajendra Nandana himself. As such, the deity could act exactly as the Lord does in his original form as Krishna. So Lord Krishna was talking to the young Brahmana just to test his knowledge about the Archa Vigraha. In other words, those who have understood the science of Krishna, Krishna's name, fame, and qualities, and so forth, can also talk with the deity. An ordinary person, however, the deity will appear to be made of stone, wood, or some other material. In a higher sense, since all material elements ultimately emanate from the supreme spiritual entity, nothing is really material. Being omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, Krishna can deal with his devotee in any form without difficulty. By the mercy of the Lord, the devotee knows perfectly well about the Lord's dealings. Indeed, he can talk face to face with the Lord. So Krishna is keeping on testing his people and glorified. Ulatiya amma tumi na kari hai darshane, aame ke dekila ami rahi baise istane. The Lord continued. Do not try to see me by turning around. As soon as you see me, I shall remain stationary in that very place. Nupure radvani matra amara suniba, say sabda amara gamana pratiti kariba. You will know that I am walking behind you by the sound of my ankle bells. Eka sere anna randi kariha samarpana, tahe kana tomara sangi karibe gamana. Cook 1 kilo of rice daily and offer it. Eat the rice and follow behind you. Aradina ajñamagi chalila brahmana, tara pache pache gopala karila gamana. Next day, the Brahmana begged permission from Gopala and started for his country. Gopala followed him step by step. Nupure radvani suni anandita mana, utamana pakikari kharaya bhojana. While Gopala followed the young Brahmana, the tinkling sound of his ankle bells could be heard. The Brahmana became very pleased and he cooked first-class rice for Gopala to eat. E mata chali vipra nija desa ella, gramera nikate asti manete chintila. The young Brahmana walked and walked in this way until he eventually arrived in his own country. When he neared his own village, he began to think as follows. Ebe monigrama aino eme bhavana. Lokera kahiba giya sakshira agamana. I have now come to my village, and I shall go to my home and tell all the people that the witness has arrived. Sakshate na dekila mane pratiti na haya. Ihan yadi rahena tabu nahi kichu baya. The Brahmana then began to think that if the people did not directly see the Gopala deity, they would not believe that he had arrived. But even if Gopala stays here, he thought, there is still nothing to fear. Okay, he is also changing the plan. Etabavi say Vipra Firiya Chahila Hasina Gopala Deva Tata Yarahila. Thinking this, the Brahmana turned to look back, and he saw that Gopala, the Supreme Personality Godhead, was standing there smiling. Brahmanera kahe tumi yahani jagare yetaya rahibe ami nayaba atapara. The Lord told the Brahmana, now you can go home. I shall stay here and shall not leave. Wow. Tabe say Vipra yai nagare kahila sunina sakala loka chamatkara hoyela. The young Brahmana then went to the town and informed all the people about Gopal's arrival. Hearing this, the people were struck with wonder. Aila sakala loka sakshi deki bare, Gopala deki na loka dandavat kare. All the township went to see the witness Gopala, and when they saw the Lord actually standing there, they all offered their respectful obeisances. Gopala saundarya deki loke anandita, pratima chalina ella sunina vismita. When people arrived, they were very pleased to see the beauty of Gopala. And when they heard that he had actually walked there, they were all surprised. Tabe se bada vipra anandita hana, Gopalera agapade dandavadhana. Then the elderly Brahmana, being very pleased, came forward, immediately fell like a stick in front of Gopala. Sakala lokera age Gopala sakshi dila, bada vipra chota vipra kanyadana kaila. Thus, in the presence of all the townspeople, Lord Gopala bore witness that the elder Brahmana had offered his daughter in charity to the young Brahmana. Tabe se idui vipre kahila ishvara, tumi dui janme janme amare kinkara. After the marriage ceremony was performed, the Lord informed both Brahmanas, you two Brahmanas are my eternal servants, birth after birth. Nice, no? Krishna is telling to all of us also. Janme janme amara kinkare. You two are my eternal servants, birth after birth. Like these two Brahmanas of Vidyanagara, there are many devotees who are eternal servants of the Lord. They are specifically known as Nitya Siddha, eternally perfect. Although Nitya Siddhas appear in the material world and seem to be common members of the world, they never forget the Supreme Personality Godhead in any condition. This is a symptom of Nitya Siddha. There are two kinds of living entities, Nitya Siddha and Nitya Baddha. The Nitya Siddha never forgets his relationship with the Supreme Personality, whereas Nitya Baddha is always conditioned, even before the creation. He always forgets his relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Here the Lord informs the two Brahmanas that they are his servants birth after birth. The phrase birth after birth refers to the material world because in the spiritual world there is no birth, death, old age, or disease. By the order of the Supreme Personality Godhead, Nitya Siddha remains within this material world like an ordinary man. But the only business of Nitya Siddha is to broadcast the glories of the Lord. This incident appears to be an ordinary story, but about a marriage transaction involving two ordinary people. However, Krishna accepted two Brahmanas as his eternal servants. Both Brahmanas took much trouble in this negotiation, just like mundane people, yet they were acting as the eternal servants of the Lord. All Nitya Siddhas within this material world may appear to toil like ordinary men, but they never forget their position as servants of the Lord. Another point, the elderly Brahmana belonged to an aristocratic family and was learned and wealthy. The young Brahmana belonged to an ordinary family and was uneducated. But these mundane qualifications do not concern any Nitya engaged in the service of the Lord. We have to accept the fact that the Nitya are completely distinct from Nitya who are ordinary human beings. Srila Narottama Das Thakur confirms this statement. Gauranga Sangikane Nitya Saddakari Mane Seya Brajendra Sutta Pasa Shri Gauda Mandala Bhumi Yabe Jane Chintamani Tara Haya Braje Bhumi Vasa. One who accepts the associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as Nitya Siddhas is certainly to be elevated to the spiritual kingdom and to become an associate of the Supreme Lord. Wow. One should also know that Gaudamandal Bhumi, these places in Bengal where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed, are equal to Brajabhumi or Vrindavana. There is no difference between the inhabitants of Vrindavana and those of Gaudamandala Bhumi or Sridham Mayapur. At this point, let's take a second and accept our dear personality, Srila Prabhupada, as a Nitya Siddha. And so we can also be blessed to be elevated to the spiritual kingdom and also become an associate of the Supreme Lord.
Haribol.
Dunhara Satya Tusta Hayalan Dunha Magavara Duyi Vipravara Mage Ananda Antara. The Lord continued, I have become very much pleased by the truthful of you both. Now you can ask for a benediction. Thus, with great pleasure, the two Brahmanas begged for benediction. Yadi vara diva tabe rahaye stane kinkare radaya tava sarvaloka jane. The Brahmana said, please remain here so that people all over the world will know how merciful you are to your servants. Gopala rahila dunhe kare na sevana dekita ila saba desere loka jana. Lord Gopala stayed and the two Brahmanas engaged in his service. After hearing of the incident, many people from different countries began to come to see Gopala. So Gopala has left Vrindavan. I mean, people must be feeling bad there. Se desera Raja Ela Ascharya Sunina Parama Santosha Paila Gopala Dekina. Eventually, the king of that country heard this wonderful story and he also came to see Gopala and thus became very satisfied. Mandira Karaya Raju Seva Chalaila Sakshi Gopala Balitandra Nama Kyati Haila. The king constructed a nice temple and a regular service was executed. Gopala became very famous under the name of Sakshi Gopala, the witness Gopala. Ei Mata Vidya Nagare Sakshi Gopala Seva Angikara Kari Achena Chirakala. Thus, Sakshi Gopala stayed in Vidyanagara and accepted service for a very long time. This city of Vidyanagara is situated in Trilanga Desha, South India, on the bank of the river Godavari. The place where Godavari flows into the Bay of Bengal is called Kota Desha. The Orissa kingdom was very powerful and Kota Desha was the capital of Orissa. It was then known as Vidyanagara. Formerly, the city was situated on the southern side of the river Godavari. At that time, King Purushottama Deva managed to control Orissa and appointed government. So the present city of Vidyanagara is in southeast side of the river, only 20 to 25 miles from Rajamandri. During the time of Maharaj Prataparudra, Sri Ramananda Rai was the governor there. So Vijayanagara is not identical with Vidyanagara. Oh, Vidyanagara is not identical with Vidyanagara. Okay. Utkalera Raja Purushottama Deva Nama Sei desajini nila kariya sangrama. Later, there was a fight, and this country was conquered by King Purushottama Deva of Orissa. Sei rajajini nila tandra simhasana. Manikya simhasana nama aneka ratana. That king was victorious over the king of the Vidyanagara, and he took possession of his throne, the Manikya Simhasana, which was bedecked with many jewels. Oh. Purushottama Deva Sei Bada Bhakta Arya Gopala Charana Mage Chala Mora Rajya. King Purushottama Deva was a great devotee and was advanced in the civilization of the Aryans. He begged at the lotus feet of Gopala, please come to my kingdom. Tandra Bhakti Vase Gopala Tandra Ajnadila Gopala Laiya Sei Kataka Agila. When the king begged him to come to his kingdom, Gopala was already obliged for his devotional service, accepted his prayer. Thus the king took the Gopal deity and went back to Karnataka. Jagannatha Anidila Manikya Simhasana Katake Gopala Seva Karila Stapana. After winning the Manikya throne, King Purushottama Deva took it to Jagannath Puri and presented it to Lord Jagannath. In the meantime, he also established regular worship of Gopal deity at Kataka. Tanhara Mahishi Aila Gopala Darshane Bhakti Kari Bahu Alankara Kaila Samarpane. When the Gopal deity was installed at Kataka, the queen of Purushottama Deva went to see him. With great devotion, presented various kinds of ornaments. Tanhara Nasate Bahu Mulya Mukta Haya Tahadite Icha Hele Maneta Chintaya. The queen had a very valuable pearl which she wore on her nose, and she wished to give it to Gopala. She then began to think as follows. Takurera nasate yadi chidra takita tabeya dasi mukta nasaya parayita. If there was a hole in the deity's nose, I could transfer the pearl to him. Eta chinta namaskari gela swabhavane Ratri Sesha Gopala Tandre Kahena Swapane. Considering this, the queen offered her obeisances to Gopala and returned to her palace. That night, she dreamed that Gopala appeared and began to speak to her as follows. Balya Kale Mata Mora Nasa Chitra Kari Mukta Paranjila Bahu Yatnakari. During my childhood, my mother made a hole in my nose, and with a great endeavor set a pearl there. Se chidra adya piha achayena sate, se mukta parahaya chahiya chedite. That very hole is still there, and you can use it to set the pearl you desire to give to me. Swapne deki se rani raja ke kahila. Raja Saha Muktalana Mandira Aila. After dreaming this, the queen explained it to her husband, the king. Both the king and the queen then went to the temple with the pearl. Paraila Mukta Nasaya Chitra Dekina Maha Mahosava Kaila Anandita Hana. Seeing the hole in the nose of the deity, they set a pearl there and being very pleased, held a great festival. So Chintamani Mataji. So how do you pronounce this? Anitahana or Haya?
Hoya, Prabhu.
Hoya. It's not Hana, right?
Yeah, sorry, I have that thing in the
Yeah.
one as well.
Sure, Mataji. Thank you.
Sorry, Prabhu.
Yeah.
Tell me which verse I was actually
130, 132.
132. Okay. Paraila mukta nashaya chidra dekhiya maha mahotshab koila anandita huya. See
Hoya.
that? Yeah,
It's
on
not
top
Hana.
of N, when is that the curly thing? It is Ayya, kind of.
Oh, Hiya. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and the other rest of the remains same. Dekina, right? Or Dekia.
Dekhiya.
Oh, so Nan becomes Iya. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure, Mother. Thank you. Okay, dear devotees, until 9 o'clock, we don't have anyone signed up. So if any of you want to read, please feel to raise your hand. Otherwise, we are going through this wonderful story of Sakshi Gopal, narrated by Lord Sri Nityananda Prabhu to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's a big discussion going on. 133. Saye haite Gopalera khata keta stiti. Ei lagi Sakshi Gopala Nayama hoite kyati. Since then, Gopala has been situated in the city of Katak. Oh, Katak. Okay. And he has been known ever since as Sakshi Gopala. Nityananda Muke Suni Gopala Charita. Tusta Haila Mahaprabhu Sabakta Sahita. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration of Gopala's activities. Both he and his personal devotees became very pleased. Gopalara agaya be Prabhura haya stiti. Bhakta gane deke ye na dunhe ekamuti. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was sitting before the Gopala deity, all the devotees saw him and the deity as being of the same form. Dunhe eka varna, dunhe prakanda sarira, dunhe raktambara, dunhara swabhava gambira. They were of the same complexion and both had gigantic bodies. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Gopal deity. Both wear saffron cloth and both were very grave. Mahatej Mahadunhe Kamala Noyane. Dunhara Baba Vesha Dunhe Chandra Vadana. The devotees saw that both Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Gopal were brilliantly effulgent and had eyes like lotuses. They were both absorbed in ecstasy and both their faces resembled full moons. Dunha deki Nityananda Prabhu Maharange. Tara tari kari hase bhaktagane sangha. When Nityananda saw the Gopala deity and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in that way, he began to exchange remarks with the devotees, all of whom were smiling. E mata maharanga ese ratri vanchiya. Vanchiya. Prabhata chalila mangala arati dekhiya. Vachiya. Thus, with great pleasure of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, passed that night in the temple. After seeing the Mangalarati ceremony in the morning, he started on his journey. Bhuvaneswara pate aiche kaila darshana vistari varniya chena dasa vrindavan. In his book Chaitanya Bhagavat, Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur has very vividly described the places visited by the Lord on the way to Bhuvaneshwara. In his book Chaitanya Bhagavat, Antikanda, Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur has very nicely described the Lord's journey en route to Katak. On that journey, Lord visited a place known as Balihasta or Balakati Kataki Chati. He then visited the city of Bhuvaneshwara, where Lord Shiva's temple is located. The temple of Bhuvaneshwara is situated about 5 to 6 miles from Balakati. So the temple of Lord Shiva is mentioned in Skanda Purana in the narration about the Lord's garden and then one mango tree. So a king named Kasiraja wanted to fight with Lord Krishna. Consequently, he took shelter of Lord Shiva to acquire the power to fight the Lord. Being pleased with his worship, Lord Shiva helped him fight Krishna. So Lord Shiva's name is Asutosh, which indicates that he is very easily satisfied when worships him, regardless of the purpose, and he gives his devotee whatever benediction the devotee wants. Therefore, people are generally very fond of worshipping Lord Shiva. Thus, Kasiraja was helped by Lord Shiva, but in the fight With Lord Krishna, he was not only defeated but killed. In this way, the weapon known as Pashupata Astra was baffled and Krishna set fire to the city of Kasi. Later, Lord Shiva became conscious of his mistake in helping Kasi Raja and he begged Lord Krishna's forgiveness. As a benediction from Lord Krishna, he received a place known as Ekamra Kanana. Later, the kings of the Kesari dynasty established their capital there. And for many hundreds of years, they reigned over the state of Orissa. Okay. Kamalapure Asi Bargi Nadi Snana Kaila Nityananda Hate Prabhu Danda Darila. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Kamalapura, he took his bath in the Bhagi Nadi river and he left his sannyasa staff in the hand of Lord Nityananda. I think now we are entering the breaking of Lord Chaitanya's Danda Bhangi Leela. In Chaitanya Bhagavat, Antyakanda chapter 2, it is said that when Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Sri Bhuvaneshwara, he visited the temple of Lord Shiva known as Gupta Kasi, the concealed Varanasi. So Lord Shiva established this as a place of pilgrimage by bringing water from all holy places and creating a lake known as Bindu Sarovara. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took his bath in this lake, feeling a great regard for Lord Shiva. From spiritual point of view, people still go take a bath in this lake. Actually, by taking a bath there, one becomes very healthy even from the material viewpoint. Taking a bath and drinking the water of this lake can cure any disease of the stomach. Regular bathing certainly cures indigestion. So the river Bargi of Bargi Nadi came to be known as Dandabanga Nadi of Lord Chaitanya bath in its waters. It is situated 6 miles north of Jagannath Puri. The reason for the change in name is given as follows. Kapoteshwara Dekita Gela Bhakta Kana Sange Eta Nityanandu Prabhu Kaila Danda Bange Tina Kanda Kari Danda Dila Bashaya Bhakta Sangha Aila Prabhu Mahesha Dekiya. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the temple of Lord Shiva known as Kapoteshwara, Nityananda Prabhu, who was keeping his sannyasa staff in custody, broke the staff in 3 parts and threw it into the river Bargi Nadi. Later, this river became known as Banga Nadi. The mystery of Sannyas Danda staff of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has been explained by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the order of sannyasa from a Mayavadi sannyasi. The Mayavadi sannyasis generally carry 1 staff or danda. So taking advantage of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's absence, Srila Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff into 3 parts and threw it into the river later known as Danda Banga Nadi. In the sannyas order, there are 4 divisions: Kutichaka, Bahudaka, Hamsa, Paramahamsa. Only when the sannyasi remains on the Kutichaka and Bahudaka platform can he carry a staff. Oh. However, one is elevated to the status of Hamsa or Paramahamsa. After touring and preaching the Bhakti cult, he must give up the sannyas staff. Oh, okay. So, Kutichaka means the sannyasi lives outside the village and the people still send the food. Bahudaka means he's outside the village, but he goes for begging and then goes more for Hamsa and Paramahamsa. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is therefore said, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahi Anya. 2 personalities, Srimati Radharani and Sri Krishna, are combined in the incarnation of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, considering Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be an extraordinary person, Lord Nityananda Prabhu did not wait for the Paramahamsa stage. He reasoned that the Supreme Personality Godhead is automatically on the Paramahamsa stage. Therefore, he doesn't need to carry the sannyas danda. This is the reason Sri Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff into 3 pieces and threw it into water. Jaganne taradula deki avista hoila. Dandavat kari prema nachita lagila. After seeing the temple of Jagannath from a distant place, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately became ecstatic. After offering obeisances to the temple, he began to dance in the ecstasy of love of God. The word Duhila refers to the temple where the Supreme Personal Godhead is situated. The present temple of Jagannath Puri was constructed by King Ananga Bhima. Historians say this temple must have been constructed at least 2000 years ago. During the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the small building, building surrounding the original temple had not been constructed, nor was the high platform in front of the temple present during the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Okay, there was no obstruction for Lord Chaitanya to see the temple from far. I was also remembering the reason for Lord Chaitanya. His intention was to experience the qualities of Krishna. Radha alone was, observing, and then experiences she is going through. So that's what he wanted to experience. So here, Radharani's mood is like seeing the temple, becoming ecstatic and then dancing in ecstasy, offering obeisances and so on. Bhaktagana avista hoya sabe nacha gaya prema veshe prabhu sange raja marge hoya. All the devotees became ecstatic in the association of Lord Chaitanya and thus absorbed in love of God. And they were dancing and singing while going along the main road. Hase kande nache prabhu hunkara gajana tina krosapati hoilo sahasra yojana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu laughed, cried, danced, and made many ecstatic vibrations and songs. Although the temple was only 6 miles away, to him the distance seemed thousands of miles. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in ecstasy, he considered one moment to last as long as 12 years. After seeing the Jagannath temple from a distant place, the Lord became so ecstatic that he considered the 6-mile path many thousands of miles long. Chalite chaluta Prabhu aila atara nala tahan asi Prabhu kichu bahya prakashila. Thus walking and walking, the Lord eventually arrived at the place known as Atharanala. Arriving there, he expresses external consciousness, speaking to Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Purport. At the entrance to Jagannath Puri is a bridge with 18 arches called Atharanala. Athara means 18. Nityananda kahe Prabhu deha mora danda. Nityananda bale danda. Halatina kanda. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had thus regained external consciousness, he asked Lord Nityananda Prabhu, please return my staff. But Nityananda Prabhu replied, I have broken into 3 parts. It has been broken into 3 parts. Prima Vesha Padila Tumi Tomara Darina Toma Sahasei Danda Upare Padino. Nityananda Prabhu said, when you fell down in ecstasy, I caught you. But both of us together fell upon the staff. Dui Janara Bara Khandanda Khanda Khanda Haila Se Kanda Kana Padila Kichuna Janila. Does the staff broke under our weight? Where the pieces have gone, I cannot say. Mora parade tomara danda hoila khanda. Ye uchita haya mora karatara danda. It is certainly because of my offense that your staff was broken. Now you can punish me on this account as you think proper. Suni kichu Mahaprabhu duka prakashila. Ishad krodakari kichu kahita lagila. After hearing the story about how his staff had been broken, the Lord expressed a little sadness and displaying a bit of anger began to speak as follows. Sri Nityananda Prabhu considered Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's acceptance of sannyas to be useless. He therefore relieved the Lord of trouble of carrying the staff. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expressed anger because he wanted to teach all other sannyasis that they should not give up the staff before attaining the platform of Paramahamsa. Seeing that the regulative principles could be slackened by such action, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to carry the staff personally. However, Nityananda Prabhu broke it. For this reason, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu displayed a little anger. It is said in the Bhagavad Gita 3:21, Yat yat acharati shrestha's tat tad evetaro janaha. Whatever great people do, others follow. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to follow the Vedic principles strictly in order to save inexperienced neophytes who try to imitate Paramahamsas. Nila chala ani mora sabahita kaila. Sabe danda dana chila tahana rakila. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you have all benefited me by bringing me to Nilachala. However, my only possession was that one staff, and you have not kept it. Tumi saba aage yaha Ishwara dekite, iba mi aage hai yai na yava sanhite. So all of you should go before or behind me to see Lord Jagannath. I shall not go with you. Mukunda datta kahe Prabhu tumi yaha aage. Ami sabha pache yaba na yaba tomara sange. Mukunda datta told Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, my Lord, you should go ahead and allow the others to follow. We shall not go with you. Eta suni Prabhu aage chalila sigraha gati. Bujite na pare ke ha duye Prabhu ramati. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then began to walk very swiftly before all the other devotees. No one could understand the real purpose of the two lords, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu. Ino kena danda bange, teno kena bangaye, bangana krode teno inhake doshaya. The devotees could not understand why Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff, why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu permitted him to do so, or why after permitting him Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became angry. Danda bangali laye parama gambira. Se buje dunara pade yanra bhakti dira. The past tense of the breaking of the staff is very deep. Only one whose devotion is fixed upon the lotus feet of the lords, of the two lords, can understand it. One who understands Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu in reality can understand their ability as well as the breaking of the staff. All the previous acharyas, being induced to engage themselves fully in the service of the Lord, gave up attachment for material life and thus accepted the staff, which signifies full engagement of the mind, speech, and body in the service of the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the regulative principles of the renounced order of life. That's completely clear. However, in the Paramahamsa stage, there is no need to accept a danda, staff. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu certainly in the Paramahamsa stage. Nonetheless, to indicate that everyone should take the sannyasa at the end of life in order to fully engage in the service of the Lord. Even Paramahamsas like Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his confidential devotees follow the regular principles unfailingly. Indeed, that was his purpose. Nityananda Prabhu, who was his eternal servitors, believed that there was no need for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to carry the staff and to declare to the world that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was above all regulations. He broke it into three pieces. So the pastime known as Danga Banga Leela is explained by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Brahmanya Deva Gopalera Mahimaya Danya Nityananda Bhakta Yara Shota Sri Chaitanya. The glories of Lord Gopala, who is merciful to Brahmanas, are very great. So the narration of Sakshi Gopala was spoken by Nityananda Prabhu and heard by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So there are 4 points of instruction one should consider in the story of Sakshi Gopala. First, the deity, Achi Vigraha of Sri Gopala is eternally Satchidananda Vigraha, the transcendental form of the Lord. That's the first. Second, the deity surpasses material regulative principles and extend the reality of transcendental principles. Just a second. Third, one can be satisfied in transcendental position after becoming a Brahmana, but as a Brahmana, one has to follow the regulative principles very strictly. Wow. Lastly, Brahmani Deva indicates Lord Shri Krishna himself, who is worshipped as Namo Brahmani Deva, Go Brahmanita, Jagaditai Krishna, Govindai Namo Namah. This indicates that a devotee who is under the protection of Krishna is automatically situated as a Brahmana, and as such a Brahmana is not illusion. This is factual. Tadayukta Hanaiha Sunei Jana Achira Milaya Tare Gopala Charana. One who hears this narration of Lord Gopala with faith and love very soon attains the lotus feet of Lord Gopala. Shri Rupa Raghunatha Padeharayasa Chaitanya Chamrita Kahe Krishna Dasa. Praying at the lotus feet of Shri Rupa and Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishna Dasa, Krishna Dasa narrates Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purpose to Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, 5th chapter describing the activities of Sakshi Gopala. So let's go to sections before going to chapter 6. So the sections are Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he stayed to Shantipur, he stayed with Mother Sati and Sachimat and so on, and then departs to Puri, and then on the way reaches Remuna. In that way, he heard the glories of Gopala and Gopinath, Sakshi Gopal and Shirchor Gopinath. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu praises Madhavendra Puri's devotion and departs to Puri, and then Kataka, Sakshi Gopal, and pleasure of seeing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sakshi Gopal. And then this is chapter 6. Now, Sarvam Bhattacharya is going to take Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to his home and then inquires about the Lord and arranges for his stay. Gopinath Acharya and Sarvam Bhattacharya discusses about the Lord. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu defeats Sarvam Bhattacharya and converts him to Vaishnava, and then new Sarvam Bhattacharya. Okay, that's chapter 6. With that, the title of the chapter 6 is Liberation of Sarvam Bhattacharya. May we also get liberated reading this story. Shatrupa, you can take off. You want to share the screen or you want me to continue?
I can share, Prabhu, or either is fine. Anything is fine.
Yeah, you can share.
Okay.
Chapter 6.
Yeah.
We are really so much being blessed and with the association of this top class devotion.
Okay. So, chapter 6. The liberation of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. A summary of the 6th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrita Prabaha Bhashya as follows. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered the temple of Jagannath, he immediately fainted. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then took him to his home. Meanwhile, Gopinath Acharya, the brother-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, met Mukunda Datta and talked to him about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's acceptance of sannyas and his journey to Jagannath Puri. After hearing about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's fainting and his being carried to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, people crowded there to see the Lord. Srila Nityananda Prabhu and other devotees then visited the Jagannath temple, and when they came back to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to external consciousness. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya received everyone and distributed Mahaprasadam with great care. The Bhattacharya then became acquainted with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and arranged accommodations at his aunt's house. His brother-in-law Gopinath Acharya established that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself, but Sarvabhauma and his many disciples could not accept this. However, Gopinath Acharya convinced Sarvabhauma that no one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead without being favored by him. He proved by Shastri quotations from revealed scriptures, that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself in person. Still, Sarvabhauma did not take these statements very seriously. Hearing all these arguments, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told his devotees that Sarvabhauma was a spiritual master and that whatever he said out of affection was for everyone's benefit. When Sarvabhauma met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he asked him to hear Vedanta philosophy from him. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted this proposal, and for 7 days he continually heard Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya explain the Vedanta Sutra. However, the Lord remained very silent. Because of his silence, the Bhattacharya asked him whether he was understanding the Vedanta philosophy. And the Lord replied, "Sir, I can understand Vedanta philosophy very clearly, but I cannot understand your explanations." There was then a discussion between the Bhattacharya and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu concerning the authority of Vedic scriptures, specifically the Upanishads and Vedanta Sutra. The Bhattacharya was an impersonalist, but Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu proved that the absolute truth is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He proved that the conceptions of the Mayavadi philosophers concerning the impersonal absolute truth are incorrect. The absolute truth is neither impersonal nor without power. The greatest mistake made by the Mayavadi philosophers is in conceiving the absolute truth to be impersonal and without energy. In all the Vedas, the unlimited energies of absolute truth have been accepted. It's also accepted that the absolute truth has a transcendental, blissful, eternal form. According to the Vedas, the Lord and the living entity are equal in quality but different quantitatively. The real philosophy of the absolute truth states that the Lord and his creation are inconceivably and simultaneously one and different. The conclusion is that the Mayavadi philosophers are actually atheists. There was much discussion on this issue between Sarvabhauma and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but despite all his endeavors, the Bhattacharya was defeated in the end. At the request of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then explained the Atma Rama verse of Srimad Bhagavatam in 18 different ways. When the Bhattacharya came to his senses, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu disclosed his real identity. The Bhattacharya then recited 100 verses in praise of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and offered his obeisances. After this, Gopinath Acharya and all others, having seen the wonderful potencies of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, became very joyful. One morning, after this incident, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received some prasadam from Jagannath and offered it to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Without caring for formality, the Bhattacharya immediately partook the Mahaprasadam. On another day, when Bhattacharya asked Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu the best way to worship and meditate, the Lord advised him to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. On another day, the Bhattacharya wanted to change the reading of Tattenukampam verse because he did not like the word Muktipada. He wanted to substitute the word Bhaktipada. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised Sarvabhauma not to change the reading of Srimad Bhagavatam because Muktipada indicates the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. Having become a pure devotee, the Bhattacharya said, "Because the meaning is hazy, I still prefer Bhaktipada." At this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the other inhabitants of Jagannath Puri became very pleased. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya thus became a pure Vaishnava, and the other learned scholars there followed him. Text 1. Naumitam Gaura Chandram ya Kutarka Karka Shashayam Sarvabhaumam Sarvabhuma Bhakti Bhuma Namacharat. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Gaurachandra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who converted the hard-hearted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the reservoir of all bad logic, into a great devotee. Jaya Jaya Gaurachandra Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. All glories to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Acharya. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Aveshe chalilo Prabhu Jagannath Mandire. Jagannath deki preme hoilo astire. In ecstasy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went from Atarnala to the temple of Jagannath. After seeing Lord Jagannath, he became very restless due to love of Godhead. Jagannatha lingite chalilo daya, mandire podilo preme avishta hoya. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went swiftly to embrace Lord Jagannath, but when he entered the temple, he was so overwhelmed with love of Godhead that he fainted to the floor. Daive Sarvabhauma tahake kore darshana podicha marite dekte ho koilo nivarana. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu fell down, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya happened to see him. When the watchman threatened to beat the Lord, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya immediately forbade him. Prabhura saundaryaro premere vikar dekhi Sarvabhauma hoilo vismitaya par. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was very surprised to see the personal beauty of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as well as the transcendental transformations wrought on his body due to love of her Godhead. Bahu khrane Chaitanya nahe bhogera kala hoila Sarvabhauma mane tabe upay chintila. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remained unconscious for a long time. Meanwhile, the time for offering prasadam to Lord Jagannath came, and Bhattacharya tried to think of a remedy. Shishya padicha dwara prabhu nila vahaya ghare ani pavitra sthane rakhila soya. While Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was unconscious, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, with the help of the watchman and some disciples, carried him to his home and laid him down in a very sanctified room. Purport. At that time, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya lived on the southern side of Jagannath temple. His home was practically on the beach and was known as Markandeya Sarastata. At present, it is used as monastery of Ganga Mata. Swasa pravashnahi udara spandana dekhiya chintita hoilo Bhattacharya mana. Examining the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma saw that his abdomen was not moving and he was not breathing. Seeing this condition, the Bhattacharya became very anxious. Sukshma tulayani nasha agrite dhorila isha chalaye tula deki dhairya hoila. The Bhattacharya then took a fine cotton swab and put it before the Lord's nostrils. When he saw the cotton move very slightly, he became hopeful. Vasi Bhattacharya mane kore na vichar ei Krishna Mahapremer Satvika Vikar. Sitting beside Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he thought, this is a transcendental ecstatic transformation brought about by love of Krishna. Suddipta Satvikaye Nama Jai Pralaya Nitya Siddha Bhakti se Suddipta Bhava hoy. Upon seeing the sign of Suddipta Satvika, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya could immediately understand the transcendental ecstatic transformation in the body of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Such a sign takes place only in the bodies of eternally liberated devotees. Purport. The word Suddipta Satvika is explained as follows by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. The Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu mentions 8 kinds of transcendental transformations in the bodies of advanced devotees. These are sometimes checked by the devotee, and there are 2 stages of such checking. Technically known as Dhaumayita Dhumaita and Jvalita. The Dhumaita smoking stage is exhibited when only one or two transformations are slightly present and it's possible to conceal them. When more than 2 or 3 transcendental transformations are manifest, and it is still possible to conceal them, although with great difficulty, that stage is called Jvalita, lighted. When 4 or 5 symptoms are exhibited, the Deepta, blazing stage has been reached. When 5, 6, or all 8 symptoms are simultaneously manifest, the position is called Uddipta, inflamed. And when all 8 symptoms are multiplied 1,000 times and are all visible at once, the devotee is in Suddipta, intensely inflamed stage. Nitya Siddha Bhakta indicates the eternally liberated associates of the Lord. Such devotees enjoy the company of the Lord in 4 relationships: a servant, friend, parent, or conjugal lover. Adhiruda bhav jara tara evikar manushera dehe deki bodo chamatkar. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya considered the uncommon ecstatic symptoms of Adhiruda bhava are appearing in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is very wonderful. How are they possible in the body of a human being? Purport. Adhiruda bhava or Adhiruda Mahabhava is explained in the Ujjvala Nilamani of Srila Rupa Goswami. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur quotes Srila Rupa Goswami as follows. The loving propensity of the ashray devotee towards the Vishay Lord becomes so ecstatic that even after enjoying the company of the beloved, the devotee feels that his enjoyment is insufficient. At such a time, the lover sees the beloved in different ways. Such a development of ecstasy is called anuraga. When anurag reaches its highest limit and becomes perceivable in the body, it's called bhava. When the bodily symptoms are not very distinct, however, the emotional state is called anuraga, not bhava. When bhava ecstasy is intensified, it's called mahabhava. The symptoms of mahabhava are visible only in the bodies of eternal associates like gopis. Ato chinti bhattacharya ache navasiya nityananda di simhadware mililo ashiya. When the Bhattacharya was thinking in this way at his home, all the devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu headed by Nityananda Prabhu approached the Simhadwar, the entrance door of the temple. Taha shune loke kahe anyonye baat eka sannyasi ashi deki Jagannath. There the devotees heard the people talking about a mendicant who had come to Jagannath Puri and seen the deity of Jagannath. Murchita hoilo chetana na hai sharire sarvabhauma laya gelo apanara ghare. The people said that the sannyasi had fallen unconscious upon seeing the deity of Lord Jagannath. Because his consciousness did not return, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had taken him to his home. Shudi shabe janiloe Mahaprabhur karya hanokale ailo taha Gopinathacharya. Hearing this, the devotees could understand that they were speaking of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Just then, Sri Gopinathacharya arrived. Nadiya nivasi Visharader Jamata Mahaprabhur Bhakta Teho Prabhu Tattva Jnata. Gopinathacharya was a resident of Nadia, the son-in-law of Visharada and a devotee of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He knew the true identity of his lordship. Purport. Maheshwara Visharada was a classmate of Nilambara Chakravarti. He lived in Nadia district in a village called Vidyanagara. I thought he lived in Nadia district in a village called Vidyanagara and had 2 sons named Madhusudana Vachaspati and Vasudeva Sarvabhauma. His son-in-law was Gopinatha Acharya. Mukunda sahite purve ache parichay Mukunda dekhiya tara hoilo vismay. Gopinatha Acharya had previously been acquainted with Mukunda Datta, And when the Acharya saw him at Jagannath Puri, he was very much astonished. Mukundata hare deki koilo namaskar, teho alingiye puche prabhu samachar. Mukundadatta offered obeisances unto Gopinath Acharya upon meeting him. Then the Acharya embraced Mukundadatta and inquired about news of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Mukunda ko he Prabhu riha, hoilo agamane, amishavo asiachi Mahaprabhur sane. Mukundadatta replied, the Lord has already arrived here. We have come with him. Nityananda Gosai ke Acharya koilo namaskar, shabe meli, puche Prabhur varta bhar bhar. As soon as Gopinath Acharya saw Nityananda Prabhu, he offered his obeisances unto him. In this way, meeting all the devotees, he asked about news of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again and again. Mukunda ka he Mahaprabhu sannyas koriya, nilachale ailo shange amashabolaya. Mukundadatta continued, after accepting the sannyas order, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to Jagannath Puri and has brought all of us with him. Amashabo chadiyage gelo darshane, amishabo pache aila tara aveshane. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left our company and walked ahead to see Lord Jagannath. We have just arrived and are now looking for him. Anyonyelo kera mukhe jekata shunila, sarvabhauma grihe prabhu anuman koila. From the talk of the people in general, we have guessed that the Lord is now at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Ishvara darshane prabhu preme achetan, sarvabhaumalaya gelo apana bhavan. Upon seeing Lord Jagannath, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became ecstatic and fell unconscious, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has taken him to his home in this condition. Tomar milane jabe amar hoilo man, daive she kshane pailu, tomar darshan. Just as I was thinking of meeting you, by chance we have actually met. Cholo shobe jai sarvabhaumera bhavan, prabhu deki pache koribo ishvara darshan. First, let us all go to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Later, we shall come to see Lord Jagannath. Eto shuni Gopinath shaborelaiya, Sarvabhauma ghare gelo harashita haya. Hearing this and feeling very pleased, Gopinath Acharya immediately took all the devotees with him and approached the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Sarvabhaumastane giya Prabhu ke dekhila, Prabhu deki Acharya dukha harsha hoilo. Arriving at the home of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, everyone saw the Lord lying unconscious. Seeing him in this condition, Gopinath Acharya became very unhappy, but at the same time he was happy just to see the Lord. Sarvabhaume janaya shaba nila abhyantare Nityananda Goshaire teho koilo namaskare. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya permitted all the devotees to enter his house, and upon seeing Nityananda Prabhu, the Bhattacharya offered him obeisances. Shabasahijata Jogya Korilo Milan Prabhu deki Shabar Hoilo Harashita Man. Sarvabhauma met with all the devotees and offered them a proper welcome. They were all pleased to see Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sarvabhauma Pata ila Shabad Darshana Korite Chandaneshwar Nija Putra Dilo Shabara Sate. The Bhattacharya then sent all back to see Lord Jagannath, and he asked his own son Chandaneshwar to accompany them as guide. Jagannatha deki Shabar hoilo Yananda Bhavite Avishta hoilo Prabhu Nityananda. Everyone was then very pleased to see the deity of Lord Jagannath. Lord Nityananda in particular was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Shabe meli dhari tare sustira korilo Ishvara sevaka mala prasad ani dilo. When Lord Nityananda Prabhu nearly fainted, All the devotees caught him and steadied him. At that time, the priest of Lord Jagannath brought a garland that had been offered to the deity and offered it to Nityananda Prabhu. Prasad paya shabe hoilo anandita mane, punarapi ailo shabe Mahaprabhur sthane. Everyone was pleased to receive this garland worn by Lord Jagannath. Afterwards, they all returned to the place where Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was staying. Ucha kori kore shaba nama sankirtan, tritiya prahare hoilo prabhura chetan. All of the devotees then began to loudly chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Just before noon, the Lord regained consciousness. Okay. So my goodness, so long, huh? Everybody is chanting and chanting. Lord Chaitanya is lying there. He's regained his consciousness. Everyone is around him at this point. He's surrounded by all the associates. We can only, it's just unimaginable. One thing is about Lord Chaitanya taking darshan of Jagannath, and then Lord Nityananda also, when he took darshan, he's just about to faint, but they steadied him. And we keep hearing how Lord Nityananda is like a madman, Avaduta. I don't even know how it was possible to steady him. So something. Anyway. Hunkar Kuriya uste Hari Hari boli, Anande Sarvabhauma Tara Loilopada Dhuli. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got up and very loudly chanted Hari Hari. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was very pleased to see the Lord regain consciousness, and he took the dust of the Lord's lotus feet. Wow, okay. Sarvabhauma kohe shigra koro homa dhyana, mui bhiksha dimu aji mahaprasadana. The Bhattacharya informed all of them, please take your midday baths immediately. Today I shall offer you Mahaprasadam, the remnants of food offered to Lord Jagannath. Samudra snan kori Mahaprabhu shigra aila, charana pakali Prabhu asane vashila. After bathing in the sea, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees returned very soon. The Lord then washed his feet and sat down on a carpet to take lunch. Bahuta prasad sarvabhauma anaila, tabe Mahaprabhu suke bhojana korila. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya made arrangements to bring various kinds of Mahaprasadam from Jagannath temple. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then accepted lunch with great happiness. Suvarna talira anna uttama vyayana. I don't know how to pronounce it anyway. Bhaktagana shange Prabhu korena bhojana. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was offered special rice and first-class vegetables on golden plates. He thus took lunch in the company of his devotees. Sarvabhauma pariveshana korenaya pane, Prabhu ka he more deho lafra vyanjane. Okay. While Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya personally distributed the prasadam, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested him, please give me only boiled vegetables. Lafra vyanjana is a preparation in which many vegetables are boiled together and then a chenka is added, consisting of spices like cumin, black pepper, and mustard seed. Pita pana deha tumi iha shaba kare, tabhe Bhattacharya kahe judi dui kare. You can offer the cakes and preparations made with condensed milk to all the devotees. Hearing this, the Bhattacharya folded his hands and spoke as follows. Jagannath ka iche kori ache na bhojan, aji shaba mahaprasad koro ashvadan. Today all of you please try to taste the lunch, just as Lord Jagannath accepted it. Eto boli Peter Pan saba kao yela Bhiksha koroya achaman koroila. After saying this, he made them all eat the various cakes and condensed milk preparations. After feeding them, he offered them water to wash their hands, feet, and mouths. Agyamagi gelo gopinath acharya ke laya, Prabhura nikata ailo bhojana koriya. Begging permission from Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then went with Gopinath Acharya to take lunch. After finishing their lunch, they returned to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now lunch is over. Namo Narayana bole namaskar khoilo. Krishna mati rastu boli goshai kahilo. Offering his obeisances to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, Namo Narayanaya, I offer my obeisances to Narayana. Purport. In return, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Krishna matirastu. Let your attention be on Krishna. Wow. It is the etiquette among sannyasis, those on fourth platform of spiritual life, to offer respects by saying Om Namo Narayanaya. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Narayana. This greeting is used especially by Mayavad sannyasis. According to Smriti scriptures, a sannyasi should not expect anything from anyone, nor should he consider himself identical with Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vaishnava sannyasis never think of themselves as being one with the Lord. They always consider themselves eternal servants of Krishna, and they want to see everyone in the world become Krishna conscious. For this reason, a Vaishnava sannyasi always offers his blessings to everyone, saying, Krishna matirastu. May you become Krishna conscious. Shuni sarvabhauma mane vichar korila. Vaishnava sannyasi ho vachane janilo. Hearing these words, Sarvabhauma understood Lord Chaitanya to be a Vaishnava sannyasi. Gopinathacharya re kahe sarvabhauma goshaira janite chahi kaha purvashrama. Sarvabhauma then said to Gopinathacharya, I want to know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's previous situation. Purport. The word purvashrama refers to one's previous situation in life. Sometimes a person will accept the renounced order from householder life, and sometimes even from a student brahmachari life. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya wanted to know of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's previous situation as a householder. Gopinathacharya kohe Navadvipe ghar, Jagannatha nama padavi Mishra Purandar. Gopinathacharya replied, there was a man named Jagannath who was a resident of Navadvip and whose surname was Mishra Purandara. Vishwambar namayhar tara eho putra Nilambara Chakravartir hoena dohitra. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the son of that Jagannath Mishra, and his former name was Vishwambar Mishra. He also happens to be the grandson of Nilambar Chakravarti. Sarvabhauma kohe Nilambar Chakravarti Visharader Samadhyai Etan Rakyati. The Bhattacharya said, Nilambar Chakravarti was a classmate of my father, Maheshwara Visharada. I knew him as such. Mishra Purandar Tara Manya Hena Jani Pitara Sambande Dohake Puja Kori Mani. Jagannath Mishra Purandar was respected by my father. Thus, because of their relationship with my father, I respect both Jagannath Mishra and Nilambar Chakravarti. I'll just read few more verses and I'll pass. Nadiya Sambande Sarva Bhauma Hrishta Hoilo Pritahaya Gosha Ere Kohito Lagilo. Hearing that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu belonged to Nadia district, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became very pleased and addressed the Lord as follows. Sahaje Puja Tumi Are Tasanyas Ata Eva Hat Tomara Amini Jadas. You're naturally respectable. Besides, you're a sannyasi. Thus, I wish to become your personal servant. Wow, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is asking. A sannyasi is always to be worshipped and offered all kinds of respect by the grihasthas, householders. Although Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was older than Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma respected him as a sannyasi. And as one who had attained the topmost platform of spiritual ecstasy. Thus, Bhattacharya certainly accepted him as his master. Shuni Mahaprabhu koilo Shri Vishnu Smaran, Bhattacharya kahe kichu Vinay Vachan. As soon as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard this from the Bhattacharya, he immediately remembered Lord Vishnu and began to speak humbly to him as follows. Tumi Jagat Guru Sarva Loka Hita Karta, Vedanta Padao Sanyashira Upakarta. Because you're a teacher of Vedanta philosophy, you're the master of all people in the world and their well-wisher as well. You're also the benefactor of all kinds of sannyasis. Purport. Because the Mayavad sannyasis teach Vedanta philosophy to their students or disciples, they are customarily called Jagat Guru. This indicates that they are the benefactors of all people. Although Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya was not a sannyasi but a householder, he used to invite all the sannyasis to his home and offer them prasadam. Thus, he was accepted as the best well-wisher and friend of all the sannyasis. Ami balaka sannyasi, banda manda nahi jani, tomara shraya nilu, guru kori mani. I am a young sannyasi, and I actually have no knowledge of what's good and what's bad. Therefore, I'm taking shelter of you and accepting you as my spiritual master. Lord Chaitanya is telling to Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya this thing. Toma shango lagi mora iha agaman, sarva prakare koribu amai palan. I've come here only to associate with you, and I'm now taking shelter of you. Will you kindly maintain me in all respects? Aji je hoilo amar bada e vipati, taha haite koile tumi amar avyahati. The incident that happened today was a great obstacle for me, but you have kindly relieved me of it. I'll pause here. Such a nice dialogue between Lord Chaitanya and Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya. Very, very interesting exchange. And Lord Chaitanya is, he came out of his ecstatic manifestations, and then once he came out of his ecstatic manifestations, Lord Chaitanya is served with Jagannath Prasadam. And even here, he is actually exhibiting the sannyas ashram, his renounced mood. He said, just give me some boiled vegetables, just the way he said to Advaita Acharya yesterday when we were reading. And Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya nicely serves him. And even though Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya was actually teaching Mayavad sannyasis at that time, he was a householder, but he was teaching Mayavad sannyasis, Vedanta philosophy. But still, just the culture is so built in that just by seeing Lord Chaitanya and his sannyas Vesha, renounced order, Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya actually takes the dust of the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya. Even though he hasn't even accepted Lord Chaitanya to be the Supreme Lord yet, he still accepts the dust from the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya. In one way, I felt that initially Lord Chaitanya was not accepted as Krishna by Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya. Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya did not believe that this is the Lord. He still thought it's just a young sannyasi. But still, because his mood was because he was not aware, he didn't have knowledge. It was not offensive. He didn't have knowledge, but still he continued the actual proper etiquette of respecting a sannyasi. Therefore, and then with his association with Gopinath Acharya, he gets the mercy of Lord Chaitanya more and more and more, and he becomes a devotee. So that's very, very nice how the mood is different. He was just not, at least he played the role where he is not just aware at that point that Lord Chaitanya was Krishna himself. But he was not rejecting Lord Chaitanya. So it was just open. He was open. Anyway, and Lord Chaitanya also nicely reciprocating by talking like the way he's talking. I have taken shelter of you. You have protected me when, from the great distress that I had today in Jagannath temple. It's really interesting dynamic. So I need to pause here. I was wondering if anybody else can take over.
I will take
But someone has to scroll, Mataji, the share screen and all that. Let me find out. Are you outside? We are hearing a lot of background noise.
I'm at home only, Madhya. Let me connect with the mobile also.
Yeah, it's very lot of background noise, Mataji.
Okay.
Prabhu, are you available to scroll? I have to leave. Vamsitari Prabhu? Okay, let me find out, devotees. Sorry, just keep holding.
What's the verse number, Shatrupa? 52. 52 is the verse number? 62. Okay, Rachna Singh Mataji.
Yeah, Hare Krishna Prabhu, please, it's all goes to yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, text 62. भट्टाचार्य कहे एकला तुम्ही ना ये दर्शने आमरा संगे यबे केवा आमरा लोकासने. The Bhattacharya replied, "Do not go alone to see the deity at the Jagannath temple. It is better you go with me or my man." प्रभु कहे मंदिरा भीतरा ना ये बा गरुदेरा पासे रही दर्शना करीबा. The Lord said, "I shall never enter the temple, but shall always view the Lord from the side of Garuda's stump." गोपीनाथाचार्य के कहे सर्वभौमा तुम्ही गोसा नीरे लाना करिहा दर्शना. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then told Gopinath Acharya, "Take Goswami and show him Lord Jagannath." Text 65. Amara matra savasagaraha nirjana sthana tahan vasa dehe kare sarvana samdhan. Translation. Prabhuji, little up. Prabhuji, text 65, Prabhuji. Yeah. Also, the apartment belonging to my maternal aunt is in very solitary place. Make all arrangement for him to stay there. Gopinatha Prabhulana Tavan Vasal Dila Jala Patradika Sarva Sambhavna Kela. Thus, Gopinath Acharya took Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to his residential quarter and showed him where to find water, tub, water pot. Indeed, he arranged everything. Aradina Gopinatha Prabhu Sthana Giya Sayothana Darshana Karilalana. The next day, Gopinath Acharya took Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to see the early rising of Lord Jagannatha. Mukunda Datalana Ela Sarvabhuma Sthane Sarvabhuma Kichuk Tanre Balila Vachane. Gopinath Acharya then took Mukunda Datta with him and went to Sarvabhuma house. When they arrived, Sarvabhuma addressed Mukunda Datta as follows. Prakriti Vinita Sanyasi Dekhite Sundara Amara Bahu Priti Bade Inhara Upar. The sannyasi is very meek and humble by nature, and his person is very beautiful to see. Consequently, my affection for him increases. Sarbhuma purport. Sarbhuma Bhattacharya considered Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu a very humble and meek person because although Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a sannyasi, he still remained his brahmachari name. The Lord took sannyas from Keshava Bharati in the Bharati Sampradaya, in which the brahmachari, the assistant of the sannyasi, are named Chaitanya. Even after accepting sannyas, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu retained the name Chaitanya, meaning the humble servant of the sannyasi. Sir Bhuma Bhattacharya appreciated this very much. Kauna Sampradaya Sannyasa Karaye Chena Grahanam Kiba Nama Inhara Sunite Hayaman. From which sampradaya has he accepted the sannyas order, and what is his name? Gopinatha Kahe Nama Shri Krishna Chaitanya Guru Inhara Keshava Bharati Mahadhanya. Gopinath Acharya replied, the Lord name is Sri Krishna Chaitanya and his sannyas preceptor is greatly fortunate Keshava Bharati. Sarvabhuma kahe inhare nama sarvottama Bharti Sampradaya inho hainam madhyama. Sarvabhuma Bhattacharya said, Sri Krishna is a very good name, but he belonged to the Bharti community. Therefore, he is a second class sannyasi. Gopinath kahe inhara nahi bhayapakesha Atveda bada sampradaya nahika apikesha. Gopinath Acharya replied, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not rely on any external formality. There is no need for him to accept the sannyas order from a superior sampradaya. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted sannyasa from the Bharti Sampradaya community, which belonged to the displaced succession of Sankaracharya. Sankaracharya introduced name of his sannyas disciple, and there are 10 in number. Out of these, the surname Tirtha, Ashrama, Saraswati are considered topmost. In the monastery at Srinagari, the surname Sannyasi Saraswati the considered first class, Bharti considered the second class, and Puri third class. A sannyasi who has very nicely understood the slogan Tat Tvam Asi and who take his bath at the confluence of the river Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati is called Tirath. A person who is very eager to accept sannyas, who is detached from the worldly activity, who has no desire for any kind of material facilities, and who is thus saved from repeated birth and death, is known as ashrama. When sannyasi live in the beautiful solitary place in the forest and is free from all material desire, he is called vana. A sannyasi who always live in the forest and renounce all connection with the world in order to elevate it to the heavenly planet, where he can live in the Nandana Kanana is called Aryan. One who preferred living in the mountain, engaging in the study of Bhagavad Gita, and whose intelligence is fixed, is called Giri. One who preferred living in great mountain, even among ferocious animals, to attain the summit of philosophical speculation, understanding the essence of this material world is useless, is called Parvata. A sannyasi who has dipped into the ocean of the absolute truth and collected some valuable stone of knowledge from that ocean, who never fall from the regulatory principle of a sannyasi called sagar. One who has learned the classical art of music, who engaged in its culture, and who has become expert and completely aloof from material attachment is called Saraswati. Saraswati is the goddess. Saraswati is a goddess of music and learning, and in one hand she holds a musical instrument called a veena. A sannyasi who is always engaged in music for spiritual elevation is called Saraswati. One who has become completely educated and is free from all kind of ignorance and who is never unhappy, even in a distressed condition, is called Bharti. One who has become a very expert in absolute knowledge, who is situated in the absolute truth, and who always discuss the absolute truth is called Puri. All these sannyasi are assisted by brahmachari, who are described as follow. One who knows his real identity and fixed in his particular occupational duty, who is always happy in his spiritual understanding, is called Sarup Brahmachari. One who is completely known as Brahman effulgence and is always engaged in the practice of yoga is called Prakashara Brahmachari. One who has acquired Brahman effulgence, thus keeping himself in transcendental bliss, is called Anand Brahmachari. one who is able to distinguish between matter and spirit, who is never disturbed by material transformations, and who meditate on the unlimited, inexhaustible, auspicious Brahman effulgence, is a first-class learned brahmachari, is named as Chaitanya. When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was talking with the Gopinath Acharya about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's sannyas community, he appreciated the first name, Sri Krishna, but he did not like the surname Chaitanya, which is the name for brahmachari belong to the Bharti community. He therefore suggested that the Lord be elevated to the Saraswati community. However, Gopinath Acharya pointed out that Lord does not depend on any external formality. Gopinath Acharya was firmly convinced that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna himself and therefore independent of any external ritual or formality. If one wants to engage in pure devotional service, it doesn't require titular superiority as a Bharti or a Saraswati. Bhattacharya kahe inhara paruda yavana kemate sannyasa dharma ha ibi rakshana. The Bhattacharya inquired, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in full-fledged youthful life. How can he keep the principle of sannyasa? Nirantara inhake Vedanta sunaiba vairagya advaita marge parvesha kareba. I shall continuously recite Vedanta philosophy before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu so that he may remain fixed in his renunciation and thus enter upon the path of monism. According to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's among sannyasi, the cultivation of Vedanta philosophy help in becoming detached from sense gratification. Thus, a sannyasi can protect the prestige of wearing a loincloth, Kopina. One has to practice sense control as well as mind control and subdue the 6 forces of speech, mind, anger, tongue, belly, and genital. Then one can become expert in understanding the devotional service of the Lord and thus become a perfect sannyasi. For that purpose, one must cultivate knowledge and renunciation regularly. When one is attached to material sense gratification, he cannot protect his sannyas order. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya suggested by the study of Vairagya, renunciation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu might be saved from the clutches of full-fledged youthful desire. Text 76. Kahina yadi punarapi yoga patadiya samskara kariye uttama sampradaya aneya. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then suggested, if Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would like, I could bring him into a first-class sampradaya by offering him saffron cloth and performing the reformatory process again. Purport. The Bhattacharya wanted to reinstate Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu into Saraswati Sampradaya because he did not like the Lord belonging to the Bharati Sampradaya or Puri Sampradaya. Actually, he did not know the position of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not depend on an inferior or superior Sampradaya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead remained in the supreme position in all circumstances. Suni Gopinatha Mukunda Dunhe Dukhi Hela Gopinatha Acharya Kichu Kahite Lagila. Gopinath Acharya and Mukunda Datta become very unhappy when they heard this. Gopinath Acharya therefore addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya as follows. Bhattacharya tumi inhara na jane mahima bhagavata lakshanara inhetei sima. My dear Bhattacharya, you don't know the greatness of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are found in him to the highest degree. Purport. Since the Bhattacharya was an impersonalist, he had no idea of the absolute truth beyond the impersonal effulgence. However, Gopinath Acharya informed him that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who know the absolute truth know it is in 3 phases. Explained in Srimad Bhagavatam. Vedanti tattvata vidastavam yaj jnanam advayam brahmeti prama meti bhagavan iti sabdhyate. Those who are in knowledge of non-dual absolute truth very clearly what is Brahman, what is Paramatma, and what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sad Aishwarya Purna, complete with 6 opulence. Gopinath Acharya emphasized that all those 6 opulence was completely existing in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Tahete vikahate inho prana is Ishvara agyana stane kichu nahe vijnera goschara. Gopinath Acharya continued, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is celebrated as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who are ignorant in his connection find the conclusion of knowledge man very difficult to understand. सिया गाना कहे ईश्वरा कहे कौन प्रामने आचार्य कहे विघ्न मता ईश्वरा लक्षणे. The disciple of Sir Bhuma Bhattacharya retaliated. By what evidence do you conclude that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Lord? Purport. Gopinath Acharya replied, the statement of authorized Acharya who understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are proof. Since the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there have been many pseudo-incarnations in India who do not present authorized evidence. 500 years ago, the disciple of Sir Bhuma Bhattacharya, being very learned scholar, was certainly right in asking Gopinath Acharya for evidence. If a person proposes that he himself is God or that someone else is incarnation of God, God himself, he must cite evidence from Shastra to prove his claim. Thus, the request of Bhattacharya's disciple is quite bona fide. Unfortunately, at the present moment, it has become fashionable to present someone as an incarnation of God without referring to the Shastra. Before an intelligent person accepts someone as an incarnation of God, however, he must ask about the evidence. What is the disciple of Sir Bhuma Bhattacharya challenged Gopinath Acharya? He immediately replied correctly. We must hear the statement of great personality in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Krishna is established as the Supreme Personality of Godhead by the statement from many authorized persons such as Brahman, Narad, Vyasdeva, Sita, and Arjuna. Similarly, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also established as the Supreme Personality of Godhead by the evidence from the same personality. This will be explained later. शिष्य कहे ईश्वरा तत्व साधि अनुमाने आचार्य कहे अनुमाने नहीं ईश्वरा ज्ञाने जाने. The disciple of Bhattacharya said, we derive knowledge of the absolute truth by logical hypothesis. Purport. Gopinath Acharya replied, one cannot attain real knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by such logical hypothesis and argument. The Mayavadi philosopher is in particular makes certain hypotheses about the absolute truth. The reason is that in the material world, we experience that everything is created. If we trace the history of anything, we find a creator. Therefore, there must be creator of a huge cosmetic manifestation. By such reasoning, they come to the conclusion that a higher power has created this cosmic manifestation. The Mayavadi do not accept this great power to be a person. Their brain cannot accommodate the fact that a whose cosmic manifestation can be created by a person. They doubt this because as soon as they think of person, they think of a person within the material world with limited potency. Sometimes the Mayavadi philosopher will accept Lord Krishna or Lord Rama as Bhagwan, but they think of the Lord as a person having a material body. The Mayavadi do not understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, has a spiritual body. And they think Krishna is a great personality, a human being, within whom there is a supreme impersonal power of Brahman. Therefore, they finally conclude that impersonal Brahman is the supreme, not the personality of Krishna. This is the basis of Mayavadi philosophy. However, from the Shastra, we can understand that Brahman effulgence consists of bodily rays of Krishna. Yasho prabha prabhavato jagat anto koti कोतिस अशेषा वासुदेहि विभूति भीनाम तद ब्राह्मणा निष्कलम अनंतम अशेषा भूतम Govindam Adi Purusham Tam Aham Bhajami. I serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda, the primeval Lord, the effulgence of whose transcendental body is known as Brahm Jyoti. That Brahm Jyoti, which is unlimited, unfathomed, and all-pervasive, is the cause of creation of unlimited number of planets with variety of climate and specific condition of life. Brahma Samhita 5.40. Mayavadi philosophers study the Vedic literature, but they do not understand the last stage of realization. The absolute truth is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. They do accept the fact that there is a creator of the cosmic manifestation, but there is Anumana, hypothesis. The Mayavadi philosopher logic is something like seeing smoke on a hill and concluding there is a fire. When there is a forest fire on a high hill, smoke is first of all visible. Since it is known that smoke is created when whether there is fire from seeing the smoke on the hill, one can conclude there is a fire is burning there. Similarly, from seeing the cosmic manifestation, the Mayavadi philosopher conclude there must be a creator. The disciple of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya wanted evidence to show Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was actually the creator of cosmic manifestation. Only then would they accept him as the Supreme Personality of God, the original cause of creation. Gopinath Acharya replied that one could not understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead by guesswork. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Naham Prakasha Sarvas Yoga Maya Samavitaha Mudho Yam Nabi Janti Loka Mam Ajam Avayam. I never manifest to the fullest and intelligent. For them, I'm covered by eternal creative potency, Yogamaya. And so the deluded word know me not, who is unborn and infallible. The Supreme Personality of Godhead reserved the right of not being exposed to a non-devotee. He can only be understood by a bona fide devotee. Lord Krishna says elsewhere in Bhagavad Gita 18.55, Bhaktya Mam Abhijanati. One can understand me only by the devotional person. In the 4th chapter of Bhagavad Gita 4.3, Lord Krishna says, Bhakto isi में sakha cheti rahasyam hi idat uttamam. Here Lord Krishna informed Arjuna that he is disclosing the secret of Bhagavad Gita to him because he is his devotee. Arjuna was not a sannyasi, nor was he a Vedantist or Brahmana. He was, however, a devotee of Krishna. The conclusion is that we have to understand the Supreme Personality of God from the devotees. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself said, Guru Krishna Prasade Paya Bhakti Lata Bija. Sri CC Madhya 9.151. More evidence can be cited to show without the mercy of devotee or the mercy of Krishna, one cannot understand what is Krishna, what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is confirmed in next verse.
Mata, it's the time to say something. What lessons are you gathering for yourself?
Yeah. So Prabhuji, here it is in what I read. So it is discussion between the Gopinath and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. And one means Gopinath is a pure devotee. He understands Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a Supreme Personality of Godhead. But Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is an impersonalist. He was confused that he is not a Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he was telling, let Chaitanya Mahaprabhu should not be take a title of Bharti, he should be uplift to the some different title, high title. So Gopinath was telling it doesn't need it because he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And lesson is that for me to take, only devotee can understand with evidence, because Mayavadi want to see the God with the evidence or hypothesis thing, but devotee can only understand the Krishna, Supreme Personality of Godhead, either it is Krishna or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Is it, huh? What lesson?
Yeah.
What's the lesson for us, Mataji, then?
Then we have to become a good devotee to understand Krishna, not with our material eye, Prabhuji.
We are not able to understand, that means like there is somewhere in the, we have to follow the process nicely.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Mataji.
Thank you, Prabhuji, giving me opportunity.
So Radha Seva Mataji, I don't see her. Could anyone read?
Yes, Prabhu. Text 82.
Yeah.
And liberation of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. অনুমান প্রমাণ নয় ঈশ্বর তত্ত্ব জ্ঞানে কৃপা বিনা ঈশ্বরের কেহ নাহি জানে. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Gopinath Acharya continued, one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead only by His mercy, not by guesswork or hypothesis. Purport, one cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead simply by exhibiting some mundane magic. Foolish people are enchanted by magical demonstrations, and when they see a few wonderful things done by mystical power, they accept a magician as the personality of Godhead or an incarnation. This is not the way of realization, nor should one guess or speculate about an incarnation of God or the personality of Godhead. One has to learn from the bona fide person or from the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, as Arjuna did, by the mercy of Krishna. Krishna himself also gives many hints about his potencies as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One should understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead only through the evidence presented by the Shastras and the Mahajanas. In any case, one must have the mercy of the Lord in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead by devotional service. ঈশ্বরের কৃপালেশ হয়তো যাহারে সেই তো ঈশ্বর তত্ত্ব জানিবারে পারে. The Acharya continued, if one receives but a tiny bit of the Lord's favor by dint of devotional service, he can understand the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Athapi te deva padam bhujadvaya prasadale shangrahita evahi janati tattvam bhagavan mahimno nachanya eko pichiram pichinvan. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. The verse quoted above is from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.24. The Brahma Samhita states, Vedesha durlabham adurlabham atma bhakta. 5.33. Although the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is the ultimate goal of knowledge, Vedescha sarver aham eva vedya, one who is not a pure devotee and who is not engaged in the service of the Lord cannot understand him. Lord Brahma therefore confirms this, Vedesha durlabham. It is very difficult to understand the Supreme Lord simply through one's studies, adurlabham atma bhakta. However, it is very easy for the devotees to capture the Lord. The Lord is known as Ajita, unconquerable. No one can conquer the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but the Lord consents to be conquered by his devotees. That is his nature. As stated in Padma Purana, Atha Sri Krishna Namadi Nabhavid Grayam Indriye Sevan Mukhe Hi Jivadao Swayameva Spurati Yada. Being pleased by devotional activities, the Lord reveals himself to his devotees. That is the way to understand him. The verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, quoted by Gopinath Acharya, was originally spoken by Lord Brahma when he was defeated by Lord Krishna. Lord Brahma had stolen all the calves and cowherd boys in order to test Krishna's power. Lord Brahma admitted that his own extraordinary powers within the universe were not in the least comparable to the unlimited powers of Lord Krishna. If Lord Brahma can make a mistake in understanding Krishna, what to speak of ordinary persons who either misunderstand Krishna or falsely present a so-called incarnation of Krishna for their own gratification. Jaddapi jagat guru tumi shastra gyanavan prithibite nahi pundit tomaro shaman ঈশ্বরেরও কৃপালেশ নাহি কত মাতে অথৈব ঈশ্বর তত্ত্ব না পারা জানিতে. Gopinath Acharya then addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. You are a great scholar and a teacher of many disciples. Indeed, there is no other scholar like you on earth. Nonetheless, because you are bereft of even a pinch of the Lord's mercy, you cannot understand him, even though he is present in your home. Wow. তোমার নাহিকো দোষ শাস্ত্রে এই কহে পণ্ডিত তত্ত্ব ঈশ্বর তত্ত্ব জ্ঞান কভু নহে. It is not your fault. It is the verdict of the scriptures. You cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead simply by scholarship. This is a very important verse. Even big scholars cannot understand Krishna, yet they dare comment on the Bhagavad Gita. Reading the Bhagavad Gita means understanding Krishna. Yet we actually see many scholars making blunders in trying to understand Krishna. Gopinath Acharya's statement is confirmed in many places in the Vedic literature. In the Katha Upanishad 1.2.23, it is said, Nayam atma pravachena labhyo name dhayana bahuna shrutena yame vaisha vranute tena labhyas tasyasya atmam vivarnate tanum swam. It is also stated in Katha Upanishad 1.2.9, Naishatarkena matir apaneya prokta neva sujanaya prishta yam tvam apa satya dhritirvatasi twadranno bhuyan nachiketa prashta. In fact, the fact is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Super Soul, cannot be attained simply by explanations, logic, or erudite scholarship. One cannot understand him simply by one's brain substance. Even by studying all the Vedic literatures, one cannot understand the Supreme Lord. However, if one is slightly favored by the mercy of the Lord, if the Lord is pleased, one can understand him. But who are the candidates eligible to receive the mercy of the Lord? Only the devotees. They alone can understand what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Lord reveals himself to the sincere devotee when he is pleased with his service. Swayameva spurati yada. One should not try to understand the Lord simply from the statements of the Vedas, nor should one uselessly attempt to decry these statements through reasoning and logic. Sharbabhuma kahe acharya kahu shabdhane tomate ishwar kripa ithe ki pramane. Sharbabhuma Bhattacharya replied, My dear Gopinath Acharya, please speak with care. What is the proof that you have received the mercy of the Lord? Acharya kahe bostu bishay hoy bostu gyan, bostu tattva gyan hoy kripate praman. Gopinath Acharya replied, Knowledge is the summum bonum, the absolute truth, is evidence of the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya informed his brother-in-law Gopinath Acharya, The Supreme Personality of Godhead may not have shown mercy to me, but what is the proof of his having shown it to you? Kindly let us know about this. In reply to this, Gopinath Acharya said that the summum bonum, the absolute truth, and his different potencies are identical. Therefore, one can understand the substance of the absolute truth by the manifestation of his different potencies. The summum bonum includes all potencies in one unit. The absolute truth combined with different characteristics is the original substance, vastu. Parashya shaktir vividhai vashruyate. Thus, the Vedas state that the absolute truth has different potencies. When one understands the characteristics of the potencies of the absolute truth, one is aware of the absolute truth. On the material platform as well, one can understand the substance by the manifestation of its symptoms. For example, when there is heat, it is to be understood that there is fire. The heat of the fire is perceived directly. The fire may not be visible, but one can search out the fire by feeling heat. Similarly, if one can perceive the characteristics of the absolute truth, we can know that he has understood the substance of the absolute truth by the mercy of the Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita 7.25, it is said, Naham Prakasha Sarvasya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, reserves the right of not being exposed to everyone. Sevan mukhehi jivadau swayameva spurati yada. The Lord reveals himself to a devotee when he is completely satisfied by the devotee's service. Thus, one cannot understand the Supreme Lord without his mercy. The absolute truth cannot be understood by speculation, and this is the conclusion of the Bhagavad Gita. Text 90. Iharu shorire shab ishwar lakhan mahaprema besh tumi panchacho darshan payacho darshan. Gopinath Acharya continued, You have seen the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of the Godhead in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, during his absorption in an ecstatic mood, Tobu to Ishwar জ্ঞান না হয় তোমার, ঈশ্বরের মায়া এই বলি ব্যবহার. Despite directly perceiving the symptoms of the Supreme Lord in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you cannot understand him. This is commonly called illusion. Gopinath Acharya is pointing out that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had already seen uncommon symptoms of ecstasy manifested in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. These uncommon symptoms of ecstatic love indicated the Supreme Person, but despite having seen all these symptoms, the Bhattacharya could not understand the Lord's transcendental nature. He was considering the Lord's pastimes to be mundane. This was certainly due to illusion. Dekhile na dekhe tar bohirmukh jan, shuni hashi sarbabhaumu bolilo vachan. A person influenced by the external energy is called bahirmukha jan, a mundane person, because despite his perception, he cannot understand the real substance. Hearing Gopinath Acharya say this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya smiled and began to speak as follows. Purport: when one's heart is not cleansed, one cannot awaken the transcendental nature of devotional service. As Lord Krishna confirms in the Bhagavad Gita 7.28, Yesham tvantagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvandamoha nirmukta bhajante mam drida prata. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. When one is actually engaged in pure devotional service, it is understood that he has already attained freedom from all reactions to sinful activities. In other words, it is to be understood that devotees are already freed from sin. A sinful person, a miscreant, Dushkriti, cannot engage in devotional service, nor can one engage in devotional service simply on the basis of scholarly speculation. One has to wait for the mercy of the Lord in order to render pure devotional service. Ishtogoshti bichar kori na kori horosh, shastro drishte kohi, kichu na loiyo dosh. The Bhattacharya said, we are just having a discussion among friends and considering the points described in the scriptures. Do not become angry. I am simply speaking on the strength of the Shastras. Please don't take offense. Mahabhagvat hai Chaitanya Goshai, ei koli kale Vishnur avatar nai. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is certainly a great uncommon devotee, but we cannot accept him as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, because according to Shastra, there is no incarnation in this age of Kali. Otoeb trijug kori kohi Vishnu naam, koli juge avatar nahi Shastra gan. Another name for Lord Vishnu is Triyuga, because there is no incarnation of Lord Vishnu in Kali Yuga. Indeed, this is the verdict of the revealed scriptures. Purport: the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, is known as Triyuga, which means that he is manifest in 3 yugas. However, this means that in the age of Kali, the Lord appears not directly but in disguise. This is confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.38. Ithamna Triyak Rishi Deva Jhasavat Tarer Lokam Vibhavayasi Hamsi Jagat Pratipan Dharmam Mahapurusha Pasi Yugan Vritam Channa Kalau Yad Abhavastriyogo Tav Satvam. My Lord, you kill all the enemies of the world in your multifarious incarnations in the family of men, animals, demigods, rishis, aquatics, and so on. Thus you illuminate the worlds with transcendental knowledge. In the age of Kali, O Mahapurusha, you sometimes appear in a covered incarnation. Therefore, you are known as Triyuga, one who appears in only 3 yugas. Srila Sridhar Swami has also verified that Lord Vishnu appears in the age of Kali but does not act as he does in the other ages. Lord Vishnu incarnates for two purposes, Paritranaya Sadhunam Vinashayastra Dushkrita. That is, he comes to engage in pastimes with his devotees and to annihilate the demons. These purposes are visible in the Satya, Treta, and Dwapar Yugas. But in Kali Yuga, the Lord appears disguised. He does not directly kill demons, but give protection to the faithful. Because the Lord is not directly perceived in Kali Yuga, but is directly known in the other three yugas. His name is Triyuga. Shuniya acharya kahe dukhi hoiya mone, shastrogo koriya tumi karo bhimane. Upon hearing this, Gopinath Acharya became very unhappy. He said to Bhattacharya, "You consider yourself the knower of all Vedic scriptures. Bhagavad Bharat dui shastrer pradhan, shei dui grantha bakke nahi abodan." Srimad Bhagavatam and the Mahabharata are the two most important Vedic scriptures, but you have paid no attention to their statements. সেই দুই কহে কলিতে সাক্ষাৎ অবতার, তুমি কহ কলিতে নাহি বিষ্ণুর প্রচার. In Srimad Bhagavatam and Mahabharata, it is stated that the Lord appears directly. But you say that in this age there is no manifestation or incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Kali যুগে লীলা অবতার না করে ভগবান, অতএব ত্রিযুগ করি কহি তার নাম. In this age of Kali, there is no Lila avatar of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, he is known as Triyug. That is one of his holy names. Purport. A Lila avatar is an incarnation of the Lord who performs a variety of activities without making any special endeavor. He always has one pastime after another, all full of transcendental pleasure, and these pastimes are fully controlled by the Supreme Person. The Supreme Person is totally independent of all others in these pastimes. While teaching Sanatan Goswami, Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 20.296 to 298, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu pointed out that one cannot count the number of Lila avatars. Lila avatar Krishnero na jai ganana, pradhan koriya kohi dik darshana. However, the Lord told Sanatan, I shall explain the chief Lila avatars. Matsyakurma Raghunath Nrsimha Vaman Varahadi Lekha Jara Najai Ganan. Thus, the Lord's incarnations were enumerated, including Matsya, the fish incarnation, Kurma, the tortoise, Lord Ramachandra, Narsimhadev, Vamandev, and Varaha, the boar incarnation. Thus, there are innumerable Lila avatars, and all these exhibit wonderful pastimes. Lord Varaha, the boar incarnation, lifted the entire planet from the depths of the Garbhodaka ocean. The tortoise incarnation, Lord Kurma, became a pivot for the emulsification of the whole sea. And Lord Narsimhadev appeared as half man, half lion. These are some of the wonderful and uncommon features of Lila avatars. In his book, Laghu Bhagavatamrita, Srila Rupa Goswami has enumerated the following 25 Lila avatars. Chatushana, Narada, Varaha, Matsya, Yagya, Naranarayan, Kapila, Dattatreya, Hayasirsha, Hayagriva, Hamsa, Prishnigarva, Rishabha, Prithu, Nrsimha, Kurma, Dhanvantari, Mohini, Vamana, Parshurama, Raghavendra, Vyasa, Balaram, Krishna, Buddha, and Kalki. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not mentioned as a Lila avatar because he is an incarnation in disguise, Channa avatar. In this age of Kali, there is no Lila avatars, but there is an incarnation of the Lord manifested in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This has been explained in Srimad Bhagavatam. Prati juge karen Krishna juga avatar, tarko nishta hriday tomar nahiko bichar. Gopinath Acharya continued, there is certainly an incarnation in every age. and such an incarnation is called the Yuga avatar. But your heart has become so hardened by logic and arguments that you cannot consider all these facts.
I think that's the reason no, we are not able to get the truths easily.
Yes, Prabhu, far from it. Okay. Asanvarnastrayo hiyasya grihnato nu yugam tanu shuklo raktas tatha pita idanim krishnatam gata. In the past, your son has had bodies of different colors according to the age. These colors were white, red, and yellow. In this age, Dwapar Yuga, he has accepted a blackish body. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8.13 was spoken by Garga Muni when he was performing the rituals at Lord Krishna's name-giving ceremony. He states that the incarnations of the Lord in other ages had been white, red, and yellow. This yellow color refers to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whose bodily complexion was yellowish. This confirms that in past Kali Yugas, the Lord also had incarnated in a body that was yellow in hue. So hard to comprehend all this. It is understood that the Lord incarnates in different colors for the different yugas, Satya, Treta, Dwapar, and Kali. Accepting the yellow color, yellow, Pita, as well as other characteristics, the Lord incarnated as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is the verdict of all Vedic authorities. Iti dvapara urvaisha stuvanti jagadishwaram nana tantra vidanena kalau api tatha shrinu. In the age of Kali, as well as in Dwapar Yuga, the people offer prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead by various mantras and observe the regulative principles of the supplementary Vedic literatures. Now please hear of this from me. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.31. Krishnavarnam tusha krishnam sangopangastasha parshadam yagnai sankirtana prayer yajanti hi sumedhasha. In this age of Kali, those who are intelligent perform the congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who appears in this age, always describing the glories of Krishna. That incarnation is yellowish in hue and is always associated with his plenary expansions, such as Sri Nityananda Prabhu, and personal expansions, such as Gadadhar, as well as his devotees and associates, such as Swarup Damodar. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.32 is explained by Sri Jiva Goswami in his Krama Sandarbha, as quoted by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in regard to the explanation of Adi Leela, 3rd chapter, verse 52. Text 104. Suvarna varno hemango varnagas chandanangadi sannyasa krichama shanto nishta shanti parayana. The Lord in the incarnation of Gaurasundar has a golden complexion. Indeed, his entire body, which is very nicely constituted, is like molten gold. Sandalwood pulp is smeared all over his body. He will take the 4th order of spiritual life, sannyas, and will be very much controlled, self-controlled. He will be distinguished from Mayavadi sannyasis in that he will be fixed in devotional service and will spread the Sankirtan movement. Gopinath Acharya quoted this verse from the Mahabharata's Vishnu Sahasranam Stotra. Tomar age eto kothar nahi proyojon ushor bhumite jano bijero rupon. Gopinath Acharya then said, there is no need to quote so much evidence from the Shastras, for you are a very dry speculator. There is no need to sow seeds in barren land. That's Tomar upore tar kripa jabe hobe Eshab Siddhanto Tabe Tumiho Kohibe. When the Lord will be pleased with you, you will understand these conclusions and will quote from the Shastras. Wow. Tomar je shishya kahe kutarko nanabad, ihar ki dosh, ei mayar prasad. The false arguments and philosophical word jugglery in your disciples are not faults of theirs. They have simply received the benediction of Mayavad philosophy. Text 108. Yat Shaktayo vadatam vadinam vai vidata vivada samvada bhuvo bhavanti kurvanti chaisham muhuratma moham tasmai namo ananta gunaya bhumne. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of unlimited qualities and whose different potencies bring about agreement and disagreement between disputants. Thus, the illusory energy again and again covers the self-realization of both disputants. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 6.4.31. Yuktam cha santi sarvatra bhashante brahmana yatha mayam madiyam udgrihya vadatam kim nu durghatam. In almost all cases, whatever learned brahmanas speak becomes accepted. Nothing is impossible for one who takes shelter of my illusory energy and speaks under her influence. In this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.22.4, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains that his illusory energy can perform the impossible. Such is the power of the illusory energy. In many cases, philosophical speculators have covered the real truth and have boldly set forth false theories. In ancient times, philosophers such as Kapila, Gautama, Jamini, Kanada, and similar brahmanas propounded useless philosophical theories. And in modern days, so-called scientists are setting forth many false theories about the creation, backed up by seemingly logical arguments. This is all due to the influence of the Supreme Lord's illusory energy. The illusory energy, therefore, sometimes appears correct because it is emanating from the Supreme Correct. To avoid the very bewildering illusory influence, one must accept the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as they are. Only then can one escape the influence of the illusory energy. তবে ভট্টাচার্য কহে যাও যাহ গোসাই স্থানে আমার নামে গণ শহীদ কর নিমন্ত্রণে. After hearing this from Gopinath Acharya, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, first go to the place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is staying and invite him here with his associates. Ask him on my account. Proshadani tare kara ho age bhikha Paschatashi amare koraiyo shikha. Take Jagannath Prasadam and first give it to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. After that, come back here and teach me well. Acharya Bhogini Poti Shalak Bhattacharya Ninda Stuti Hashe Shikha Karano Acharya. Gopinath Acharya was the brother-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Therefore, his relationship was very sweet and intimate. Under the circumstances, Gopinath Acharya taught him by sometimes blaspheming him, sometimes praising him, and sometimes laughing at him. This has been going on for some time.
He has been teaching.
আচার্যের সিদ্ধান্তে মুকুন্দের হইল সন্তোষ, ভট্টাচার্যের বাক্যে মনে হইল দুঃখ রোষ. Srila Mukunda Datta felt very satisfied to hear the conclusive statements of Gopinath Acharya, but he became very unhappy and angry to hear the statements put forward by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. গোসাইর স্থানে আচার্য কইল আগমন, ভট্টাচার্যের নামে তারে কইল নিমন্ত্রণ. According to the instructions of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Gopinath Acharya went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and invited him on the Bhattacharya's behalf. মুকুন্দ সহিত কহে ভট্টাচার্যের কথা, ভট্টাচার্যের নিন্দা করে মনে পাইয়া ব্যথা. The Bhattacharya statements were discussed before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Gopinath Acharya and Mukunda Datta disapproved of the Bhattacharya statements because they caused mental pain. Shuni Mahaprabhu kahe oiche mat kaho, ama prati Bhattacharyer hoy anugraha. Hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Do not speak like that. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has shown great affection and mercy towards me. Amar sannyas dharma chahin rakhite, vatsalya karone karen ki doshi hate." Out of paternal affection for me, he wants to protect me and see that I follow the regulative principles of a sannyasi. What fault is there in this? Ardin Mahaprabhu Bhattacharya shane, anande korila Jagannath darshane. The next morning, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya together visited the temple of Lord Jagannath. Both of them were in a very pleasant mood. Bhattacharya sange tar mundire aila, Prabhure ashon diya apone boshila. When they entered the temple, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya offered Chaitanya Mahaprabhu a seat, while he himself sat down on the floor out of due respect for a sannyasi. Vedanta পড়াইতে তবে আরম্ভ করিলা, স্নেহ ভক্তি করি কিছু প্রভুরে কহিলা. He then began to instruct Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on Vedanta philosophy. And out of affection and devotion, he spoke to the Lord as follows. The Vedanta or Brahma Sutra, written by Srila Vyasadeva, is a book studied by all advanced spiritual students, especially by the sannyasis of all religious communities, sampradayas. The sannyasis must read the Vedanta Sutra to establish their final conclusions concerning Vedic knowledge. Here, of course, the Vedanta mentioned is the commentary of Shankaracharya known as Shariraka Bhashya. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya intended to convert Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who was a Vaishnava sannyasi, into a Mayavad sannyasi. He therefore made this arrangement to instruct him in the Vedanta Sutra according to the Shariraka commentary of Shankaracharya. All the sannyasis of the Shankara Sampradaya enjoy seriously reading the Vedanta Sutra with the Shariraka Bhashya commentary. It is said, Vedanta Vakyeshu Sada Ramantaha. One should always enjoy the studies of the Vedanta Sutra. Vedanta Shravane Sannashir Dharma Nirantar Karo Tumi Vedanta Shravana. The Bhattacharya said, hearing Vedanta philosophy is a sannyasi's main business. Therefore, without hesitation, you should study Vedanta philosophy, hearing it without cessation from a superior person. Prabhu kahe more tumi karo anugraha, sei je kartabbo tumi jei more karo. Lord Chaitanya replied, "You are very merciful to me, and therefore I think it is my duty to obey your order." 7 দিন পর্যন্ত ইচ্ছে করে না শ্রবণ, ভালো মন্দ নাহি কহে বসি মাত্র শোন. Thus, for 7 days, continually, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu listened to the Vedanta philosophy expounded by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. However, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not say anything and did not indicate whether it was right or wrong. He simply sat there and listened to the Bhattacharya. অষ্টম দিবসে তারে পুছে সার্বভৌম, 7 দিন করো তুমি বেদান্ত শ্রবণ. On the 8th day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, "You have been listening to Vedanta philosophy from me continually for 7 days. Bhalo mondo nahi kaho raho mauna dhori, বুঝো কি না বুঝো, ইহা বুঝিতে না পারি." You have simply been listening, fixed in your silence. Since you do not say whether you think it is right or wrong, I cannot know whether you are actually understanding Vedanta philosophy or not. Prabhu kahe murkho ami nahi adhyayan, tomar agyate matro koriye shravan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, I am a fool and consequently I do not study the Vedanta Sutra. I'm just trying to hear it from you because you have ordered me. Sannashir dharma lagi শ্রবণ মাত্র করি তুমি যেই অর্থ করো বুঝিতে না পারি. Only for the sake of executing the duties of the renounced order of sannyas do I listen. Unfortunately, I cannot in the least understand the meaning you are presenting. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu presented himself as if he were a sannyasi in name only, or in other words, a number one fool. Mayavadi sannyasis in India are very much accustomed to declaring themselves Jagat Gurus, teachers of the world, although they have no information of the outside world and are limited in their experience to a small town or village or perhaps to the country of India. Nor do such sannyasis have sufficient education. Unfortunately, at the present moment, there are many foolish sannyasis both in India and elsewhere who simply read and study Vedic literature without understanding the purports. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was having his discussion with the Chandkazi, the Muslim magistrate of Navadvip, he recited a verse from the Vedic literature to the effect that the order of sannyasa is prohibited in the age of Kali. Only those who are very serious and who follow the regulative principles and study Vedic literature should accept sannyasa. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu approved of a sannyasi's reading the Vedanta Sutra or Brahma Sutra, but he did not approve the Shariraka commentary of Shankaracharya. Indeed, he said elsewhere, Mayavadi Bhashya Shunile Hoy Sharvanash. If one hears the Shariraka Bhashya of Shankaracharya, he is doomed. Thus, a sannyasi, a transcendentalist, must read the Vedanta Sutra regularly, but he should not read the Shariraka Bhashya. This is the conclusion of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The real commentary on the Vedanta Sutra is Srimad Bhagavatam. Arthoyam Brahma Sutranam. Srimad Bhagavatam is the original commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, written by the author himself, Srila Vyasdev. Bhattacharya kahena na bujhi heno gyana jar bujhibar lagi she buche purnabar. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, I accept that you do not understand, yet even one who does not understand inquires about the subject matter. তুমি শুনি শুনি রহ মৌন মাত্র ধরি হৃদয়ে কি আছে তোমার বুঝিতে না পারি. You are hearing again and again, yet you keep silent. I cannot understand what is actually within your mind. প্রভু কহে সূত্রের অর্থ বুঝিয়ে নির্মল তোমার ব্যাখ্যা শুনি মন হয়তো বিকল. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then revealed his mind, saying, I can understand the meaning of each sutra very clearly, but your explanations have simply agitated my mind. The factual meaning of the aphorisms of the Vedanta Sutra is as clear as sunshine. The Mayavadi philosophers simply try to cover the sunshine with the clouds of interpretations imagined by Shankaracharya and his followers. Shutrer artho bhashya kahe prokashiya, tumi bhashya kaho shutrer artho acha diya. The meaning of the aphorisms in the Vedanta Sutra contain clear purports in themselves, but other purports you presented simply covered the meanings of the sutras like a cloud. Purport, please refer to Adilila 7th chapter, verses 106 to 146 for an explanation of this verse. Shutrero mukho artho na kore koroho byakhyan kalponarthe tumi taha koro achadan. You do not explain the direct meaning of the Brahma Sutras. Indeed, it appears that your business is to cover their real meaning. This is typical of all Mayavadis or atheists who interpret the meaning of Vedic literature in their own imaginative way. The real purpose of such foolish people is to impose the impersonalist conclusion on all Vedic literature. The Mayavadi atheists also interpret the Bhagavad Gita. In every verse of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, It is clearly stated that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In every verse, Vyasadeva says, Shri Bhagavano Vacha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, or the Blessed Lord said. It is clearly stated that the Blessed Lord is the Supreme Person. But Mayavadi atheists still try to prove that the absolute truth is impersonal. In order to present their false imaginary meanings, they must adopt so much word jugglery and grammatical interpretation that they finally become ludicrous. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remarked that no one should hear the Mayavadi commentaries or purports to any Vedic literature. Upanishad shabde je mukha artha hoy, shei artha mukha basha sutre shab koy. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, the Vedanta Sutra is the summary of all the Upanishads. Therefore, whatever direct meaning is there in the Upanishads is also recorded in the Vedanta Sutra or Vyasa Sutra. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati has explained the word Upanishad in his Anubhashya. Please refer to Adi Leela 2nd chapter, 5th verse, and Adi Leela 7th chapter, verses 106 and 108 for this explanation. Mukhartho chhariya karo gaunartho kalpana, abhida vritti chhari karo shabdero lakphana. For each sutra, the direct meaning must be accepted without interpretation. However, you simply abandon the direct meaning and proceed with your imaginative interpretation. Pramane ramoddhe shruti praman pradhan, shruti je mukhartho kahe, she praman. Although there is other evidence, the evidence given in the Vedic version must be taken as foremost. Vedic versions understood directly are first-class evidence. Works that should be consulted are Srila Jiva Goswami's Tattva Sandarbha 10 to 11, Srila Baladev Vidyabhushan's commentary on that, and the following verses of the Brahma Sutra, Shastra Yonitvat, verses 1.1.3, Tarka Pratishtanat, verse 2.1.11, and Shrutestu Shabda Mulatvat, Madhavendracharya, verses 2.1.27, as commented upon by Sri Ramanujacharya, Sri Madhavendracharya, Sri Nimbarkacharya, and Srila Baladev Vidyabhushan. In his book Sarva Samvadini, Srila Jiva Goswami has noted that although there are 10 kinds of evidence, direct perception, the Vedic version, historical reference, hypnosis, and so on, and although they are all generally accepted as evidence, the person presenting a hypothesis regarding the Vedic version, perceiving or interpreting by its experience, is certain to be imperfect in 4 ways. That is, he is subject to committing mistakes, to becoming illusion, to cheating, and to having imperfect senses. Although the evidence may be correct, the person himself is in danger of being misled due to his material defects. Apart from the direct presentation, there is a chance that an interpretation may not be perfect. Therefore, the conclusion is that only a direct presentation can be considered evidence. An interpretation cannot be accepted as evidence, but may be considered proof of evidence. Cannot be, but may be considered proof of evidence. In the Bhagavad Gita, at the very beginning, it is stated, Dhritarashtra vacha dharmashetre kurukshetre samaveta yuyutsava mamaka pandava straiva kima kurvata sanjaya. The statements of the Bhagavad Gita are themselves proof that there is a place of religious pilgrimage named Kurukshetra, where the Pandavas and the Kurus met to fight. After meeting there, what did they do? This was Dhritarashtra's inquiry to Sanjaya. Although these statements are very clear, atheists try to interpret different meanings of the words Dharmakshetra and Kurukshetra. Therefore, Srila Jiva Goswami has warned us not to depend on any kind of interpretation. It is better to take the verses as they are, without interpretation. Jibero ostivishta dui shankho gomoy, shruti bakke she dui mahapavitra hai. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, conch shells and cow dung are nothing but bones and stool of some living entities. But, according to the Vedic version, they are both considered very pure. According to Vedic principles, bones and dungs are generally considered very impure. If one touches a bone or stool, he must take a bath immediately. That is the Vedic injunction. Yet the Vedas also enjoin that a conch shell, although the bone of an animal, and cow dung, although the stool of an animal, are very much sanctified. Even though such statements appear contradictory on the basis of the Vedic version, we still accept the fact that conch shells and cow dung are pure and sanctified. Shata praman bed shata jai koi, lakhana korile shata praman nohani hai. The Vedic statements are self-evident. Whatever is stated there must be accepted. If we interpret according to our own imagination, the authority of the Vedas is immediately lost. Purport: out of the four main types of evidence, direct perception, hypothesis, historical reference, and the Vedas, Vedic evidence is accepted as the foremost. If we want to interpret the Vedic version, we must imagine an interpretation according to what we want to do. First of all, we set forth such an interpretation as a suggestion or hypothesis. As such, it is not actually true, and the self-evident proof is lost. Sri Madhavacharya, commenting on the aphorism Drishtyate, Tu Vedanta Sutra 2.1.6, quotes the Bhavishya Purana as follows. Rig Yaju Samatharvascha Bharatam Pancharatrakam Mula Ramayanam Chaiva Veda iti evas Shabdita Puranani cha yaniha Vaishnavani vido vido Swata pramanyam etesham natra kinchit vicharyate. The Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda, Mahabharat, Pancharatra, and original Ramayana are all considered Vedic literatures. The Puranas such as Brahma Vaivartata Puran, Naradiya Puran, Vishnu Puran, and Bhagavat Puran are especially meant for Vaishnavas and are also Vedic literature. As such, whatever is stated within the Puranas, Mahabharata, and Ramayana is self-evident. There is no need for interpretation. The Bhagavad Gita is also within the Mahabharata. Therefore, all the statements of the Bhagavad Gita are self-evident. There is no need for interpretation. And if we do interpret, the entire authority of the Vedic literature is lost. Bashutrer artho joiche surjero kiran, shakalpito bhashya meghe kare achhadan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, the Brahma Sutra, compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, is as radiant as the sun. One who tries to interpret its meaning simply covers that sunshine with a cloud. Ved Purane kahe Brahma nirupan, Shei Brahma brihadastu Ishara Lakhan. All the Vedas and literature that strictly follow the Vedic principles explain that the Supreme Brahman is the absolute truth, the greatest of all, and a feature of the Supreme Lord. Purport: the greatest of everything is Sri Krishna. Lord Krishna states in the Bhagavad Gita 15.15, Vedescha sarver ahameva vedya. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.11, it is said that the absolute truth is understood in three phases, namely Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavan iti Shabdyate. Thus, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the last word in understanding the absolute truth, Brahman. Sarvaishvarya Paripurna Swayam Sarvaishvarya Paripurna Swayam Bhagavan Tanre Nirakar Kari Karaha Vyakhan. Actually, the Supreme Absolute Truth is a person, this personality of Godhead full of all opulences. You are trying to explain him as impersonal and formless. Brahman means Brihatva, the greatest of all. The greatest of all is Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He possesses all potencies and opulences in full. Therefore, the absolute truth, the greatest of all, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Whether one says Brahman or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the fact is the same, for they are identical. In the Bhagavad Gita, Arjun accepted Krishna as Param Brahma, Param Dhama. Although the living entities or material nature are sometimes described as Brahman, Parabrahman, the supreme and greatest of all Brahmans is still Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is full with all opulences, and as such, he possesses all riches, all strength, all reputation, all knowledge, all beauty, and all renunciation. He is eternally a person and eternally supreme. If one tries to explain the Supreme impersonally, one distorts the real meaning of Brahman. Nirbisheshetare kahe jai Shrutigan prakrita nishedi kare aprakrita sthapan. Wherever there is an impersonal description in the Vedas mean to establish that everything belongs to the Supreme Personality of Godhead everything belonging to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is transcendental and free of mundane characteristics. There are many impersonal statements about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As stated in the Shvetashvara Upanishad, Apanipado Javano Grihita Pashyati Achakshu Sashanoti Akarna Savetti Vedyam Nachatasyati Veta Tamahur Agryam Purusham Mahantam. Although the Supreme Lord is described as having no hands and legs, he nonetheless accepts all sacrificial offerings. He has no eyes, yet he sees everything. He has no ears, yet he hears everything. When it is stated that the Supreme Lord has no hands and legs, one should not think that he is impersonal. Rather, he has no mundane hands or legs like ours. He has no eyes, yet he sees. This means that he does not have mundane limited eyes like ours. Rather, he has such eyes that he can see past, present, and future, everywhere in every corner of the universe, and in every corner of the heart of every living entity. Thus, the impersonal descriptions of the Vedas intend to deny mundane characteristics in the Supreme Lord. They do not intend to establish the Supreme Lord as impersonal. Text 142. Okay. Ya ya shrutir jalpati nirvishesham sa bhitattate sa vishenam eva vichare yoge sati hantatasam prayobaliya sa vishesham eva. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, whatever Vedic mantras describe the absolute truth impersonally only prove in the end that the absolute truth is a person. The Supreme Lord is understood in two features, impersonal and personal. If one considers the Supreme Personality of Godhead in both features, he can actually understand the absolute truth. He knows that the impersonal understanding is stronger because we see that everything is full of variety. No one can see anything that is not full of variety. Purport. This is a quotation from Sri Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka by Kavi Karnapur. 143. Brahma hoite janme bishwa brahmete jibaye সেই ব্রহ্মে পুনরপি হয়ে যায় লয়. Everything is the cosmic manifestation, emanates from the absolute truth, remains in the absolute truth, and after annihilation again enters the absolute truth. Purport. In the Tatyatriya Upanishad 3.1, it is said, Yato va imani bhutani jayante. The entire material cosmic manifestation is born of the Supreme Brahman. Also, the Brahma Sutra begins with the verse Janmadiyasya Yatha. The absolute truth is that from whom everything emanates. Brahma Sutra 1.1.2. That absolute truth is Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita 10.8, Krishna says, Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. Therefore, Krishna is the original absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Again, Krishna states in the Bhagavad Gita 9.4, Maya tatamidam sarvam jagat avyakta murtina. By him, in my manifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. And as confirmed in the Brahma Samhita 5.37, Goloka eva nivashati akhilatma bhuta. Although the Lord always stays in his abode, Goloka Vrindavan, he is still all-pervading. His all-pervasive feature is understood to be impersonal because one does not find the form of the Lord in that all-pervasiveness. One cannot find the form of the Lord. Actually, everything is resting on the rays of his bodily effulgence. The Brahma Samhita 5.40 also says, Yasya prabhavo Yasya prabha prabhavato jagadanda kotishvashesha vasudaihi vibhuti bhinnam. Due to the rays of the Lord's bodily effulgence, millions of universes are created just as planets are created from the sun. Apadan karon odhikaron karuk tin bhagavane shabisheshe ei tin chinho. The personal features of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are categorized in three cases, namely ablative, instrumental, and locative. Purport. Srila Thakur states in his Amrita Prabhava Bhashya that according to the injunction of the Upanishads, the Supreme Absolute Truth is He from whom everything emanates. It is understood that the whole cosmic manifestation emanated from Brahman, the Supreme Absolute Truth. The creation subsists by the energy of the Supreme Brahman, and after annihilation merges into the Supreme Brahman. From this, we can understand that the Absolute Truth can be categorized in three cases: ablative, instrumental, and locative. According to these three cases, the Absolute Truth is positively personified. In this connection, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati quotes the Aitreya Upanishad 1.1.1. Atma va idam ekagra asin nanyat kinchana mishat sa ikshata lokanu shruja iti. Similarly, in the Shvetashvara Upanishad 4.9, it is stated, Chandamsi yagya kratavo vritani bhutam bhavyam yaccha veda vadanti yasyam mai srijate vishvam etat tasminschanyo mayaya sanniruddha. And in the Tatyatriya Upanishad 3.1, Yato va imani bhutani jayante yena jatani jivanti yat prayanti abhisham vishanti tat Vijigyasva Tat Brahma. This was the answer given by Father Varun when questioned by his son Varuni Bhrigu about the absolute truth. In this mantra, the word Yataha, the absolute truth from which the cosmic manifestation has emanated, is in the ablative case. In this mantra, the word Yataha, the absolute truth from which the cosmic manifestation has emanated, is in the absolute ablative case. That Brahma by which this universal creation is maintained is in the instrumental case. Okay, Yena. And that Brahman into which the whole cosmic manifestation merges is in the locative case, or Yat or Yasmin. It is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.20. Idam hi vishvam bhagavan ivetaro yato jagatsthana nirodha sambhava. The entire universal creation is contained in the gigantic form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Everything emanates from him, everything rests in his energy, and after annihilation, everything merges into his person. Bhagavan bohu hoite jabe koilo mon, prokrito shoktite tabe koilo bilokan. Shekale nahi janme prakrito manayon, অতএব অপ্রাকৃত ব্রহ্মের মন. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead wished to become many, he glanced over the material energy. Therefore, before the creation, there was no mundane eyes or mind. Therefore, the transcendental nature of the Absolute Truth's mind and eyes is confirmed. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.3, it is said, Tad aikshata bahu swayam prajayaya. The statement confirms the fact that when the Supreme Personality of Godhead wishes to become many, the cosmic manifestation arises simply by his glancing over material nature. It may be noted that the Supreme Lord glanced over the material nature before the creation of this cosmic manifestation. Before the creation, there were no material minds or material eyes. Therefore, the mind by which the Supreme Personality of Godhead desired to create is transcendental, and the eyes with which he glanced over material nature are also transcendental. Thus, the Lord's mind, eyes, and other senses are all transcendental. Text 147. Brahma Shabde kahe purno shayam bhagavan. Shayam Bhagavan Krishna Shastrero Praman. The word Brahman indicates the complete Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Sri Krishna. That is the verdict of all Vedic literature. The word Brahman indicates the complete Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Lord Krishna. Purport. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 15.15, where the Lord says, Vedescha sarver ahameva vedya. The ultimate object in all Vedic literature is Krishna. Everyone is searching for him. This is also confirmed. This is also confirmed elsewhere in the Bhagavad Gita 7.19. Bahunam janma namante gyanavan mam prapadyate. Vyasudevam sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabha. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. When one has actually become wise through the study of Vedic literature, he surrenders unto Vasudev, Bhagavan Sri Krishna. This is also confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.7 to 8. Vasudeve Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojitaha Janayatiyashu Vairagyam Jnanam Cha Ahitukam Dharmasvanut Anushtita pumsam vikash vishvakena katha suya notpadayat yadi ratim shrama eva hi kevalam. Understanding Vasudeva is real knowledge. By engaging in the devotional service of Vasudeva, Krishna, one acquires perfect knowledge and Vedic literature, Vedic understanding. Thus, one becomes detached from the material world. This is the perfection of human life. Although one may perfectly follow religious rituals and ceremonies, he is simply wasting his time. Shrama eva hi kevalam. If he does not attain this perfection, if he does not attain this perfection. Before the creation of the cosmic manifestation, the Supreme Personality of Godhead possessed his totally transcendental mind and eyes. That Supreme Personality of Godhead is Krishna. A person may think that there is no direct statement between Krishna in the Upanishad and, a person may think there is no direct statement about Krishna in the Upanishads, but the fact is that the Vedic mantras cannot be understood by people with mundane senses. As stated in the Padma Purana, Atha Sri Krishna Namadi na bhaved grahyam indriye, a person with mundane senses cannot fully understand the name, qualities, form, and pastimes of Sri Krishna. The Puranas are therefore meant to explain and supplement Vedic knowledge. The great sages present the Puranas in order to make the Vedic mantras understandable for the common men. Sri Shudra Dvija Bandhunam. Considering that women, Shudras and Dvija Bandhus, unworthy sons of the twice born, cannot understand the Vedic hymns directly, Srila Vyasdev compiled the Mahabharata. Actually, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Vedeshu Durlabham, untraceable in the Vedas. Untraceable in the Vedas. But when the Vedas are properly understood, or when Vedic knowledge is received from devotees, one can understand that all Vedic knowledge leads to Sri Krishna. The Brahma Sutra 1.1.3 confirms this fact also. Shastra Unitvat. Commenting upon this Brahma Sutra aphorism, Sri Madhavacharya says the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda, Mahabharata, Pancharatra, and the original Valmiki Ramayana are all Vedic literatures. Any literature following the conclusive statements of these Vedic literature is also to be considered Vedic literature. Any literature following the conclusive statements of these Vedic literatures is also considered to be Vedic literature. That literature which does not conform to Vedic literature is simply a waste of time. Therefore, when reading Vedic literature, one must take the path traversed by many acharyas, Mahajanoyina Gatasa Pantha. Unless one follows the path traversed by great acharyas, he cannot understand the real purport of the Vedas.
Madhya, you have been going on for philosophy. You want to say something for a minute?
Yes, Prabhu. I know a lot of philosophy. So I'll go. Actually, before that, I wanted to talk about the fact that no one can understand the Lord without His mercy. All the scholarship and all the mental speculation, none of that can reveal the Lord. It is only when the Lord wants to. And in fact, I was the last verse that I spoke on in our Srimad Bhagavatam class mentioned that the Yadus were actually did not know the Lord as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They were only able to know up to the Paramatma stage. And Prabhupada says that is because they are very unfortunate, and that's because they did not have the mercy. So, which was a little bewildering, but yeah.
Bewildering for you. What to speak of other people, no?
Oh, Prabhu, please. I don't know anything. But yeah. So anyway, but then what was it? Yeah. in that, though,
Oh.
it is. I was trying to remember the explanation, but anyway. So yeah, so that's what I mean here. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, his brother-in-law is trying so hard to make him understand that that the Lord is
like you, no? Like how you do at home.
Yeah, but he is totally unwilling to understand that. And Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya also says that you need the mercy, otherwise all this scholarship and everything that you are reading, you're interpreting them completely differently. And yeah, and then still, I mean, but Mahaprabhu is fine. Mahaprabhu is very so compassionate. He's like,
he's able to sit like that for 7 days.
7 days, I know, my goodness. And listening to Mayavad, oh gosh.
And because I cannot sit. If someone says something, I'll just blast off the things there.
Yeah, and he's just taking it as, okay, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is trying to be nice to me to make sure that I keep up my sannyas.
Actually, there was a similar verse was covered. Yamunajivan Prabhu spoke on this verse in the Bhagavatam. How to stay balanced when someone are speaking. The couple of verses before the verse you spoke.
Yeah.
Nice. Shastra reading is so nice.
Yeah, there's so much. Yeah. And
so much wealth is there.
My mother used to say, the more you read, the more you want to, read more and learn more. It's like so deep, so deep. She used to always say that.
Especially like Chaitanya Charitamrita is really living the ultimate bhakti and goal, so nicely and easily.
Yeah. And it is, I mean, and it is actually so high. I mean, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's
those bhavas and all that.
Bhavas, oh my God, it's like, I mean, it really should not be read in public without, so people don't misunderstand or even make fun. I mean, but it's so beautiful.
Okay. So you can continue. You want to continue? I think we're going to push ourselves together this evening. Everyone will be busy. Today.
Prabhu, I saw a lot of people signed up actually for the reading, no?
Yeah, but nobody joined yet, no?
Nobody has joined, okay. Okay. I can also read if nobody's there.
So let me read a little more and then I have to probably start my stuff. I haven't done anything today.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, 10:20 or Malatmana Prabhu. Yeah. Sure, Prabhu.
Okay. Bedirnigur.
So, 1 second, Mata, do you want to take control of my screen to share the screen?
I can do it for a little bit. Would you like me to? I cannot take over your screen for some reason.
Okay. I think from 11 o'clock, Lakshmikant Prabhu is coming, I believe. So.
Okay, you may do it for 20 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then I have to switch to my computer.
Okay, sure, Madhya. Whenever you're ready, you can just start sharing. Until then, I will go.
So text 148. বেদের নিগুড় অর্থ বুঝানো না হয়, পুরাণ বাক্যে সেই অর্থ করয়ে নিশ্চয়. The confidential meaning of the Vedas is not easily understood by common men. Therefore, that meaning is supplemented by the words of the Puranas. Aho bhagyam nanda gopavrajokasam yan mitram paramanandam purnam brahma sanatanam. How greatly fortunate are Nanda Maharaj, the cowherd men, and all the inhabitants of Brajabhumi. There is no limit to their fortune because the absolute truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal supreme Brahman, has become their friend. This quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.32 is spoken by Lord Brahma. Apani pada shruti varje prakrita pani charana puna kahe shigra chale kare sarva grahana. The Vedic Apanipada mantra rejects material hands and legs, yet it states that the Lord goes very fast and accepts everything offered to him. অতএব শ্রুতি কহে ব্রহ্ম সবই শেষ মুখ্য ছাড়ি লক্ষণাতে মানে নির্বিশেষ. All these mantras confirm that the absolute truth is personal. But the Mayavadis throw away the direct meaning, interpret the absolute truth as impersonal. As mentioned above, the Shvetashvara Upanishad states, Apani pado javano grahita pashyati achakshu sashrinyoti akarnaha savetti vedyam nacha tasyati vetta tam ahur agriyam purusham mahantam. This Vedic mantra clearly states Purusham Mahantam. The word Purusha means person. In Bhagavad Gita 10.12, Arjuna confirms that this person is Krishna when he addresses Krishna as Purusham Shashvatam. You are the original person. Thus, the Purusha Mahantam mentioned in this verse from the Shvetashvara Upanishad is Sri Krishna. His hands and legs are not mundane, but completely transcendental. However, when he comes, fools take him to be an ordinary person. Avajananti mamura manushim tanum ashritam. One who has no Vedic knowledge, who has not studied the Vedas from a bona fide spiritual master, does not know Krishna. Therefore, he is a Mura. Such fools take Krishna to be an ordinary person. Param bhavam ajanata. They do not actually know what Krishna is. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschit yatati siddhe. It is not possible to understand Krishna simply by studying the Vedas perfectly. One must have the mercy of a devotee. Yat padam. One who is not favored by a devotee cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Arjuna confirms this in the Bhagavad Gita 10.14. My Lord is very difficult to understand. It is very difficult to understand your personality. The less intelligent class of men cannot understand the Supreme Lord without being favored by his devotee. Therefore, the Bhagavad Gita 4.34 contains another injunction. Tad vidhi pranipatena praniprashnena sevaya upadekshyanti te jnanam jnaninas tattva darshanam. One has to approach a bona fide spiritual master and surrender to him. Only then can one understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a person. Shoresho purnando vigraho jahar heno bhagavane tumi kaho nirakar. Are you describing as formless that Supreme Personality of Godhead whose transcendental form is complete with 6 transcendental opulences? The Chaitanya Mahaprabhu telling Sarvabhauma. If the Supreme Personality of Godhead is formless, how can he be said to walk very fast and accept everything offered to him? Rejecting the direct meaning of the Vedic mantras, the Mayavadi philosophers interpret them and try to establish the absolute truth as formless. Actually, the Supreme Lord has an eternal personal form full of all opulences. The Mayavadi philosophers try to interpret the absolute truth as being without potency. However, in the Shvetashvatara Upanishad 6.8, it is clearly said, Parashya Shaktir Vividhaiva Shriyate. The absolute truth has multipotencies. Shabhabik tin shakti jai brahme hai, nishaktik kori tare koroho nischay. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has 3 primary potencies. Are you trying to prove that he has no potencies? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu now quotes 4 verses from Vishnu Puran, 6.761 to 63 and 1.1269, to explain the different potencies of the Lord. Vishnu Shakti para prokta kshetra gyakya tatha para avidya karma samgyanya tritiya shakti rishvate ishyate. The eternal potency of the Supreme Lord Vishnu is spiritual as verified by the Shastras. There is another spiritual potency known as Kshetragya or the living entity. The third potency, which is known as nescience, makes the living entity godless and fills him with fruitive activity. In the Bhagavad Gita, in Sri Krishna's discourse on the Kshetra and the Kshetragya, it is clearly stated that the Kshetragya is the living entity who knows his field of activities. The living entities in the material world are forgetful of their eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This forgetfulness is called avidya or nescience. The avidya shakti, the avidya potency of the material world, provokes fruitive activity. Although this avidya shakti, material energy or nescience, is also an energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, it is especially intended to keep the living entities in a state of forgetfulness. This is due to their rebellious attitude towards the Lord. Thus, although the living entities are constitutionally spiritual, they come under the influence of the potencies of nations. How this happens is described in the following verse. Yaya Kshetragya Shakti Sa Veshtita Nripa Sarvaga Samshara Tapan Akhilan Avapnoti Atra Sanatan. O King, the Kshetragya Shakti is the living entity. Although he has the facility to live in either the material or the spiritual world, he suffers the threefold miseries of material existence because he is influenced by the avidya, nescience potency, which covers his constitutional position. Tayatiro hitatvacha shakti kshetragya samnita sarvabhuteshu bhupala taratam yena vartate. This living entity, covered by the influence of nescience, exists in different forms in the material condition. O King, he is thus proportionately freed from the influence of material energy to a greater or lesser degree. The material energy acts on the living entity in different degrees, according to how he acquires the association of the three modes of material nature. There are 8,400,000 species of life, some inferior, some superior, and some mediocre. The gradations of the bodies are calculated according to the covering of material energy. In the lower categories, including aquatics, trees, plants, insects, birds, and so forth, spiritual consciousness is almost non-existent. In the mediocre category, the human form of life, spiritual consciousness is comparatively awakened. In the superior life forms, spiritual consciousness is fully awakened. Then the living entity understands his real position and tries to escape the influence of material energy by developing Krishna consciousness. Latini sandini sambhit tvai eka sarva samshray lada tapa kari mishra tvai no guna varjite. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Satchitananda Vigraha. This means that he originally has three potencies: the pleasure potency, the potency of eternality, and the potency of knowledge. Together, these are called the Chit potency, and they are present in full in the Supreme Lord. For the living entities who are part and parcel of the Lord, the pleasure potency is in the material world is sometimes displeasing and sometimes mixed. This is not the case with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because he is not under the influence of the material energy or its modes. Shuchidanandamay hai Ishwar Swarup তিন অংশে চিৎশক্তি হয় তিন রূপ। The Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his original form, is full of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. The spiritual potency in these three portions, Sat, Chit, and Ananda, assumes three different forms. According to the verdict of the Vedic literature, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the living entity and the illusory energy, this material world, constitute the subject matter of knowledge. That everyone should try to understand the relationships between them. First of all, one should try to understand the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. From the Shastras, we understand that the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the sum total of eternity, bliss, and knowledge. As stated in verse 154, Vishnu Shakti Paraprokta. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the reservoir of all potencies, and his potencies are all spiritual. Anandangshe ladini, shadangshe shandhini, chidangshe shambit, jare gyan korimani. The three portions of the spiritual potency are called Ladini, the bliss portion, Sandhini, the eternity portion, and Samvit, the knowledge portion. We accept knowledge of these as full knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. To acquire knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one must take shelter of the Samvit potency of the Supreme Lord. Knowledge portion. Antaranga chit shakti tathacha jiva shakti bahiranga maya tine kare prema bhakti. The spiritual potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead also appears in three phases: internal, marginal, and external. These are all engaged in his devotional service in love. The spiritual potency of the Lord is manifested in three phases: the internal or spiritual potency, the marginal potency, which consists of the living entities, and the external potency known as Maya Shakti. We must understand that in each of these three phases, the original spiritual potencies of pleasure, eternity, and knowledge remain intact. When the potencies of spiritual pleasure and knowledge are both bestowed upon the conditioned souls can escape the clutches of the external potency, Maya, which acts as a cover obscuring one's spiritual identity. When freed, the living entity awakens to Krishna consciousness and engages in devotional service with love and affection. Sharabiddh ঐশ্বর্য প্রভুর চিৎশক্তি বিলাস হেন শক্তি নাহিমান পরমশাহ. In his spiritual potency, the Supreme Lord enjoys 6 kinds of opulences. You do not accept the spiritual potency, and this is due to your great impudence. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is full with 6 opulences. All of these potencies are on the transcendental platform. To understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead as impersonal and devoid of potency is to go completely against Vedic information. Mayadhish Maya Bash Ishare Jibe Bhed Heno Jibe Ishar Shaho Kahoto Abhed. The Lord is the master of the potencies, and the living entity is the servant of them. That is the difference between the Lord and the living entity. However, you declare that the Lord and the living entities are one and the same. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is by nature the master of all potencies. By nature, the living entities, being infinitesimal, are always under the influence of the Lord's potencies. According to the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1, 1 and 2, Dvasuparna Sayuja Sakhaya Samanam Vriksham Parishavajate Sayor Anya Pipalam Swadva Ati Anasnan Anyo Pichakashti. Samane vrikshe purusho nimangno nishaya shochati mukhyamana justam yada pashyati anyam isham asya mahimanam iti shokaha. The Mundaka Upanishad completely distinguishes the Lord from the living entities. The living entity is subjected to the reactions of fruitive activity, whereas the Lord simply witnesses such activity and bestows the results. According to the living entity's desires, he is wandering from one body to another and from one planet to another under the direction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Paramatma. However, when the living entity comes to his senses by the mercy of the Lord, he is awarded devotional service. Thus, he is saved from the clutches of Maya. At such a time, he can see his eternal friend, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and become free from all lamentation and hankering. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 18.54, where the Lord says, Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma na shochati na kangshate. One who is thus transcendently situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. Thus, it is definitely proved that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of all potencies, and that the living entities are always subjected to these potencies. That is the difference between Mayadhisha and Maya Vasha. শাস্ত্রে জীব রূপ শক্তি পরিমাণে হেন জীবে ভেদ করো ঈশ্বর শানে. In the Bhagavad Gita, the living entity is established as the marginal potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet you say that the living entity is completely different from the Lord. The Brahma Sutra states that according to the principles of Shakti Matar Abheda, the living entity is simultaneously one and different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Qualitatively, the living entity and the Supreme Lord are one, but in quantity they are different. According to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy, Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva, the living entity and the Supreme Lord are accepted as one and different at the same time. Mataji, do you want to take over? Do you want to read? Sorry. It's 11.
Say something, Mataji.
This part is... this part.
Love your inspiration.
Yeah, so I mean, Mahaprabhu is again very patiently explaining to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and he one of the verses is really funny. He's saying that Lord who is the possessor of all opulences in full, you are saying that he is not a person. That one was really funny. And
is also joking, huh?
Mm.
As serious and grave he is.
Yeah. Yeah. And then he keeps explaining about the three potencies, the three primary potencies, that the Lord has the three primary potencies. You're trying to prove that he has no potencies. And so on. So
yes, Madhuri. Thank you. You are such a lover of Chaitanya Charitamrita. I still remember the day you came to the book table and said, I'm taking Chaitanya Charitamrita. I was just, I cannot say yes, I cannot say no, because, I'm so surprised, someone is directly coming and taking Chaitanya Charitamrita, but I don't want to disturb the flow.
yes, true.
You have been so persistent yesterday and today and in all these days. May you share more of your love for Lord Chaitanya and Chaitanya Charitamrita with all of us more and more.
Please pray that I develop some love, Prabhu. Thank you.
You share whatever you have, then it will grow.
Okay, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
That's the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's model.
That is true. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for really doing this. And you are the one who's really staying, fixed and
No,
helping all of us.
you always
facilitate.
support together. So
Thanks, Prabhu. Thank you for your association and inspiration.
Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna.
Okay. Lakshmikant Prabhu, you will be able to more facilitate more do the moderation, right?
Yes, Prabhu, I am sharing my screen. Now next one is Manava.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit going slow. We need to keep up. So you see how much hour you can hold this next 1 hour, Prabhu.
Okay. Anyone would like to read, Prabhu, on the call? Shall I read?
I think you can go ahead. I don't think anyone. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, the storyline is, how Sarvam Bhattacharya is going to get delivered. And there is a nice dialogue that happens between Gopinath Acharya and Sarvam Bhattacharya. And then, of course, hearing the dialogues of Sarvam Bhattacharya, none of the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu members or Gopinath Acharya are happy. But Lord Chaitanya says, no. He's showing a lot of affection to me. He's trying to do something good to me. So let me go. Then he goes to Sarvam Bhattacharya and he hears 7 days, and then now Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is speaking.
Okay.
The flow, Prabhu.
Okay, Prabhu. Thank you.
So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving his, refutations or, things like that.
Okay.
Basically, we are coming close to the end, how such a hard-hearted Sarvam Bhattacharya gets transformed. He going to become a new Sarvabhauma towards the end of this chapter. Hari Bol, Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu. So reading from text 164. Okay. Bhumirapo nalo vayu kammano buddhirevacha ahankara iti yamme binna prakriti rashtatha. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego are my eightfold separated energies. Apareyam itastanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabhaho edam dharyate jagat. Besides these inferior energies, which are material, there is another energy, a spiritual energy, and this is the living being. O mighty armed one, the entire material world is sustained by the living entities. Purport: verses 164 and 165 are quotations from the Bhagavad Gita 7:4-5. Ishwarera Sri Vigraha Sachidananda Anandakara Se Vigrahe Kaha Sattva Gunera Vikhara. The transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is complete in eternity, cognizance, and bliss. However, you describe this transcendental form as a product of material goodness. Sri Vigrahe Namane Sihita Pashanti Adrishya Aprashya Sehahya Yama Dandi. One who does not accept the transcendental form of the Lord is certainly an agnostic. Such a person should be neither seen nor touched. One who does not accept the transcendental form of the Lord is certainly an agnostic. Such a person should be neither seen nor touched. Indeed, he is subjected to be punished by Yamaras. Purport: according to the Vedic instructions, the Supreme Personality of Godhead as his eternal transcendental form, which is always blissful and full of knowledge. Impersonalists think that material refers to the forms within our experience, and the spiritual refers to an absence of form. However, one should know that beyond this material nature is another nature which is spiritual. Just as there are material forms in this material world, there are spiritual forms in the spiritual world. This is confirmed by all Vedic literature. The spiritual forms in the transcendental world have nothing to do with the negative conception of formlessness. The conclusion is that a person is an agnostic when he does not agree to worship the transcendental form of the Lord. Actually, at present moment, all systems of religion deny the worship of the form of the Lord due to ignorance of his transcendental form. The first class materialists, the Mayavadis, imagine 5 specific forms of the Lord, but when they try to equate the worship of such imaginary forms with bhakti, they are immediately condemned. Lord Sri Krishna confirms in the Bhagavad Gita 7:15, where he says, Namam dushkritino moda prapadyante naradama. Bereft of real knowledge due to agnosticism, the Mayavadi philosophers should not even be seen by the devotees of the Lord, nor touched, because those philosophers are liable to be punished by Yamaras, the superintendent demigod who judges the activities of sinful men. The Mayavadi agnostics wander within this universe in different species of life due to their non-devotional activities. Such living entities are subjected to the punishments of Yamaras. Only the devotees who are always engaged in the service of the Lord are exempt from the jurisdiction of Yamaras. Text 168. Vedana maniya bauddha hayata nashtika vedashraya nashtikya vadha bauddha ke adhika. The Buddhists do not recognize the authority of the Vedas, therefore they are considered agnostics. However, those who have taken shelter of the Vedic scriptures and preach agnosticism in accordance with the Mayavada philosophy are certainly more dangerous than the Buddhists. Purport. Although the Buddhists are directly opposed to Vaishnava philosophy, it can easily be understood that the Shankarites are more dangerous because they accept the authority of the Vedas and act contrary to Vedic instruction. Vedashraya Nashtikya Vada means agnosticism under the shelter of the Vedic culture and refers to the monistic philosophy of the Mayavadis. Lord Buddha abandoned the authority of the Vedic literature and therefore rejected the ritualistic ceremonies and sacrifices recommended in the Vedas. His nirvana philosophy means stopping all material activities. Lord Buddha did not recognize the presence of the transcendental forms and spiritual activities beyond the material world. He simply described voidism beyond this material existence. The Mayavadi philosophers offer lip service to the Vedic authority but try to escape the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. They concoct some idea of a transcendental position and call themselves Narayana or God. However, God's position is completely different from their concoction. Such Mayavadi philosophers consider themselves above the influence of karma kanda, fruitive activities, and their reactions. For them, such Mayavadi philosophers consider themselves above the influence of karma kanda. For them, the spiritual world is equated with the Buddhist voidism. There is very little difference between impersonalism and voidism. Voidism can be directly understood, but the impersonalism enunciated by Mayavadi philosophers is not very easily understandable. Of course, the Mayavadi philosophers accept the spiritual existence, but they do not know about the spiritual world and spiritual beings. According to Srimad Bhagavatam 10:2-32. Yanye Aravindaksha Vimukta Maninas Tatvayi Ashta Bhavat Avishuddha Buddhaya Aruhya Kruchrena Param Padam Tata Patanti Adho Anadhrata Yushmad Angraya. The intelligence of the Mayavadis is not purified. Therefore, even though they practice the austerities of self-realization, they cannot remain within the impersonal Brahma Jyoti. Consequently, they fall down again in this material world. This reference. The Mayavadi's conception of the spiritual existence is almost identical to the negation of material existence. The Mayavadis believe that there is nothing positive in spiritual life. As a result, they cannot understand devotional service or the worship of the Supreme Person, Satchidananda Vigraha. The Mayavadi philosophers consider deity worship in the devotional service to be Pratibhimbhavada, are the worship of a form that is reflection of a false material form. Thus, the Lord's transcendental form, which is eternally blissful and full of knowledge, is unknown to Mayavadi philosophers. Although the term Bhagavan is explicitly described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, they cannot understand it. Brahmeti, Paramatmeti, Bhagavan iti sadhyati. The absolute truth is called Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Bhagavatam, 1st canto, 2nd chapter, 11th verse. The Mayavadis try to understand the Brahman only, or at the most Paramatma. However, they are unable to understand the Bhagavan. Therefore, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna says, Maya, Mahaya, Paurata Gnana. Because of the temperament of the Mayavadi philosophers, real knowledge is taken from them. Because they cannot receive the mercy of the Lord, they will always be bewildered by his transcendental form. Impersonal philosophy destroys the three phases of knowledge, Jnana, Gneya, and Jnata. As soon as one speaks of knowledge, there must be a person who is the knower, the knowledge itself, and the subject of the knowledge. Mayavada philosophy combines these three categories. Therefore, the Mayavadis cannot understand how the spiritual potencies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead act. Because of their poor fund of knowledge, they cannot understand the distinction in the spiritual world between the knowledge, the knower, and the object of knowledge. Because of this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu considers the Mayavadi philosophers more dangerous than the Buddhists. Jivera Nishtaralagi Sutra Kailavyash Mayavadi Bhashya Sunile Haya Sarvanash. Srila Vyasadeva presented the Vedanta philosophy for the deliverance of the conditioned souls. But if one hears the commentary of Shankaracharya, everything is spoiled. Purport: factually, the devotional service of the Lord is described in the Vedanta Sutra, but the Mayavadi philosophers, the Shankarites, prepared a commentary known as Shankara Bhashya, in which the transcendental form of the Lord is denied. The Mayavadi philosophers think that the living entity is identical with the Supreme Soul, Brahman. Their commentaries on the Vedanta Sutra are completely opposed to the principle of devotional service. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore wants us to avoid these commentaries. If one indulges in hearing the Shankarites' Sharirika Bhashya, he will certainly be bereft of all real knowledge. The ambitious Mayavadi philosophers desire to merge into the existence of the Lord, and this may be accepted as Sahujya Mukti. However, this form of Mukti means denying one's individual existence. In other words, it is a kind of spiritual suicide. This is absolutely opposed to the philosophy of Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga offers immortality to the individual conditioned soul. If one follows the Mayavadi philosophy, he misses his opportunity to become immortal after giving up the material body. The immortality of the individual person is the highest perfectional stage of a living entity can attain. Text 170. Parinamavadha avash vyasha shutrere samata achintya shakti ishvara jagat rupe parinata. The Vedanta Sutra aims at establishing that the cosmic manifestation has come into being by the transformation of inconceivable potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For a further explanation of the Parinamavada refers to Adilila 7th chapter verse 121 to 133. Maniyaiche avikrite prashabhayema bara Jagadrupahaya Ishvara Tabu Avikara. The touchstone, after touching iron, produces volumes of gold without being changed. Similarly, the Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests himself as the cosmic manifestation by his inconceivable potency, yet he remains unchanged in his eternal transcendental form.
Yeah, this was quoted already in the before chapter, I think. How the touchstone, no matter how much it produces gold, still remains the same powerful.
According to the commentary of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, the purpose of Janmadi Yasya verse in the Vedanta Sutra is to establish that the cosmic manifestation is the result of the transformation of the potencies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Lord is the master of innumerable eternal energies, which are unlimited. Sometimes these energies are manifested and sometimes they are not. In any case, all energies are under his control. Therefore, he is the original energetic, the abode of all energies. A common brain in the conditioned state cannot conceive of how these inconceivable energies abide in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, how he exists in his innumerable forms as a master of both spiritual and material energies, how he is the master of both manifest and potential powers, and how contradictory potencies can abide in him. As long as the living entity is within this material world, in the condition of illusion, he cannot understand the activities of the inconceivable energies of the Lord. Thus, the Lord's energies, though factual, are simply beyond the power of the common brain to understand. When the atheistic philosophers or the Mayavadis, being unable to understand the inconceivable energies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, imagine an impersonal void, their imagination is only the counterpart of materialistic thinking. Within the material world, there is nothing inconceivable. High thinking philosophers and scientists can tackle the material energy, but not being able to understand the spiritual energy, they can simply imagine an inactive state such as the impersonal Brahman. This is simply the negative side of the material life. By such imperfect knowledge, the Mayavadi philosophers conclude that the cosmic manifestation is a transformation of the Supreme. Thus, they must necessarily also accept the theory of the illusion of the Supreme, Vivartavada. However, if we accept the inconceivable potencies of the Lord, we can understand how the Supreme Personality of Godhead can appear within this material world without being touched or contaminated by the three modes of material nature. From the Shastras, we learn that there is a stone or a jewel called a touchstone that can transform iron into gold. Although the touchstone turns the iron into gold many times, it remains in its original condition. If such a material stone can maintain its inconceivable energy after producing volumes of gold, certainly the Supreme Personality of Godhead can remain in his original Satchidananda form after creating the cosmic world. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 9:10, he acts only through his different energies, Mayadhyakshena Prakriti. Krishna directs the material energy and the potency of works in this material world. And that potency works in this material world. This is also confirmed in the Brahma Samhita 5:44. Srishti Sriti Pralaya Sadhana Shakti Reka Chayeva Yasya Bhuvanani Bhivarti Durga Icha Nurupam Apiyasya Chacheshta Chetsaye Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bajami. The Durga Shakti, material energy, acts under the direction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And the universal creation, maintenance, and destruction are being carried out by the Durga Shakti. Krishna's direction is in the background. The conclusion is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead remains as he is, even though directing his energy, which makes the diverse cosmic manifestation work so wonderfully. Anybody else is there to read, or shall I continue? Text 172. Vyasha Brhranta Bali She Shutri Doshadhi Vivattavada Stapayache Kalpana Karya. Shankaracharya states that the theory of transformation presented in the Vedanta Sutra implies that the absolute truth itself is transformed. In this way, the Mayavadi philosophers denigrate Srila Vyasadeva by accusing him of the error. They thus find fault in the Vedanta Sutra and misinterpret it to try to establish the theory of illusion. The first verse of the Brahma Sutra is Atato Brahma Jignasa. We must now inquire into the absolute truth. The second verse immediately answers Janmadi Asya Yataha. The absolute truth is the original source of everything. Janmadi Ashyayataha does not suggest that the original person has been transformed. Rather, it clearly indicates that he produces this cosmic manifestation through his inconceivable energy. This is also clearly explained in the Bhagavad Gita 10:8, where Krishna says, Matta sarvam pravartite, from me everything emanates. This is also confirmed in the Taittiriya Upanishad 3:11, Yato va imani bhutani jayante. The supreme absolute truth is that from which everything is born. Similarly, in the Mundaka Upanishad 1:17, it is stated, Yatorna nabhi srijate. One second. Yatorna nabhi srijate Granate cha. The Lord creates and destroys the cosmic manifestation as a spider creates a web and draws it back within itself. All of these Sastric statements indicate the transformation of the Lord's energy, not of Lord himself. Transformation of Lord's energy is called Parinama Vada. However, being very anxious to protect Srila Vyasadeva from the criticism, Shankaracharya became a pseudo-gentleman and put forward this theory of illusion, Vivartavada. Shankaracharya concocted this meaning of Parinamavada, and by word jugglery, he endeavored very hard to establish Parinamavada as Vivartavada. Jivera dehi atma buddhi sehi mityahaya jagatihe mityahinahi nashvara matrahai. The theory of the illusion can be applied only when the living entity identifies himself with the body. As far as the cosmic manifestation is concerned, it cannot be called false, although it is certainly temporary. The living entity is the eternal servant of Krishna. Being part and parcel of the Lord, he is constitutionally pure, but due to this contact with the material energy, he identifies himself with either the grass or the subtle material body. Such identification is certainly false and constitutes the genuine platform of the theory of illusion. The living entity is eternal. He can never be subjected to the limits of time, as are his gross and subtle bodies. The cosmic manifestation is never false, but it is subjected to change by the influence of the time factor. For a living entity to accept this cosmic manifestation as the field for his sense enjoyment is certainly illusory. For a living entity to accept this cosmic manifestation as the field for his sense enjoyment is certainly illusory. This material world is the manifestation of the material energy of the Lord. This is explained by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita 7:4. Bhumirapo nalo vayu kammano buddhirevacha ahankara iti yamme binna prakriti rashtada. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego are all together. These 8 constitute my separated material energies. The material world is the inferior energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But it is not a fact that the Supreme Lord has been transformed into this material world. The Mayavadi philosophers, devoid of the true understanding, have confused the theory of illusion and the theory of cosmic manifestation by word jugglery. The theory of illusion can be applied to a person who identifies himself with the body. The living entity is superior energy of the Supreme Lord, and the material world is the inferior energy. Both, however, are Prakriti energy, although the energies are simultaneously one with the Lord and different from him. The Lord never loses his personal form due to the transformation of his different energies. Text 174. Pranavaihe Mahavakya Ishwarera Murti Pranavahaite Sarvaheda Jagat Utpatti. The transcendental vibration Omkara is the sound form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All Vedic knowledge and this cosmic manifestation are produced from this sound representation of the Supreme Lord. Omkara is a representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in sound. This form of his holy name is accepted as the transcendental vibration Mahavakya, by virtue of which the temporary material manifestation has come into being. If one takes shelter of the sound representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Omkara, he can realize his constitutional identity and engage in devotional service, even though in conditioned life. Tatvam Ashi Jiva Hetu Pradeshika Vakya Pranavanamani Tare Kahe Mahavakya. The subsidiary vibration Tat Tvam Ashi, you are the same, is meant for the understanding of the living entity, but the principal vibration is Omkara. Not caring for Omkara, Shankaracharya stressed the vibration Tattvamasi. Purport: Tattvamasi is accepted as the primary vibration by which one who does not accept Pranava, the transcendental sound incarnation of the holy name of the Lord, as the chief principle in the Vedic literature. By word jugglery, Shankaracharya tried to create an illusory presentation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his relationship with the living entities as the cosmic manifestation. Tattvamasi is a warning to the living entity not to mistake the body for the self. Therefore, Tattvamasi is especially meant for the conditioned soul. The chanting of Omkara or the Hare Krishna mantra is meant for the liberated soul. Srila Rupa Goswami has said, Hai Mukta Kulair Upashyamanam Namastaka 1. Thus, the holy name of the Lord is chanted by the liberated soul. Similarly, Parikshit Maharaj says, Nivrutta Tarshair Upagiyamanat Bhagavatam 10.1.4. The holy name of the Lord can be chanted by those who have fully satisfied their material desires, or who are fully situated on the transcendental platform and devoid of material desire. The name of the Lord can be chanted by one who is completely freed from the material contamination. Anyabhilashita sunyam jnana karmadi anavrutam. Shankaracharya has indirectly minimized the value of the principal Vedic mantra Omkara by accepting a subordinate vibration Tattvamasi as the most important Vedic mantra. Yehi mate kalpita bhashe shata dosha dila Bhattacharya purva paksha apara karila. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu criticized Shankaracharya's Sharirika Bhashya as imaginary, and he pointed out the hundreds of faults in it. To defend Shankaracharya, however, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya presented unlimited opposition. Nitandachala.
Yeah, Prabhu, you have been going for something. You want to say something?
Yes, Prabhu. Here, I think how Lord Chaitanya is finding, the mistakes in Sharirika Bhashya given by Shankaracharya. It's a simple word jugglery. How Shankaracharya given complete different meaning. Taken the, the earlier verses, right? So Tattvamasi is taking as more priority than the Omkara. So he was saying that that Prabhupada is explaining that Tattvamasi is just for the living entity within the material conception, right? You are not the body, but it is not for the liberated being. Of course, Prabhupada is quoting the verses one can chant or perform devotional service, holy name, chant holy name or perform devotional service in a liberated state. But that is, in this place, it is compared to the Omkara. Right, but Shankaracharya has given the complete different interpretation, and how the Mayavadis are more dangerous than the Buddhism, right? So that was the beginning. So Prabhupada was talking about, because they completely rejected it, it's okay, but then here these people are accepting it, but then they're drawing a different meaning out of it and misdirecting the people, so which is more dangerous. And then how the touchstone example, the Lord is not changing. The Lord is Lord always. And in one way, actually, I think I was hearing the other day, everything is Brahman, right? From that perspective, Lord is everywhere, but that doesn't mean that Lord is everything is Lord. Right? So, everything is, because if something is not apart from the Lord, then there is something else is there.
Yeah.
Right? But then everything belongs to the Lord. So, including, for example, his dhoti. Right? His dhoti is the spiritual or material, right? Dhoti is of course spiritual when Lord wears it. And because otherwise it's going to be there is a gap there, right, in the philosophy, because there is something outside the Krishna. Right? So it is Krishna and Krishna's. So there is no, in the spiritual world, there is nothing called, again, from that perspective, what we hear from Prabhupada says everything is spiritual from the Krishna's perspective, but the way we perceive it is material and spiritual. Because there is the way that it manifests and unmanifests. Yeah. Sometimes it is there, sometimes it's not there. Yes, Prabhu.
Okay.
Somebody want to read or?
If you want, I can read Hare Krishna Prabhu. I
Yes,
can
Prabhu.
read.
Hare Krishna Kiran Prabhu.
Kiran
Hare
Prabhu.
Krishna Prabhu.
He came back recently?
Yeah, Prabhu. It's been almost 2 weeks, Prabhu.
2 weeks. Okay. Nice, Prabhu. Whole family?
Yeah. We all came, Prabhu.
Oh, awesome. Sure,
Yeah.
Prabhu.
177, Prabhu.
Okay, sure. Vitanda chala nikrahadi aneka uthaila sabakhandi Prabhu Nija mata se stapila. Translation. The Bhattacharya presented various topics of false arguments with pseudo-logic and tried to defeat his opponent in many ways. However, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu refuted all these arguments and established his own conviction. Purport. The word Vitanda indicates that a debater, not touching the main point or establishing his own point, simply tries to refute the other person's argument. When one does not touch the direct meaning but tries to divert attention by misinterpretation, he engages in chala. The word nigraha also means always trying to refute the arguments of the other party. He's in Madhya Leela, 6th chapter, Mataji. Text 178. Text. We don't have any text here, Prabhu. There is no English text. Or okay. Bhagavan Sambandha Bhakti Abhideya Haya Prema Prayojana Vedetina Vastukaya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the central point of all relationships. Acting in devotional service to Him is one's real occupation, and the attainment of love of Godhead is the ultimate goal of life. These three subject matters are described in the Vedic literature. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita 15.15, Lord Krishna confirms this statement. Vedaischa sarvair aham eva vedyaha. The actual purpose in reading the Vedas is to learn how to become a devotee of the Supreme Lord. The Lord Himself advises, Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru. Bhagavatam 9.34. Therefore, after studying the Vedas, one must then execute devotional service by thinking always of the Supreme Lord, Manmana, becoming His devotee, worshipping Him, and always offering Him obeisances. This is called Vishnu Aradhana, and it is the supreme occupational duty of all human beings. It is properly discharged in the Varnashrama Dharma system, which divides society into Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, and Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra. This is the whole scheme of Vedic civilization. However, this institution is very difficult to establish in this age. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advises that we not worry about the Vedic system of Varnashrama Dharma. Rather, we should take directly to the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra and simply hear about the Supreme Personality of Godhead from pure devotees. This is the process recommended by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and this is the purpose of studying the Vedas. Text 179. Ara ye kichu kahe sakala e kalpana svata pramana vedavakye kalpena lakshana. Translation. If one tries to explain the Vedic literature in a different way, he is indulging in imagination. Any interpretation of the self-evident Vedic version is simply imaginary. Purport. When a conditioned soul is purified, he is called a devotee. A devotee has his relationship only with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and his occupational duty is to execute devotional service to satisfy the Lord. This service is rendered through the Lord's representative, the spiritual master. Yasya deve para bhaktir yatha deve tadha gurau. When the devotee executes devotional service properly, he attains the highest perfection of life, love of Godhead. Savai pumsam paro dharmo yato bhaktir adhokshaje. The ultimate goal of understanding the Vedas is to be elevated to the platform of rendering loving service to the Lord. The Mayavadi philosophers, however, consider the central point of relationship to the impersonal Brahman, the function of the living entity, to be the acquisition of knowledge of Brahman, resulting in detachment from material activity, and the ultimate goal of life to be liberation or merging into the existence of the Supreme. All of this, however, is simply due to the imagination of the conditioned soul. It simply opposes him to the material activities. One should always remember that all Vedic literatures are self-evident. No one is allowed to interpret the Vedic verses. If one does so, he indulges in imagination and that has no value. Text 180. Acharyera dosha nahi Ishvara agnya hailam athaiva kalpana kari nastika shastra kailam. Translation. Actually, there is no fault on the part of Sankaracharya. He simply carried out the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He had to imagine some kind of interpretation, and therefore he presented a kind of Vedic literature that is full of atheism. Text 181. Svagamai kalpitaistvam cha janan mad vimukhan kurum mam ja gopaya ena syad shrishtir yesho tarotara. Translation. Addressing Lord Shiva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Please make the general populace averse to me by imagining your own interpretation of the Vedas. Also, cover me in such a way that people will take more interest in advancing material civilization just to propagate a population bereft of spiritual knowledge." Purport. This is a quotation from the Padma Purana, Uttarakhanda 62.31. Text 182. Mayavadam asachastram prachannam bauddham uchyate mayaiva vihitam devi kalo brahmana murtina. Translation. Lord Shiva informed Goddess Durga, the superintendent of material world. In the age of Kali, I take the form of a Brahmana and explain the Vedas through false scriptures in an atheistic way, similar to Buddhist philosophy. Purport. The word Brahmana Murtina is the in this verse refers to the founder of Mayavada philosophy, Shankaracharya, who was born in the Malabara district of southern India. Mayavada philosophy states that the Supreme Lord, the living entities, and the cosmic manifestation are all transformations of illusory energy. To support this atheist theory, the Mayavadis cite false scriptures which make people bereft of transcendental knowledge and addicted to fruitive activities and mental speculation. This verse is a quotation from the Padma Purana, Uttarakhanda 25.7. Text 183. Shuni Bhattacharya Haila Paramavismita Mukhena Nihsarevani Haila Stambita. Translation. Sarabham Bhattacharya became very much astonished upon hearing this. He became stunned and said nothing. Text 184. Prabhu kahe Bhattacharya na kara vismaya Bhagavane Bhakti Parma Purusharthaya. Translation. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then told him, "Do not be astonished. Actually, devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the highest perfection of human activity." Text 185. Atma Rama Paryanta Kare Ishwar Bhajanam Aiche Achintya Bhagavanera Gunaganam. Translation. Even the self-satisfied sages perform devotional service to the Supreme Lord. Such are the transcendental qualities of the Lord. They are full of inconceivable spiritual potency. Text 186. Atmaramasya munayo nirgrandha api urukrame kurvanti ahaitukim bhaktim itham bhuta guno harihi. Translation. Those who are self-satisfied and unattracted by external material desires are also attracted to the loving service of Sri Krishna, whose qualities are transcendental and whose activities are wonderful. Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is called Krishna because he has such transcendently attractive features. Purport. This is the famous Atmarama verse, Bhagavatam 1.7.10. Text 187. Shuni Bhattacharya kahe, Shuna Mahashaya, Ei Slokera Artha, Sunite Vanchahaya. Translation. After hearing the Atmarama verse, Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya addressed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. "My dear sir, please explain this verse. I have a great desire to hear your explanation of it." Text 188. Prabhu kahe, "Tum ki artha kara, taha aage suni, pache ami kariba artha, yeba kichu jani." The Lord replied, "First, let me hear your explanation. After that, I shall try to explain what little I know." 189. Suni Bhattacharya Sloka Karila Vyakyanam Tarka Shastramata Uthaya Vividha Vidhanam. Translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then began to explain the Atmarama verse, and according to the principles of logic, he put forward various propositions. Nana Vidhartha Kaila Shastra Matalana Suni Prabhukahe Kichu Ishat Hasya. Translation. The Bhattacharya explained the Atmarama verse in 9 different ways on the basis of scripture. After hearing his explanation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, smiling a little, began to speak. Purport. The Atmarama verse was discussed at Naimisharanya at a meeting of the many great sages headed by Shaunaka Rishi. They questioned Srila Suta Goswami, who presided at the meeting, about why Srila Sukadeva Goswami, a Paramahamsa, already in the transcendental position, was attracted to a discussion on the qualities of Krishna. In other words, they wanted to know why Sri Sukadeva Goswami engaged in the study of Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 191. Bhattacharya Jani, Tumi Sakshat Brihaspati, Shastra Vyakhya Karite, Aiche Karo Nahi Shakti. Translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "My dear Bhattacharya, you are exactly like Brihaspati, the priest of the heavenly kingdom. Indeed, no one within this world has the power to explain the scriptures in such a way." Text 192. Kintu tumi ardha kaile panditya pratibhaya ihava slokera ache aro abhipraya. Translation. My dear Bhattacharya, you have certainly explained this verse by the prowess of your vast learning, but you should know that besides this scholarly explanation, there is another purport to this verse. Text 193. Bhattacharyera prarthana te prabhu vyakhya kaila Tandra Nava Madhye Ekana Chunila. Translation. Upon the request of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to explain the verse without touching upon the 9 explanations given by the Bhattacharya. Text 194. Atma Ramascha Sloke Ekadasha Padahaya Pritak Pritak Kaila Padera Ardha Nischaya. Translation. There are 11 words in the Atmarama verse, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained each word one after the other. Purport. The words in the Atmarama verse are Atmarama cha Munayaha Nirgrandha api Urukrame Kurvanti Ahaitukim Bhaktim Itham Bhuta Gunaha and Harihi. Text 195. Tatat pada pradhyane Atmarama Milana Ashtadasa Ardha Kaila Apipraya Lanam. Translation. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took each word specifically and combined it with the word Atmarama. He thus explained the word Atmarama in 18 different ways. Text 196. Bhagavan Tandra Shakti Tandra Gunagana Achintya Prabhava Tinera Na Yaya Kathanam. Translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his different potencies, and his transcendental qualities all have inconceivable prowess. It is not possible to explain them fully. Text 197. Anya yatha sadhya sadhana kari achadanam eitine hare siddha sadhake ramanam. Translation. These 3 items attract the mind of a perfect student engaged in spiritual activities and overcome all other processes of spiritual activity. Purport. Spiritual activities other than Bhakti Yoga are divided into 3 categories. Speculative activity conducted by the Jnana Sampradaya, learned scholars, fruitive activity conducted by the general populace according to Vedic regulations, and the activities of transcendentalists not engaged in devotional service. There are many different branches of these categories, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by his inconceivable potencies and transcendental qualities, attracts the mind of the student engaged in the activities of karma, jnana, yoga, and so forth. The Supreme Lord is full of inconceivable potencies which are related to his person, his energies, and his transcendental qualities. All of these are very attractive to the serious student. Consequently, the Lord is known as Krishna, the all-attractive one. Text 198. Sanakadi Sukadeva Tahate Pramana Matanana Ardhakarena Vyakhyana. Translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained the meaning of the verse by giving evidence concerning Sukadeva Goswami and the four rishis Sanaka, Sanatkumara, Sanatana, and Sanandana. Thus, the Lord gave various meanings and explanations. Purport. That Krishna is all attractive is verified by the activities of the four rishis and Sukadeva Goswami. All of them were liberated persons, yet they were attracted by the qualities and pastimes of the Lord. It is therefore said, Mukta api leelaya vigraham kritva bhagavantam bhajante. Even liberated persons are attracted by the pastimes of Lord Krishna and thus engage in devotional service. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 24.112. From the very beginning of their lives, Sukadeva Goswami and the four Kumaras, known as Chatursana, were liberated and self-realized on the Brahman platform. Nonetheless, they were attracted by the qualities of Krishna and they engaged in his service. The four Kumaras were attracted by the aroma of the flowers offered at the lotus feet of Krishna, and in this way, they became devotees. Shukadeva Goswami heard Srimad Bhagavatam by the mercy of his father, Vyasadeva, and he was consequently attracted to Krishna and became a great devotee. The conclusion is that the transcendental bliss experienced in the service of the Lord must be superior to Brahmananda, the bliss derived from realizing the impersonal Brahman. Text 199. Suni Bhattacharya mane haila chamatkara prabhuke Krishna jani kare apana dhikaram. Upon hearing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's explanation of the Atmarama verse, Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya was struck with wonder. He then understood Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be Krishna in person, and he thus condemned himself in the following words. Text 200. Inhota sakshat Krishna munina janiyam maha aparadha kainu garvitahayam. Translation. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is certainly Lord Krishna himself, because I could not understand him and was very fond of my own learning. I have committed many offenses.
So he comes to realize that two things, sir, that absolute truth is person and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna.
Yeah, Prabhu. Yeah, I think it was a very nice explanation, at least in the verses I'm reading. I have read about. I think it explains about why Shankaracharya gave such a philosophy. The philosophy which is covered with imagination and some illusion. It is so that because I think when the devotees go try to understand the spiritual personality of Godhead, they don't want to get trapped into the illusion or imagination, but try to understand Bhakti Yoga and try to understand the Lord in the actual form or in the way it is. So I think it's also kind of Lord's mercy in a way, but although sometimes it looks as if Shankaracharya has given a philosophy, given a wrong philosophy. He can be easily misunderstood. If we just look, if we don't understand the context why it has come, then I think it's very easy to misunderstand. So we got to have this in perspective about why this philosophy came, and the context behind it, and try to understand the
time, place, circumstance.
Right, yeah, exactly, Prabhu. So I think it gives a very good understanding, and so the context and the reason and how and what to do and what not to do. And
Krishna
ultimately,
really loves us so much, no? He's really like tries in different ways as a father, loves the child. He is like.
Yeah, Prabhu, exactly.
You are saying something, Prabhu?
No, Prabhu. I think I think or also Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that in Kali Yuga, even though the Vedic system recommends to do the Varnashrama Dharma and also the four classes of people, but in the age of Kali, it is not it is not easy to follow the Varnashrama Dharma. So it is all right not to follow the Varnashrama Dharma, but one has to follow the Sankirtana movement or the Namajapa process to get closer to the Lord. So I think Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given an easier path to reach the Lord, since in this age of Kali, it is not that easy to follow the Varnashram Dharma. So I think it's by His mercy, He has shown a way, or an easier path where one can easily connect to the Lord and reach the Lord by following Krishna consciousness.
So nice, Prabhu. Thank you for your presence.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, thanks for the opportunity. I was actually listening on the YouTube for a while. I saw I saw that since you yourself, Prabhu, and also Mataji and Lakshmikant Prabhu are reading a longer time, so I thought, okay, I'll just read some time.
Thank you for pitching in. It's so nice having you.
Yeah, sure, Prabhu. Thanks for the opportunity.
Anyway.
Yeah, if someone wants to continue, please go ahead, Prabhu.
Yeah, Sundarilila Mataji, you blocked for next 1 hour, right?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay, go for it, Madhya. Lakshmikant Prabhu, you are staying more, you are able to stay more, or you want me to take out the screen share?
Yeah, I can be there for some more time, 20 more minutes. So.
Okay, sure, Prabhu.
Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela 6.201 Atmaninda Kari Leila Prabhure Sharana Kripa Kari Bare Tabe Prabhura Hailamana.
When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya denounced himself as an offender and took shelter of the Lord desired to show him mercy.
Wow, mommy and son taking help, huh? You're not doing the Bengali?
No.
I missed you. We all missed you yesterday so much.
Nijarupa Prabhu Tanre Karila Darshana Chaturbhuja Rupa Prabhu Haila Takana.
To show him mercy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu allowed him to see his Vishnu form. Thus he immediately assumed 4 hands.
Dakela Tanre Age Chaturbhuja Rupa Panche Shamavamsi Mukha Sakya Swarupa. Swakiya Swarupa.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first showed him in the 4-handed form, then appeared before him in his original form of Krishna, with a blackish complexion and flute to his lips.
Deki Sarvabhauma Dandavat Paritpadi Punaha Uti Stuti Kare Dvikara Yudi.
When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya saw the form of Lord Krishna manifested in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he immediately fell down flat to offer him obeisances. Then he stood up and with folded hands began to offer prayers.
Prabhure Kripaya Tanra Spruhirla Sabatatva Nama Premadana Adi Varnane Mahatattva.
By the mercy of the Lord, all truths were revealed to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and he could understand the importance of chanting the holy name and distributing love of God everywhere.
Satasloka Kaila Eka Dandana Ete Brahaspati Taiche Shlokana Pare Karite.
Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya composed 100 verses in a very short time. Indeed, not even Brahaspati, the priest of the heavenly planets, could compose verses as quickly. The name of the book of 100 beautiful verses was composed by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is Susloka Sataka.
Shuni Shuke Prabhu Tanre Kaila Alingana Bhattacharya Pramaveshe Hela Achetana.
After hearing the 100 verses, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu happily embraced Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who was immediately overwhelmed with an ecstatic love of Godhead and fell unconscious.
Ashrustambha Pulaka Sveda Kampa Tarahari Nache Gaye Khande Pade Prabhupada Dhari.
Out of ecstatic love of God, the Bhattacharya shed tears, and his body was stunned. He exhibited an ecstatic mood, and he perspired, shook, and trembled. Sometimes he danced, sometimes he chanted, sometimes he cried, and sometimes he fell down to touch the lotus feet of the Lord.
देखी गोपीनाथाचार्य हरिष्टमना भट्टाचार्येर नृत्य देहि हसे प्रभुर गणा.
While Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was in this ecstasy, Gopinath Acharya was very pleased. The associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all laughed to see the Bhattacharya dance so.
गोपीनाथाचार्य कहे महाप्रभु रे प्रति से भट्टाचार्येर प्रभु कैले इगति.
Gopinath Acharya told Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sir, you have brought all of this upon Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya.
प्रभु कहे तुम्ही भक्त तुम्हारा संगे हैता जगन्नाथा इन हरे कृपा कैला भले मते भला मते.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, You are a devotee because of your association. Lord Jagannatha has shown him mercy.
तबे भट्टाचार्य प्रभु सुष्टिरा करीला स्थिरा हाना भट्टाचार्य बहु स्तुति कैला.
After this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu pacified the Bhattacharya, and when he was quieted, he offered many prayers to the Lord.
जगत निस्तारिले तुम्ही सेहक अल्प करय आमा उदारिले तुम्ही ए शक्ति आश्चर्या.
Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, My dear sir, you have delivered the entire world, but that is not a very great task. However, you have also delivered me, and that is certainly the work of very wonderful powers.
तारक शास्त्रे जड़ अमी एचे लौह पिंड अम्मा दरवैले तुम्ही प्रतापा प्रचंड.
I had become dull-headed due to reading too many books on logic. Consequently, I had become more like an iron bar. Nonetheless, you have mounted me, and therefore your influence is very great.
स्तुति सुनी महाप्रभु निज वासा ऐला भट्टाचार्य आचार्य द्वारे भिक्षा करैला.
After hearing the prayers offered by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence in the Bhattacharya through Gopinath Acharya and induced the Lord to accept lunch there.
आराधीना प्रभु गेला जगन्नाथा दर्शने दर्शना करिला जगन्नाथा सयोतने.
Early the following morning, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Lord Jagannatha in the temple, and he saw the Lord rise from his bed.
Pujari ainya mala prasadana sila prasadana mala pana prabhu harsha heila.
The priest there presented him with garlands and prasadam that had been offered to Lord Jagannatha. This pleased Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very much.
Sei prasadana mala anchale badhiya bhattacharyera ghare eila varayukta hana.
Carefully tying the prasadam and garlands in a cloth, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passed into the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya.
Arnodaya kale heila prabhu re agamana sei kale bhattacharyera heila jagarana.
He arrived at the Bhattacharya's house a little before sunrise, just when the Bhattacharya was arising from bed.
Krishna Krishna sputa kahi bhattacharya gaila Krishna name suni prabhura ananda badila.
As Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya arose from bed, he distinctly chanted Krishna, Krishna. Lord Chaitanya was very pleased to hear him chant the holy name of Krishna.
Bahire prabhura tenho paila darshana aste vyaste asi kaila charana vandana.
The Bhattacharya noticed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu outside, and with great haste he went to him and offered prayers unto his Lord's feet.
Vasite asana diya Dunhetavasila prasadana kuhli prabhu tanra hate dila.
The Bhattacharya offered a carpet for the Lord to sit upon, and both of them sat there. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu opened the prasadam and placed it in the hands of the Bhattacharya.
Prasadana pana bhattacharyera ananda hela snana sandhya danta danava yadyadapi na kaila.
At the time, the Bhattacharya had not even washed his mouth, nor had he taken his bath or finished his morning duties. Nonetheless, he was very pleased to receive the prasadam of Lord Jagannatha.
Chaitanya prasade manila sabha jadya dale eshloka pade anna kakshasana karila.
By the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the dullness in the mind of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was eradicated. After reciting the following 2 verses, he ate the prasadam offered to him.
Suksham paryasitam vati nitam va dura deshtaha prapti matrena bhoktavyam natra kala vicharana.
The Bhattacharya said, one should eat the Mahaprasadam of the Lord immediately upon receiving it, even though it is dried out, stale, or bought from a distant country. One should consider neither time nor place.
Na deshe niyamastatra na kale niyamastataha praptam annam dhrutam shishter bhoktavyam harel abravita.
The prasadam of Lord Krishna has to be eaten by gentlemen as soon as it is received. There should be no hesitation. There are no regulative principles concerning time or place. This is the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These verses are quoted from the Padma Purana.
Tehi annadita hela mahaprabhure mana Priva prema vishta ana prabhu kaila alingana.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased to see this. He became ecstatic in the love of Godhead and embraced Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya.
Te jane
The Lord and the servant embraced each other and began to dance. They became ecstatic.
Mataji, we are not able to hear you clearly.
Prema vashta hana prabhu kahite lagila.
As they danced and embraced, the spiritual symptoms manifested in their bodies. They perspired, trembled, and shed tears as the Lord began to speak in his ecstasy.
Aji muni anyase jininu tribhuvana aji muni karinu vaikunta arohana.
As Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, I have conquered the 3 worlds easily. Today I have ascended to the spiritual world. The goal of human perfection is stated here in brief. One has to surpass all the planetary systems of the material universe, pierce through the covering of the universe, and reach the spiritual world known as Vaikuntha Loka. The Vaikuntha Lokas are variegated into spiritual planets situated in the Lord's impersonal bodily effulgence, known as Brahma Jyoti. One may aspire to elevate himself to a heavenly planet within the material world, such as the moon, sun, or Venus. But if one is spiritually advanced in Krishna consciousness, he does not wish to remain within the material universe, even in a higher planetary system. Rather, he prefers to penetrate the covering of the universe and attain the spiritual world. then he can then be situated in one of the Vaikuntha planets there. However, the devotees under the guidance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu aspire to reach the topmost spiritual planet known as Goloka Vrindavana, the residence of Lord Sri Krishna and his eternal associates.
अजी मोरा पूर्ण हैला सर्व अभिलाषा सार्वभौमेरा हैला महाप्रसादे विश्वासा.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, I think that today all of my desires have been fulfilled because I see that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has acquired faith in the Mahaprasadam of Lord Jagannath.
अजी तुम्ही निष्कपटे हैला कृष्णाश्रया कृष्ण अजी निष्कपटे तोमा हैला साध्या.
Indeed, today you have undoubtedly taken shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna, and Krishna, without reservation, has become very merciful towards you.
अजी से खंडिला तुम्हारा देहादि बंधना अजी तुम्ही चिन्ह कैला मयारा बंधना.
My dear Bhattacharya, today you have been released from material bondage and the bodily conception of life. You have to cut pieces by the shackles of the illusory energy.
अजी कृष्णा प्राप्ति योग्य हैला तुम्हारा मना वेद धर्म लंघी कैले प्रसाद बक्षणा.
Today your mind has become fit to take shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna because, surpassing the Vedic regulative principles, you have eaten the remnants of the food offered to the Lord.
यस्यं स ईशा भगवानदद्ययाद् अन्तः सर्वात्मनिश्रितपदो यदि निर्वैलिकं तुदृश्रुतरं नतित्ररन्ति च देवमयं नैषं मामहम् इति दिहि स्वशृगल भाक्षसे.
When a person takes shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead without reservation, the unlimited merciful Lord bestows his causeless mercy upon him. Thus he can pass over the insurmountable ocean of nescience. Those whose intelligence is fixed on the bodily conception, who think, I am this body, are fit food for dogs and jackals. The Supreme Lord never bestows his mercy upon people. Upon such people. The Supreme Lord never bestows his benediction upon those fixed in the bodily conception. As Krishna clearly states in the Bhagavad Gita 18.66.
Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayasyami ma suchaha.
Abandon all varieties of religion and surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. The verse that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quoted, Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7.42, explains the meaning of Sri Krishna's statement. Krishna bestowed his causeless mercy upon Arjuna to get him out of the bodily conception. This was done at the very beginning of the 7th chapter of Bhagavad Gita 2.13, where Krishna says, Dehi nosmin yata dehe kaumaram yavanam jira. In this body there's an owner, and one should not consider the body to be the self. This is the instruction to be assimilated by a devotee. If one is under the bodily conception, he is unable to realize his true entity and engage in loving devotional service of the Lord. Unless one comes to the transcendental position, he cannot expect causeless mercy of the Supreme Lord, nor can he cross over the vast ocean of material nescience. Lord Krishna confirms this in the Bhagavad Gita 17.7.14. Mameva ye prapadyante mayam etam tarantite. Without surrendering onto the lotus feet of Krishna, one cannot expect release from the clutches of Maya, the illusory energy. According to Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.32, Mayavadi sannyasis who falsely think of themselves as liberating from the clutches of Maya are called Vimukti Manihi. Actually, they're not liberated, but they think they've become liberated and become Narayana himself. Although they have apparently realized that they are not this material body but spirit soul, they nonetheless neglect the duty of the spirit soul, which is to render service to the Supreme Soul. Before their intelligence remain unsanctified, unless one's intelligence is sanctified, one cannot apply it to the understanding of devotional service. Devotional service begins when the mind, intelligence, and ego are completely purified. Mayavadi sannyasis do not purify their intelligence, mind, and ego, and consequently they cannot engage in the service of the Lord or expect the causeless mercy of the Lord. Although they rise to a very high position by executing severe austerities and penances, they still hover in the material world without benediction of the lotus feet of the Lord. Sometimes they rise to the Brahman effulgence, but their minds are not completely purified. They must return to the material existence. The karmis are fully under the bodily conception of life, and the jnanis, although theoretically understanding that they are not the body, also have no information about the lotus feet of the Lord because they overly stress impersonalism. Consequently, both karmis and jnanis are unfit for receiving the mercy of the Lord and becoming devotees. Narottama Dasa Thakura says, Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, Kevala Vishara Banda. Those who have taken to the process of karma kanda, fruit of activity, and jnana kanda, speculation of the science of transcendence, have simply eaten from poison pots. They are condemned to remain in material existence life after life until they take shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna. This is confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita 7.19.
Bahunam janmanamante jnanavan mam prapadyate vasudeva sarvaitim samatma sudurlabha.
After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge and surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is, such a great soul is very rare.
Etakahi Mahaprabhu Eila Nijastane Sehat Eite Bhattacharya Khandila Abhimane.
After speaking to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya in this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence. From that day on, the Bhattacharya was free because his false pride had been dismantled.
Chaitanya Charane Vine Nahi Gane Ana Bhakti Vino Shastre Re Ara Na Kare Vyakhyana. Translation. From that day on, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya did not know anything but the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and from that day he could explain the revealed scriptures only in accordance with the process of devotional service. Gopinathacharya Tanre Vishwa Vaishnavata Dekhiya Hari Hari Bali Nache Hate Talidiya.
Seeing that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was firmly fixed in the cult of Vaishnavism, Gopinath Acharya, his brother-in-law, began to dance and clap his hands and chant Hari Hari.
Aradina Bhattacharya Aila Darshane Jagannatha Dehi Dekhi Aila Prabhu Stane.
The next day, the Bhattacharya went to visit the temple of Lord Jagannatha, but before he reached the temple, he went to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Dandavat Kari Kaila Bahuvida Stuti Dainya Kare Kari Kahe Nija Purva Durmati.
When he met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Bhattacharya fell down flat to offer him respect. After offering various prayers to him, he spoke of his previous bad disposition with great humanity.
Bhakti Sadhana Shrestha Sunite Heila Mana Prabhu Upadesha Keila Nama Sankirtana.
When the Bhattacharya asked Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu which item is the most important in the execution of devotional service, the Lord replied that the most important item was the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. There are 9 items to be executed in devotional service. These are enumerated by the following in the following verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.23.
Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam Padasevanam Archanam Vandanam Dasyam Sakyam Atmanivedanam.
After hearing the glories of the Lord, chanting, remembering, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, offering worship to the temple, offering prayers, becoming a servant of the Lord, becoming the Lord's friend, and Sarvatama Nivedana, offering oneself fully at the lotus feet of the Lord. These are the 9 devotional processes. In the nectar of devotion, these are expanded into 64 items. When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya asked the Lord which item was the most important, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately answered that the most important item was the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Then he quoted the following verse from the Brihan
Naradiya Purana,
38th chapter, verse 126 to confirm his statement.
Harer Nama eva kevalam kalau nasti eva eva gatiranyata.
In this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the only means of deliverance is the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. There is no other way, there is no other way, there is no other way. Because the people of this age are so falling, they can simply chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. This way they can get rid of themselves of the bodily conception of life and become eligible to engage in the Lord's devotional service. One cannot engage in the devotional service of the Lord without being purified of all contaminations. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 7.28.
Yesham antagatam papam jnananam punyakarmanam tvedvanda moha nirmukta bhajante mam drudavrataah.
Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, whose sinful actions are completely eradicated and freed from the dualities of delusion, they engage themselves in my service with determination. Sometimes people are surprised to see young men and women take so seriously in the Krishna conscious movement. By giving up sinful activity, illicit sex, meat eating, intoxication, and gambling, and strictly following the injunctions given by the spiritual master. They have become purified of all contamination, they can therefore fully engage in the devotional service of the Lord. In this age of Kali, Hari Kirtana is very important. The importance of chanting the holy name of the Lord is stated in the following verses from Srimad Bhagavatam 12.3.51 to 52.
Kaler dosha nide rajan asti he ekum mahan guna kirtanad eva krishnasya mukta sangha param vrajet krite yadyayato vishnum tretayam yajato makhaehi dvapare paricharyayam kalo tadhari kirtanat.
The most important factor in this age of Kali, which is an ocean of thought, is that one can be free from all contamination and become eligible to enter the kingdom of God by simply chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. The self-realization that was achieved in the Satya millennium by meditation, in the Treta millennium by the performance of different sacrifices, and the Dwapara millennium by the worship of Krishna, that can be achieved in the age of Kali by simply chanting the holy names. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Matasi and Anish would like to share something, or we were reading I think half an hour.
Yes, Prabhuji, it's so good. This is a really good opportunity to read Chaitanya Charitamrita in association of the devotees. So until now, we could see how Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya he got to see the 400 form of Narayana and then 200 form. And after Atmarama words described by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. So, and then after that, we were reading this Jagannath, like how Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya furthermore got like the pure devotional service, what it is, not just Jnana Kanda or Karma Kanda. It's all about Bhakti Yoga. So we were reading the glories of Prasadam, how it elevated Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and how it helped him to be more Krishna consciousness. So yeah. I have only this much, Prabhuji.
Thank you, Mataji. Anish, you would like to say something? You read
No.
very nicely. 1 point, Anish.
You have to say something, Anish.
Whatever you remember.
No, he remembers. But
Yeah, he remembers most. I mean, one thing that's.
say something, Anish. We are waiting for you.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Give me a second.
You're thinking, okay. Take your time.
Okay, so basically some people, like all those sages and stuff, they think that that they're like liberated, but it turns out like Prabhupada says like he doesn't know how they think they're liberated, because they think that if they're liberated they can only go like to like the higher material planets, but a real liberated soul that follows Krishna consciousness can break through the covers of the universe and they can go to Goloka.
They're thinking they're liberated, but the real liberated person is when they go to Goloka.
Yeah.
I thought you will like this point. So nice, no? Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay.
Like to share, Prabhu? Or?
Yeah, I will go.
Next one is Stuti, huh?
Yes. 1 second.
Pranav is there, okay.
Krishna. Rachna Mate, can you be able to share screen?
Yeah, Prabhuji.
Yeah, you can share and keep moving. Then we are all reading for some time now. So
243.
Wait, Prabhuji.
yeah. It is.
Which one, Prabhuji? Matilila or Antalila?
Madhya Leela, 6th chapter, verse 243.
6th chapter, verse 243. Wait for now. Yeah. Are you able to see my screen, Prabhuji?
Yes, ma'am.
This one, Prabhuji?
No, you put in advanced mode. Yeah. Go to the default view, right? You see, and click on that. Show your advanced view.
Yeah.
And increase the font.
Increase the font size. Yes. Little bit. I don't know if purports are here. Purports, maybe it should be there, I guess.
Purport is there, Prabhuji. Yeah.
Okay.
Start.
Hare Krishna. I'll start. Text 243. Eshlokera artha sunela kariya vistara. Suni bhattacharya mane haila chamatkara. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very elaborately explained the Harer Nama verse of the Brhan Naradiya Purana, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was struck with wonder to hear his explanation. Gopinathacharya Bale Ami Purva Ye Kahila Suna Bhattacharya tomara se ta ha ila. Gopinatha Acharya reminded Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, my dear Bhattacharya, what I foretold to you has now taken place. Previously, Gopinatha Acharya has informed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya that when he would be blessed by the Lord, he would thoroughly understand the transcendental process of devotional service. This prediction was now fulfilled. The Bhattacharya was fully converted to the cult of Vaishnavism, and he was following the principles automatically, without being pressured. In Bhagavad Gita 2.40, it is therefore said, Swa alpam apya asya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Simply by performing a little devotional service, one can escape the greatest danger. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had been in the greatest danger because he had adhered to the Mayavadi philosophy. Somehow or the other, he came into contact with Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and became a perfect devotee. In this way, he was saved from the great fall down of impersonalism. Text 245. Bhattacharya kahe tanre kari namaskare tomara sambandhe prabhu kripa kaile more. Translation. Offering his obeisances to Gopinatha Acharya, the Bhattacharya said, because I am related to you and you are a devotee, by your mercy the Lord has shown mercy to me. Text 246. Tumi mahabhagavate ami tarka andhe prabhu kripa kaile more tomara sambandhe. You are the first-class devotee, whereas I'm in the darkness of logical arguments. Because your relationship with the Lord has bestowed his benediction upon you. Me. Text 247. Vinaya sunni tutsya prabhu kaile alingana kahila yana karahats ishwara darshana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased with this humble statement. After embracing Bhattacharya, he said, now go see Lord Jagannatha in the temple. Jagannath Jagadananda Damodara Dui Sange Lana Ghare Aila Bhattacharya Jagannatha Dekhiya. After visiting the temple of Lord Jagannath, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya returned home with the Jagannatha and Damodara. Uttama Prasad Bahuta Anila Nija Vipra Hate Dui Jana Sanga Dila. The Bhattacharya brought large quantities of excellent food remnants blessed by Lord Jagannatha. All this prasadam was given to his own Brahmin servant, along with Jagannatha and Damodara. Nija Krita Dui Shloka Likhya Tale Pate Prabhu Bhuke Diya Bali Dila Jagannanda Hate. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then composed two verses on the leaf of a palm tree. Giving the palm leaf to Jagannanda Prabhu, and the Bhattacharya requested him to deliver it to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhu sthane aila dune prasada patri lana mukunda datta patri nila tara hate pana. Jagannananda and Damodara returned to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, bringing him both the prasadam and the palm leaf, on which the verses were composed. But Mukunda Datta took the palm leaf from the hands of Jagannananda before he could deliver it to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Dui shloka bhaira bite likhya rakhila tabe Jagannananda patri prabhuke lana dila. Mukunda Datta then copied the two verses on the wall outside the room. After this, Jagannananda took the palm leaf from Mukunda Datta and delivered it to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhu shloka paripatra chindiya feliliya bitya dekhi bhakta sabha shloka kantha kaila. As soon as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu read these two verses, he immediately tore up the palm leaf. However, all the devotees read these verses on the outside of the wall, and they all kept them within their hearts. The verses read as follows. Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga Shikshakartam Ekha Purusha Purana Shri Krishna Chaitanya Sarira Dhari Kripambhudir Yastam Aham Prapadya. Let me take the shelter of the Supreme Personality of God, Sri Krishna, who has descended in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us real knowledge. His devotional service and detachment from whatever does not foster Krishna consciousness. He has descended because he is an ocean of transcendental mercy. Let me surrender unto his lotus feet. Purport. This verse and the following verse are included in the Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka by Sri Kavi Karnapura. Kalanashtam bhakti yogam nijam ya pradushkartam Krishna Chaitanya nama avira bhutas tasya pada vinde gadam gadam lilayam chita bhragna. Let my consciousness, which is like a honeybee, take shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has just now appeared as Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach the ancient system of devotional service himself. This system has almost been lost due to the influence of time. Purport. As Lord Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita 4.7, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanin bhavati bharata abhyuttanam dharmasya tadatmanam srijanyaham. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. This is also a case with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in this world as a disguised incarnation of Krishna, but his appearance is confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Mahabharata, and other Vedic scriptures. He appeared in order to teach the fallen souls in this material world. For in this age of Kali, almost everyone has become attached to fruitive and ritualistic activities and mental speculation. Consequently, there was a great need to revive this system of devotional service. The Lord himself personally came down, disguised as a devotee, so that the fallen populace might take advantage of the Lord's example. At the conclusion of the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna advised complete surrender unto him, promising all protection to his devotee. Unfortunately, people are so fallen that they cannot accept the instructions of Lord Krishna. Therefore, Krishna returned with the same mission, but he executed it in a different way. As Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he ordered us to surrender unto himself. But as Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he taught us how to surrender unto Krishna. Therefore, he is praised by the Goswamis. Namo Mahavedanya Krishna Prema Padayate. Lord Sri Krishna is certainly the personality of Godhead, but he is not as magnanimous as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Krishna simply gave orders for one to become his devotee, Manmana Bhav Madbhakta. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually taught the process of Krishna consciousness. If one wants to become a devotee of Krishna, he must first take shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, following in the footsteps of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and other exalted devotees. Text 256. E dvi shloka bhakta kanthe ratnahare sarvabhaumera kriti kirti ghoshe dakha vadyakare. These two verses, composed by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, will always declare his name and fame as loudly as a pounding drum, for they have become pearl necklaces around the neck of all devotees. Sarvabhame Helya Prabhura Bhakta Ekatana Mahaprabhura Seva Vini nahi jane ana. Indeed, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has become an unalloyed devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He did not know anything but the service of the Lord. Text 248. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sachi Sutta Guna Dhama E Dhyaya E Japa Laya E Nama. The Bhattacharya always chanted the holy name of Sri Krishna Chaitanya, son of Mother Sachi, and reservoir of all good qualities. Indeed, chanting the holy name became his meditation. Text 259. Ekadina Sarvabhama Prabhu Age Aila Namaskara Kari Shloka Padita Lagila. One day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya came before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and after offering obeisances, began to recite a verse. Bhagavatare Brahmastave Shloka Padila Shloka Sheshe Dui Akshara Patha Firela. He began to quote one of Lord Brahma's prayers from Srimad Bhagavatam, but he changed 2 syllables at the end of the verse. Tate nukampam susamiskano Bhunjana evatama kritam vipakam hrid vag vapurbhir vidalam namaste jivate yo bhakti pada sadaya bhak. The Bhattacharya recited, one who seeks your compassion and thus tolerates all kinds of adverse conditions due to karma of his past deeds, who engages always in your devotional service with his mind, words, and body, and who always offer obeisances unto you, is certainly a bona fide candidate for becoming your unalloyed devotee. Purport. When reciting this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.8, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya changed the original reading from Mukti Pade to Bhakti Pade. Mukti means liberation and merging into the impersonal Brahman effulgence. Bhakti means rendering transcendental service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because having developed a pure devotional service, the Bhattacharya did not recognize the word Mukti Pade, which refers to the impersonal Brahman, feature of the Lord. However, he was not authorized to change a word in Srimad Bhagavatam, as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will explain. Although Bhattacharya changed the word in his devotional ecstasy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not approve of it. Prabhu kahe, Mukti pade iha patha haya, Bhakti pade kena pada ki tomara asaya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately pointed out, in that verse the word is Mukti pade, but you have changed it to Bhakti pade. What is your intention? Text 263. Bhattacharya kya hai? Bhakti sama na hai, mukti phala bhagvat bhakti vimukhara haya danda kevala. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, the awakening of pure love of Godhead, which is the result of devotional services, far surpassed liberation from material bondage. For those averse to devotional service, merging into the Brahman effulgence is a kind of punishment. In the Brahmananda Purana, it said, Siddha loka stu tamasa pare yatra vasanti hi. Siddha brahme sukha magne daityascha harina hata. In the Siddha Loka, Brahma Loka, there are 2 kinds of living entities. Those who are killed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead due to being demons in their previous lives, and those who are very fond of enjoying the impersonal effulgence of the Lord. The word tamsa means the coverings of the universe. Layers of material elements cover the universe, and outside these coverings is the impersonal Brahman effulgence. If one is destined to remain in the Lord's impersonal effulgence, he misses the opportunity to render service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, devotees consider remaining in the impersonal Brahman effulgence as a kind of punishment. Sometimes the devotees think of merging into the Brahman effulgence, and consequently they're promoted to Siddhaloka. Because of their impersonal understanding, they are actually punished. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continues to explain the distinction between Mukti Pade and Bhakti Pade in the following verses. Text 264 to 265. Krishnera vigare ye satya nahi mane, ye ninda yuddhika kare tanra sane, se duira danda haye brahma sayujya mukti, tare mukti phala nahe, ye kare bhakti. The Bhattacharya continued, the impersonalists who do not accept the transcendental form of Lord Sri Krishna and the demons who are always engaged in blaspheming and fighting him are punished by being merged into the Brahman effulgence. But that does not happen to the person engaged in devotional service of the Lord. Text 266. Yadyapi se mukti haye pancha parakara salokya samipya sarupya sasarita sayujya ara. There are 5 kinds of liberation. Salokya, samipya, sarupya, sarashti, and sayujya. Salokya means that after material liberation, one is promoted to the planet where the Supreme Personality of Godhead resides. Samipya means remaining an associate of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sarupya means attaining a 4-handed form, exactly like the Lord. Sarshiti means attaining opulences like those of the Supreme Lord. And Sayujya means merging into the Brahman effulgence of the Lord. These are the 5 types of liberation.
So, you're sharing, Prabhu. Prabhu, it is 12:40 to 2. So, Pranav have finished.
Yeah,
Now, Stuti
Pranav can share.
Yeah, so basically what I learned is merging with the Brahman is actually a punishment for devotees because they are unable to serve the Lord when they're merged in the effulgence.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much for catching that. Yeah.
Now, Stuti turn.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Very well.
Text 267. If there is a chance to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a pure devotee sometimes accepts the Salokya, Sarupya, Sampya, or Sarsti forms of liberation, but never Sajaya. Text 268. A pure devotee does not like even to hear about the Sajya Mukti, which inspires him with fear and hatred. Indeed, the pure devotee would rather go to hell than merge into the effulgence of the Lord. Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati has sung Kaviram Narakake. The imperialist conception of becoming one with the effulgence of the Lord is exactly like hell. Therefore, of 5 types of liberation, the first 4, Saloka, Sampya, Sarupya, and Sarsti, are not understandable because they can be avenues of service to the Lord. Nonetheless, a pure devotee of Lord Krishna rejects even these types of liberation. He inspires only to serve Krishna birth after birth. He is not very interested in stopping the repetition of birth, for he simply desires to serve the Lord, even in hellish circumstances. Consequently, the pure devotee hates and fears Sajaya Mukti, merging into the effulgence of Lord. This merging is due to the offense committed against the transcendental loving service of the Lord, and therefore is not at all desirable for a pure devotee.
You know what is
Next-
mukti, right?
Yeah, like when you get like liberated to the higher power.
Yeah, so you don't need to be like, confined to in a space, in a limited space and time. You're completely free. So
Yeah.
when you're completely free, there are 5 places one can go. Five kinds of freedom. I mean, 5 destinations one can go. So one is like, same planet, being with the Lord and so on. So that's what it's going on here. Yeah.
Text 269. Sarvabhuma Bhattacharya continued. There are 2 kinds of Sanjaya Mukti, merging into the Brahman and effulgence and merging into the personal body of the Lord. Merging into the Lord's body is even more abnormal than merging into his effulgence. Purport. According to the opinion of the Mayavadi Vedantist, the living entity's ultimate success is to merge into the impersonal Brahman, the impersonal Brahman or bodily effulgence of the Supreme Lord. It is known as the Brahma Loka or Siddhanta Loka. According to the Brahmana Samhita 5.40, Yasya Prabha Paravato Jagad Amdakoti. The material universes are generated from bodily rays of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yogis who follow the principles of Patanjali accept the personality of absolute truth, but they want to merge into the transcendental body of the Supreme Lord. This is the desire, being greatest authority. The Supreme Lord can easily allow many millions of living entities to merge into his own body. The origin of everything is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Bhagwan, and his bodily effulgence is known as Brahmajyoti, or Brahmaloka, or Siddha Loka. Thus, Brahmaloka or Siddha Loka is a place where many spark-like living entities, parts and parcels of Supreme Lord are assembled. Because these living entities do not wish to keep their individual existences, they are combined and are allowed to remain in Brahmaloka like so many atomic particles of the sunshine emitting from the sun. The word Siddhanta is very Siddha is very significant. Siddha refers to one who has realized the Brahman effulgence and who has complete knowledge of the living entity and is not material atom but a spiritual spark. This understanding is described in the Bhagavad Gita as Brahma Bhuta. In the conditional state, the living entity is known as Jiva Bhuta, or the living force within matter. Brahma Bhuta living entities are allowed to stay in Brahmaloka or Siddhaloka, but unfortunately, they sometimes again fall into the material world because they're not engaged in devotional service. This is supported by the verse in Srimad Bhagavatam beginning with the Yene Ravi Daska, the Bhagavatam 10.2.32. These similarly berated souls falsely claim to be liberated, but unless one engages in devotional service to the Lord, he is still materially contaminated. Therefore, these living entities have been described as Vimuttamaya, meaning that they falsely consider themselves liberated, although their intelligence is not yet purified. Although these living entities undergo several austerities to rise to the platform of Siddhaloka, they cannot remain there perpetually, for they are bereft of anala, bliss. Even though these living entities attain the Brahma Bhuta stage and realize the Supreme Personality of Godhead,
to his bodily effulgence, they nonetheless fall down due to the neglecting of the Lord's service. They do not properly utilize whatever little knowledge they have of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, nor attaining another of bliss they come down to the material world to enjoy. This is certainly a fall down for one who is actually liberated. The bhaktas consider such as a fall down equal to achieving a place in hell. The followers of Patanjali Yoga system actually wanted to merge into the body of Supreme Personality of Godhead. This indicates that they do not want to engage in his service despite their knowledge of him, and thus their position is even more abominable. That those of who want to merge in the Lord's effulgence. These yogis meditate on 400 Vishnu form of the Lord in order to merge into his body. The Patanjali system describes the form of the Lord as klesa karma vipaskar apiyamprasa purasa vidyasa Ishvara. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is one who does not partake of the miserable material life. The yogis accept the eternity of the Supreme Person in one of their mantras. Sapurashvam api guruha kalanasvachidit. Such a person is always supreme and is not influenced by the element of time. The followers of the Patanjali system therefore accept the eternity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet, according to them, Purahasta Sumanyam Paramasa Kalevasam Supra Pratisa Sarvachita Sakyate Iti. They believe that in the perfectional stage, the conception of Puramasa is vanquished. According to their description, Siddhi Satikar Iti, they believe that when one becomes perfect, they cannot remain a person. This yoga system is therefore abominable because it's a final conception of impersonal. In the beginning, these yogis accept the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but they ultimately give up the idea in order to become impersonal. They are most unfortunate because although they have a personal conception of the absolute truth, they neglect to render the devotional service of the Lord, thus fall down again in the material world. As mentioned above, this idea of supported by Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.32. Due to the neglecting the lotus feet of the Lord, these yogis again fall down into material existence. Bhante Adem. Consequently, this path of yoga is more abnormal than the impersonalist path. This conclusion is supported by the Lord Kapila Deva in the following verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 270. Sarvanam Bhattacharya concluded, even though he is offered all kinds of liberation, the pure devotee does not accept them. He is fully satisfied, engaging in the service of Lord. Text 271. The Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, the word Mukti Pada has another meaning. Mukti Pada directly refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 272. All kinds of liberation exist under the feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, he is known as Muktipada. According to other meaning, Mukti is the ninth subject of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the center of liberation. Purport. Lord Sri Krishna is also known as Mukunda, or he who gives transcendental bliss by offering all kinds of mukti. Srimad Bhagavatam is divided into 12 cantos, and in the 9th canto, different kinds of mukti are described. But in the 10th canto is actually center of all discussions of mukti, because the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, who is the 10th subject discussed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, is exclusive subject of the 10th canto. Since all types of mukti reside at lotus feet of Sri Krishna, he may be called Muktipada. Text 273. Translation. Since I can understand Krishna according to these two meanings, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, what is the point of chanting the verse? Sarvan Bhuta Bhattacharya replied, I was not able to give that reading into the verse. Bhutam Bhattacharya replied, purport. Sarvabhutam Bhattacharya replied, I was not able to give that reading to the verse. Text 274. Although your explanation is correct, it should not be used because there's a ambiguity in the word Muktipada. Text 275. The word mukti refers to 5 kinds of liberation, but its direct meaning usually conveys the idea of becoming one with the Lord. Text 276. Translation. The very sound of mukti immediately indicates hate and fear. But when we see the word bhakti, we naturally feel transcendental bliss within the mind. 277. Translation. Upon hearing the explanation, the Lord began to laugh, and with great pleasure immediately embraced Sarva Bhuma Bhattacharya very firmly. Text 278. Translation. Indeed, that very person who had been accustomed to read the teachings of Mayavada philosophy was now even hating the word mukti. This is possible only by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 279. Translation. As long as it does not turn iron into gold by its touch, no one can recognize an unknown stone to be touchstone. Text 280. Upon seeing the transcendental Vaishnavism and the Sarva Bhuma Bhattacharya, everyone could understand that the Lord Chaitanya was none other than Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj. Text 281. Translation. After this incident, all inhabitants of Jagannath Puri, headed by Kashi Mishra, who came to take the shelter of Lord Lotus feet of Krishna. Lord. Text 282. Later I shall describe how Sarva Bhuma Bhattacharya always engaged in the service of the Lord. Text 283. I shall also describe in full detail how Sarva Bhuma Bhattacharya perfectly rendered the service to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by offering his alms. Text 284 to 285. If one hears with faith and love these pastimes concerning the Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu meeting with Sarvabhuma Bhattacharya, he very soon is freed from the net of speculation and fruitive activity and attains the shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. Text 286. Praying at lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishna Dasa, narrate Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita following their footsteps.
Hari Bol. We finished the chapter. You want to say something?
Yeah. I noticed that the Mayavadi principles want the devotees who follow that, they want to merge into the effulgence of the Lord. while the devotees of like the Lord, they think that it's better to go to hell than doing that, as they can still serve the Lord instead of like merging into him. So like it kind of proves like the bhakti is like very strong in them.
Bhakti is powerful, no?
Yeah.
I'm going to chant every day now.
Huh?
Chant every day?
Yeah.
4 or 2?
2.
Haribol. You can try to do 4 tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Let's go Purnima tomorrow.
So, Prabhuji, will I read chapter 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you or Lord begins his tours of South India? Okay, go ahead.
Chapter 7, the Lord began his tour of South India. In his Amrita Prabha Bhasya, Sri Bhakti Vinod Thakur summarized the 7th chapter as follows. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order of life in the month of March, January and February, went to Jagannath Puri in the month of Phagun, February and March. He saw the Dola Yatra festival during the month of Phaguna and in the month of Chaitra. He liberated Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya during the month of Vaisakh. He began to tour South India. When he proposed to travel to South India alone, Sri Nityananda Prabhu gave him a Brahmana assistant named Krishnadas. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was beginning his tour, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya gave him 4 sets of clothes and requested him to see Ramananda Rai, who was residing at that time on the bank of river Godavari. Along with other devotees, Nityananda Prabhu accompanied the Lord Alanath, but their Lord Chaitanya left them and all behind and went ahead with Brahmana Krishnadas. The Lord began chanting the mantra Krishna, 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 Hey. In whatever village he spent the night, whatever the person came to see him in his shelter, the Lord implored him to preach the Krishna conscious movement. After teaching the people of one village, the Lord proceeded to other villages to increase devotee. In this way, he finally reached Kurma Sthan, where there he bestowed his causeless mercy upon Brahmana called Kurma and cured another Brahmana named Vasudeva, who was suffering from leprosy. After curing this Brahmana leper, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received the letter Vasudevamrita Prada, meaning one who delivered nectar of the leper Vasudeva. Text 1. Dhyanam tam naumi chaitanyam Vasudevam daryatra dihi Nastha kustham rupa pustam Bhakti tustam chakriye. Translation. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very compassionate toward Brahmana named Vasudeva and cured him of leprosy. He transformed him into a beautiful man satisfied with devotional service. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the glorious Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. All glories to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu, all glories to Advaita Acharya, and all glories to all the devotee of Lord Chaitanya. ए माता सर्व भाव मेरा निस्तारा करीला दक्षिणा गमने प्रभुरा इच्छा उपजीला. After delivering Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the Lord desired to go to South India to preach. Text for Magha Sukha Pakshe Prabhu Karila Sannyasa Fagune Aise Kaila Nila Chale Pasa. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order during the waxing fortnight of the month of Magh. During the following month, Faguna, he went to Jagannath Puri and resided there. फागुनेरा से सादोला यात्रा से देखीला परम प्रेमा बसे तन्हा बहु नित्य गीता केला. So at the end of the month of Faguna, he witnessed the Dola Yatra ceremony. In his usual ecstatic love of God, he chanted and danced in various ways of the occasion. Chatre rahi kela sarvabhauma vimochana वैसाखेरा प्रथमे दक्षिणा येते हेला mana. During the month of Chaitra, while living at Jagannath Puri, the Lord Deva Sarbhuma Bhattacharya, at the beginning of the next month, Vaisakha, he decided to go to South India. Nija Gana Ani Kahe Vinaya Kariya Alingana Kari Sabya Sri Haste Dharya Toma Sabha Jani Ami Pranadhika Kari Prana Chadayaya Toma Sabha Chadite Napari. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called all his devotees together and holding them by the hand, humbly informed them, "You are all more dear to me than my life. I can give up my life, but to give up you up in difficult for me." Text 9. Tumi sama bandhu mora, bandhu kirte kaile, iham ani more jagannatha dekhaile. You are all my friend, and you have properly executed the duty of friend by bringing me here to Jagannath Puri and giving me the chance to see Lord Jagannath in the temple. Ebe sabha sthane muni maugan eka dane sabe meli agyana dehe yeba dakshine. I now beg all of you one bit of charity. Please give me permission to leave for a tour of South India. Vishwarupa Udesa Avyasya Amiyaba Ekaki Yeba Kaho Sange Naleba. I shall go to search of Vishwarupa. Please forgive me, but I want to go alone. I do not wish to take anyone with me. Stetu bandhe hete ami na asiya yavat नीला चले तुम्ही सबरा राहिबे तत्वतवा. Until I return from Setu Bandha, all of your dear friends will remain at Jagannath Puri. Vishwarupa Siddhi Prapti Janena Sakala Dakshina Desa Uddharite Karina Echala. Knowing everything, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was aware of Vishnu Rupa has already passed away. A pretense of ignorance was necessary, however, so that he could go to South India and liberate the people there. Sunya Sabra Mane Hela Maha Dukha Nih Sabda He Ila Sabra Sukhela Mukha. Upon hearing the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees become very unhappy and remain silent with sullen faces. Nityananda Prabhu kahe eche kache haya ekaki yebi tumi ke iha sahaya. Nityananda Prabhu then said, how is it possible for you to go alone? Who can tolerate this? Dui eka sange chaluka na pada hata range yere kaha sei dui chaluk tomara sange. Let one or two of us go with you, otherwise you may fall into the clutches of thieves, rogues along the way. They may be whoever you like, but two persons should go with you. Dakshinera tirtha patha ami sabha jani ami sange ye prabhu agyana deha tumi. Indeed, I know all the path of the different place of pilgrimage in South India. Just order me. I shall go with you. Text 18. Prabhu kahe ami nartaka tumi sutradhara tumi eche nako teche nartana amara. The Lord replied, I am simply a dancer. You are wire puller. However, you pull the wire to make me dance. I shall dance in that way. Sanyasa kariye ami chailam vindavana tumi ama lana ile advaita bhavana. After accepting the sannyas order, I decided to go to Vrindavan, but you took me instead to the house of Advaita Prabhu. Nila chala asite prathe bhangila mora dand toma sabara gadhe sneha amra karya bhang. While on the way of Jagannath Puri, you broke my sannyas staff. I know that all of you have great affection for me, but such things disturb my activities. Jagannanda chaye ama viswas भूंजेते, ये कहे से भैया चाहिए करीते. Jagannath want me to enjoy bodily sense gratification. Out of fear, I do whatever he tell me. Kabhu yati inhara vakya kariye anyatha करोबे तीना दीना मोरे नाही कहे कथा. If I sometimes do something against his desire out of anger, he will not talk to me for 3 days. मुकुंदा है ना दुखी देखी संन्यासा धर्मा, तीना बारे सीते स्नाह भूमिते सायना. Being a sannyasi, I have a duty to lie down on the ground and to take bath 3 times a day, even during the winter. But Mukunda become very unhappy, and when he see my severe austerity. Antare dukhi Mukunda nahi kahe mukhe, ihara dukhe dekhi mora adiv guna hai dukhe. Of course, Mukunda does not say anything, but I know that he is very unhappy within. Upon seeing him unhappy, I become twice as unhappy. अमिता सन्यासी दामोदरा ब्रह्मचारी, सदा रहे हमारा उपरा शिक्षा दंडा दहारी. Although I'm in the renounced order of life and Damodar is brahmachari, he still keep a stick in his hand and just to educate me. Inhara agne amina ज्ञानी व्यवहारा, inhare na bhava savantara charitra amara. According to Damodar, I am still a neophyte as far as social etiquette is concerned. Therefore, he does not like my independent nature. लोका पेशे का नहीं इन्हारा कृष्णा कृपा हेते, आमी लोकापेक्षा कभू न परिचदिते. Damodar Pandit and other are more advanced in receiving the mercy of Lord Krishna. Therefore, they are independent of public opinion. As such, they want me to enjoy sense gratification, even though it be unethical. But since I'm a poor sannyasi, I cannot abandon the duty of renounced order. Therefore, I follow them strictly. Purport: a brahmachari is supposed to assist sannyasi. Therefore, a brahmachari should not try to instruct sannyasi. That is the etiquette. Consequently, Damodar should not have advised Chaitanya Mahaprabhu of his duty. Atave tumi sabha rahe nila chale, dina kata ami tirtha brahmema ikele. You should all therefore remain here in Ninchala for some day, while I tour the sacred place of pilgrimage alone. Inha sabra vasa prabhu haya ye gune, dosa ropa chachle kare guna ashvadane. Actually, the Lord was controlled by the good quality of all his devotees. On the pretense of attributing fault, he tasted all these qualities. Purport: all the accusation made by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu against his beloved devotee usually show his great appreciation of their intense love for him. Yet he mentioned these faults one after another as if he were offended by their intense affection. The personal associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sometimes behave contrary to regulatory principle out of intense love for the Lord. And because of their love, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself sometimes violated the regulatory principle of sannyasi. In sannyas, in the eyes of the public, such violation not good. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so controlled by his devotee love that he was obliged to break some of the rule. Although accusing them, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was indirectly indicating that he was very satisfied with their behavior in pure love of Godhead. Therefore, in verse 27, he mentioned that his devotee and associate place more importance on love of Krishna than on social etiquette. There are many instances of devotional service rendered by the previous Acharya who did not care about social behavior when intensely absorbed in love for Krishna. Unfortunately, as long as we are within this material world, we must observe social custom to avoid criticism by general populace. This is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's desire. Text 30. Chaitanya Bhakta Vasalya Akhatya Kathana Apane Vairagya Dukha Karena Sahana. No one can properly describe Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's affection for his devotee. He always tolerated all kind of personal unhappiness resulting from his acceptance of the renounced order of life. Sei dukha dekhiye bhakta dukha paye, se dukha tonara sakte sana na yaya. The regulatory principle observed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was sometimes intolerable, and all the devotees become greatly affected by them. Although strictly observing the regulatory principle, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could not tolerate the unhappiness felt by his devotee. Text 32. Gune dosa gara chale sabha nisedibya ekaki brahmi vena tirtha vairagya kariya. Therefore, to prevent them from accompanying him and become unhappy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu declared their quality to be a fault. The Lord wanted to tour all the places of pilgrimage alone and strictly observe the duty of the renounced order. Tabe chari jana bahu ni minanti karila Savtantra Ishwa Prabhu Kabuna Manila. Four devotees then humbly stated that they go with the Lord. But Lord Shri Chaitanya, being the independent Supreme Personality of Godhead, did not accept their request. Tabe Nityananda kahe ye agyana tomara dukha sukha ye hua hauk kartavya amara. Therefore, Lord Nityananda said, whatever you order is my duty, regardless whether it results in happiness or unhappiness. Kintu eka nivedana karom arobara vichara karya taha kara angikara. Yet, I still submit one petition to you. Please consider it. And if you think it is proper, please accept it. Kopina bahirvasa arha jala patra ara kichu nahi yebe sabe matra. You must take you with a loin cloth, external cloth, and water pot. You should take nothing more than this. Tomara dui hasta bandhana name ganane jala patra bhirvasa bibhi ke kamane. Since you are two hands, will always engage in chanting and counting the holy name, how will you able to carry the water pot and external garment? From this verse, it is clear that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was chanting the holy name a fixed number of times daily. The Goswami used to follow in the footsteps of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Haridas Thakur also followed this principle. Concerning the Goswami, Sri Rup Goswami, Sri Sanatana Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, Sri Gopal Bhatt Goswami, and Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, Sri Nivas Achar confirm. Sankhya Purvaka Nama Gnam Gana Natibhi. Sad Goswami Ashtaka 6. In addition to other duties, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introduced the system of chanting the holy name of Lord at a fixed number of times daily, as confirmed in this verse. Tomara dui hasta badha name ganane. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to count on his finger. While one hand was engaged in chanting, the other hand kept the number of rounds. This is corroborated in the Chaitanya Chandramrita and also in Sri Rup Goswami Stavmala. Bandhana preme bhara prakamita karo gratim kati dorekhe sankhyantum nija lokha mangala hare krishneti namnam japam. Hari Krishneti Uche Spruta Rasano Nama Ganana Kirta Grati Sreni Subhaga Kati Sutro Vajala Karha. Therefore, devotee in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu must chant at least 60 rounds daily. This is the number prescribed by the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Haridas Thakur daily chanted 300,000 names. 16 round is about 28,000 names. Therefore, there is no need to imitate Haridas Thakur or other Goswami, but chanting of holy name a fixed number of times daily is essential for every devotee. Prema vase pathe tumi habe achetna e sabha samagri tomara ke kara rakshana. Well, when along the way you fall unconscious in excited love of Godhead, who will protect your belonging, the water pot, garment, and so forth? Krishna dasa name e salla brahmana inho sangare kari laha dharava nivedana. Sri Nityananda Prabhu continued, "Hey, the simple Brahmana named Krishna Das, please accept him and take him with you. This is my request." This Krishna Das, known as Kala Krishna Das, is not a Kala Krishna Das mentioned in the 11th chapter, verse 37 of the Adi Leela. The Kala Krishna Das mentioned in the 11th chapter is one of the 12 Gopalas, cowherd boy, who appeared to substantiate the pastime of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is known as a great devotee of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. The Brahmana named Kala Krishna Das, who went to Sri Chaitanya to South India and later to Bengal, is mentioned in Madhya Leela 10th chapter, verse 62 to 79. One should not take these two to be the same person. Jala patra vastra bahi toma sange yabe ye tomara ichha kara kichu na balibe. He will carry your water part garment, and you may do whatever you like. He may not say a word. He will not say a word. Tabe tana vakya prabhu kari angikare tahe sabha lana gela sarbhoma ghare. Accepting the request of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Chaitanya took all his devotees, went to the house of Sarbhuma Bhattacharya. Namaskari Sarbhuma asana nivedila sabha kare mile tabe asana basila. As soon as they entered his house, Sarbhuma Bhattacharya offered the Lord obeisance and place to sit. After seating all the others, the Bhattacharya took his seat. Nana Krishna Vata kahi kahila tanhare hare tomara tani ailan agyana maji bare. After they had discussed various topics about Lord Sri Krishna, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu informed Sarbhuma Bhattacharya, I have come to your place just to receive your order. Sannyasi kari Vishwarupa giyache dakshine avasya kari bare ami tanara anbesane. My elder brother Vishrupa has taken sannyas and gone to South India. Now I must go search for him. Agyana deha avasya ami dakshine chaliba tomara agyanate sukhe liuti asiba. Please permit me to go, for I must tour South India. With your permission, I shall return very happily. Prabhuji, should I continue?
You can say something and then we'll see, Madhya.
Yeah. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji want to go to South India alone, but Nityananda Prabhu and other devotee requesting him to just go with 3-4 person. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhuji was saying because their love and devotion. He was having, no? Huh?
Such trouble he was having, no?
Yeah, he's getting trouble, but he is indirectly appreciating him. And he was showing for public, I have to do some following the principle of sannyas, but because of their love, he just some rule he didn't follow because of their love, because 3 times had to take bath like these things. So some Mukunda devotee, he get angry why he is taking 3 baths like that way. He can't see him because of sheer love, probably. So that is the thing, whole story was going on, and they are
such trouble, huh?
Yeah, it's trouble of love, it seems, probably.
I mean, trouble for all of us also, no? He is trying to make sure that he follows so that we can follow him.
Right, probably.
He's having an obstacle there.
Yeah. So, I will stop sharing, Prabhuji.
Not yet. Sanjay Mataji, you want to read? Okay, if he's not able to read, you read for another 15-20 minutes, Mataji.
Okay, text 46. Suni sarbhona hela atyanta katara charna dahriye kahe visada uttara. Translation. Upon hearing this, Sarbhuma Bhattacharya became very much agitated. Catching hold of the lotus feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he gave this sorrowful reply. Bhanu jana mera punya pahle, penu tomara sanga, hena sanga vidhi mora kari leka bhanga. After many births, due to some pious activity, I got your association. Now, Providence is breaking this invaluable association. Sire vajra pade yati putra mariya yaya taha sahi tomara vicheda samhana yaya. If a thunderbolt fall on my head or if my son die, I cannot tolerate it, but I can not endure the unhappiness of separation from you. सर्वतंत्र ईश्वरा तुम्ही करीबे गमना दीना कथो रह देखी तुम्हारा चरना. My dear Lord, you are the independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Certainly you will depart. I know that. Still, I ask you to stay here a few days more so that I can see your lotus feet. Tahara Vinay Prabhura Sthila Hela Mana Rahila Devaso Katho Na Kaila Gamana. Upon hearing Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya request, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu relented. He stayed a few days longer and did not depart. भट्टाचार्य आग्रह करी करेना निमंत्रण ग्रहे पका करी प्रभु के करा नाम भोजन. The Bhattacharya eagerly invited Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to his home and fed him very nicely. Tanhara Brahmani Tanara Rama Tanana Nama Sthiramata Randini Bhiksha Deno Tenho Asharya Tanra Katha. The Bhattacharya wife, whose name was Sati Mata, the mother of Sati, did the cooking. The narration of this pastime are very wonderful. Agete kahiba taha kariya vistara ebe kahi prabhura dakshina yatra samachara. Later, I shall tell about this in elaborate detail, but at present, I wish to describe Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu South India too. Dina Panchna Rahi Prabhu Bhattacharya Sthane Chalibara Lagi Agyana Magila Apane. After staying 5 days at the home of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally asked his permission to depart for South India. Babura Agrahe Bhattacharya Samanta Ila Prabhu Tanre Lana Jagannath Mandire Jela. After receiving the Bhattacharya permission, Lord Chaitanya Prabhu went to see Lord Jagannath in the temple. He took the Bhattacharya with him. Darsana Kari Thakura Pasagya Magila Pujari Prabhure Mala Prasada Ani Dila. Seeing Lord Jagannath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also begged his permission. The priest then immediately delivered prasadam and a garland to Lord Chaitanya. Agyana mala pana hare namaskare kari anande dakshina dese chale gaura hari. Thus, receiving the Lord Jagannath permission in the form of garland, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered obeisance, and then in great jubilation he prepared to depart for South India. Bhattacharya Sange Ara Yata Nina Gana Jagannatha Pradakshina Kari Karila Gamana. Accompanied by his personal associate and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu circumambulated the altar of Jagannatha. The Lord then departed on his South Indian tour. Samudra Tire Tire Alanantha Pathe Sarvabhauma Kahilena Acharya Gopinathe. When the Lord was going alone the path of Alanantha, which was located on the seashore of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, gave him the following order to Gopinath Acharya. Chari Gopina Bhari Vasa Rakhiyachi Ghare Taha Prasandana Lana Ashva Vipradavare. So being the fourth set of loin cloth and other garment I keep at home, also some prasadam of Lord Jagannath, you may carry these things with the help of some brahmana. तबे सर्वभूमा कहे प्रभुरा चरने अवश्य पबिलु प्रभु मोरा निवेदने. When Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was departing, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya submitted the following at his lotus feet. My Lord, I have one final request that I hope you will kindly fulfill. Ramananda Rai Ache Godavari Tire Adhikari Haina Tenho Vidyanagre. In the town of Vidyanagara, on the bank of Godavari, there is a responsible government officer named Ramananda Rai. In the Amrita Prabhav Bhasha, Bhakti Vinod Thakur states that Vidyanagara is today known as Porbandar. There is another Porbandar in Western India in the province of Gujarat. Sudra Visai Jnane Upekesha Na Karibe Amara Bachne Tanre Avasya Milibe. Please do not neglect him, thinking he belonged to Sudra family engaged in material activity. It is my request that you meet him without fail. In the Varna Asam Dham, the Sudra is the fourth division in the Sudra status. Paricharatmakam karma Sudra aspi savbhava jam. Sudra are meant to engage in the service of the three high class, Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaishnava. Sri Ramanda Roy belongs to the Karana class, which is equivalent to the Kayas class in Bengal. This class is regarded all over India as Sudra. It is said that the Bengali Kayas were originally engaged as a servant of the Brahmanas who came from North India to Bengal. Later, the clerical class became the Kayas in Bengal. Now, there are many mixed classes known as Kayas. Sometimes it is said in Bengal that those who cannot claim any particular class belong to Kayas class. Although these Kayas or Karanas are considered as Sudras. They are very intelligent and highly educated. Most of them professionals such as lawyer or politician. Thus, in Bengal, the Kayast are sometimes considered as Kshatriya. In Odisha, however, Kayast class, which include Karna, is considered to be a Sudra category. Sri Ramchandra Rai belongs to the Karna class. Therefore, he is considered as Sudra. He was also the governor of South India under the regime of Maharaja Pratapurudra of Orissa. In the word, Sarbhuma Bhattacharya informed Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that Ramananda Rai, although belonging to Sudra class, was a highly responsible government officer. As far as spiritual advancement is concerned, materialistic politicians and Sudras are generally disqualified. Sarbhuma Bhattacharya therefore requested that Lord Chaitanya Prabhu not neglect the Ramananda Rai, who was highly advanced spiritually, although he was born Sudra and a materialistic. A Visyai is one who is attached to family life and is interested only in wife, children, and worldly sense gratification. The senses can be engaged either in worldly enjoyment or in the service of the Lord. Those who are not engaged in the service of Lord and are interested only in the material sense gratification are called Visyai. Sri Ramananda Rai was engaged in government service and he belonged to Karna class. He was certainly not a sannyasi in saffron cloth, yet he was in the transcendental position of Paramahansa householder. Before becoming Chaitanya Mahaprabhu disciple, Sarbhuma Bhattacharya considered Ramananda Roy an ordinary Visyai because he was a householder engaged in the government service. However, when the Bhattacharya was actually enlightened in Vaishnava philosophy, he could understand the exalted transcendental position of Sri Ramananda Roy. Therefore, he referred to him as Adhikari. An Adhikari is one who is the transcendental science of Krishna, who knows the transcendental science of Krishna and engages in his service. Therefore, all Grihastha devotees are designated as Dasa Adhikari. Tomara Sangera Yogya Teno Eka Jana Prithvite Rashika Bhakta Nahi Tanrasama. Sarbhuma Bhattacharya continued, Ramananda Rai is a fit person to associate with you. No other devotee can compare with him in the knowledge of the transcendental manner. Pandita Arha Bhakti Rasa Dunihera Teno Sima Sambha Sile Janibe Tumi Tanhara Mahima. He is the most learned scholar as well as expert in devotion mellow. Actually, he is the most exalted, and if you talk with him, you will see how glorious he is. अलौकिका वक्या चेष्टा तनहरा न भुजिया परिहसा करिया चीतन रे वैष्णवा भलिया. I could not realize when I first spoke with Ramananda Rai that his topic and endeavor were all transcendently uncommon. I made fun of him simply because he was Vaishnava. Purport. Anyone who is not a Vaishnava or unallowed devotee of the Supreme Lord must be materialist. A Vaishnava living according to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, injunction is certainly not to materialistic platform. Chaitanya means spiritual force. All of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu activity were carried out on the platform of spiritual understanding. Therefore, only those who are on the spiritual platform are able to understand the activity of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Materialistic person cannot understand these activities are generally known as karmis or jnanis. The jnani are mental speculators who simply try to understand what is spirit, what is matter. The process of neti. This is not a spirit, this is not a Brahman. The Jnani are little more advanced than the dull-headed Karmis, which are simply interested in sense gratification. Before becoming a Vaishnava, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was a speculator Jnani, and being such, he always cut joke with Vaishnava. A Vaishnava never agree with the speculative system of Jnani. Both the Jnani and Karmi depend on direct sense perception for their imperfect knowledge. The Karmi never agreed to accept anything not directly perceived. The Jnani put forth only hypotheses. However, the Vaishnava, the another devotee of the Lord, do not follow the process of acquiring knowledge by direct sense perception or mental speculation, because they are servant of Supreme Lord. Devotee receives knowledge directly from the Supreme Personality of God, as he speak in the Bhagavad Gita, or sometimes he imparted from the within the Chaitya Guru. As Lord Krishna stated in Bhagavad Gita 10.10, Tesam sthatat yuktanam bhajantam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upyanti te. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with the love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. The Vedas are considered to be have spoken by the Supreme Lord. They were first realized by Brahma, who is first created being with the universe. Teine Brahma Hriday Ya Adi Kave. Our process to receive knowledge through the Parampara system, from Krishna to Brahma, Narada, Vyasa, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Shiv Goswami. By disparate succession, Lord Brahma was enlightened from within by the original person Krishna. Our knowledge is fully perfect due to the being handed from material to disciple, master to disciple. Vaishnava is always engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Thus, neither Karmi nor Jnani can understand the activity of Vaishnava. It is said that Vaishnava Kriya Mudra Vigene na Bhujya. Even the most learned man, depending on the direct perception of knowledge, cannot understand the activities of Vaishnava. After being initiated into Vaishnavism by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya realized that what a mistake he made trying to understand Ramananda Rai, who was very learned and whose endeavors were all directed to a rendering tangential loving service to the Lord.
Thank you,
Text it
Mataji.
is from. Okay, Prabhuji.
It's good. You want to, there are multiple devotees joined. You just want to give some heads up to them. Amani Radha Mataji, Mataji will join.
Okay. So here Chaitanya Mahaprabhu want to go to South India, but some of the devotee wanted not to go alone because he want to go alone, and some of the devotee of Nityananda Prabhu, they are requesting, please take some of the devotee with you, because it will help him for going alone like that way, helping him. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu he was telling, because of their love, he is not able to follow the sannyas properly. So here while he go to the Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya home, there Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya requested him to visit Ramananda Rai, who is also Sudra, and but now since Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya earlier was thinking him as a normal man, but once he is uplifted by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then he was telling Ramananda Rai is a pure Vaishnava, and he was telling, please visit before going to South India, please visit the Ramananda Rai home.
Wow, so nice summary, Mataji.
I was trying, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Okay, so 140 we are. 120 to 140 to 2. Prabhu changed. Okay. Okay, Prabhu. You can take it over. 140 to 220.
Prabhu, nobody is there, then I can take, otherwise keep continue.
Yeah, I don't think anyone.
Yeah, sure, Prabhu, then I will.
You want to share your screen, or you want me to go ahead share?
No, share your screen.
Is it Madhya Lila Prabhu? What's the chapter name?
It's Madhya Lila chapter 7. Lord Chaitanya going to South India.
Okay. I have to start from 67, Prabhu? Okay. Take 67. तुम्हारे प्रसाद बे जाने नो तार तत्व Sambhasile jani betana yemana mahtatva. The Bhattacharya said, by your mercy, I can now understand the truth about Ramananda Rai. In talking with him, you also will acknowledge his greatness. अंगीकारो करी प्रभु तुम्हारा वचन तारे विद्या दैते तारे कैला आलिंगन. Lord Sri Chaitanya Nitya, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya request that he meet Ramananda Rai. Bidding Sarvabhaum farewell, the Lord embraced him. Kare Krishna bhaji mora kare ashirvade Nila chale asiyena tomara prasade. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked the Bhattacharya to bless him while he engaged in the devotional service of Lord Krishna at home, so that by Sarvabhaum mercy, the Lord could return to Jagannath. Excellent. The word Kariha Ashirvad means continue to bestow your blessings upon me. Being a sannyasi, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in the fourth order of the life and was thus due all respect and adoration, whereas Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya as a householder was in the second order. The sannyasi is supposed to offer blessings to Grahastha. Yet now, by his practical behavior, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested the blessing of the Grahastha. This incident shows the special significance of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's preaching. He gave equal status to everyone regardless of material consideration. His movement is thoroughly spiritual. Although apparently a Grahastha householder, Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya was unlike the so-called karmis interested in sense gratification. After being initiated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Bhattacharya was perfectly situated in the spiritual order. Therefore, it was quite possible for him to offer blessings even to a sannyasi. He was always engaged in the service of the Lord, even at home. In our discipline line, we have the example of the perfect householder, Paramahansa Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur. In his book, Sharanagati, Bhaktivinoda Thakur states, Ye din ghore bhajan dekhi gruhat goloka bhaye, Sharanagati 31.6. Whereas a householder glorifies the Supreme Lord in his home, his activity are immediately transformed into the activities of Golok Vrindavan. Spiritual activities taking place in the Golok Vrindavan planet of Krishna. Activities exhibited by Krishna himself at Bhaum Vrindavan, the Vrindavan Dham, existing on this planet are not different from his activities on the planet Golok Vrindavan. This is proper realization of Vrindavan. Anywhere in our Krishna conscious movement, we inaugurate the new Vrindavan activities, wherein devotees are always engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. And this is not different from Golok Vrindavan. The conclusion is that one who acts strictly in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is competent to offer blessings to sannyasi, even though he be a grahastha householder. Although he is in an exalted position, a sannyasi still must elevate himself to the transcendental platform by rendering service to the Lord. By his actual behavior, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu begged the blessings of Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya. In this way, he set the example of how one should expect blessing from a Vaishnava regardless of his social position. Very excellent and nice. Text 17. Itabali Mahaprabhu Korina Gaman Muchai Muchita Hana Tahar Padila Sarvabhaum. Saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu departed on his tour, and Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya immediately fainted and fell to the ground. Tare upekshiya kaila sigra gaman ke bhujite paramaha prabhu chittaman. Although Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya fainted, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not take notice of him. Rather, he left quickly Who can understand the mind and intention of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? It's a question. Who can understand the mind and intention of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? It was naturally expected that when Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya fainted and fell to the ground, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would have taken care of him and waited for him to regain consciousness. But he did not do so. Rather, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately started on his tour. It is therefore very difficult to understand the activities of a transcendental person. Sometimes they may seem rather odd, but a transcendental personality remains in his position, unaffected by material considerations. Text 72. Mahanubhave rachiter swabhava ei hai pushpa shama komalam kathina vrajamai. This is the nature of the mind of the uncommon personality. Sometimes it is soft like a flower, but sometimes it is hard as a thunderbolt. The softness of a flower and the hardness of the thunderbolt are reconciled in the behavior of the great personality. The following quotations from Uttar Ramcharitra 2.7 explain this behavior. One may also consult the Madhya Lila, this chapter verse 212. The Ramcharit, but it is not mentioned here. Okay. Text 73. Vajrad, it's to be longer. Vajradapi kathorani mrudu nikushumadapi lokottaranam chetamsi konu vignatumishvara. The hearts of those above common behavior are sometimes harder than the thunderbolt and sometimes softer than a flower. How can one accommodate such contradiction in great personalities? This is Uttar Ramcharit Ramayana. Nityananda Prabhu Bhatyachara Uthaila Tanra Loka Sanghe Tanre Ghare Pathaila. Lord Nityanand Prabhu raised Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and with the help of his man, show him to his home. Bhaktagana Shigra Asi Laila Prabhu Sathe Vastra Prasad Lana Tabe Aila Gopinatha. Immediately all the devotees came and partook of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu's company. Afterward, Gopinath Acharya came with the garments and prasadam. Sabha Sangre Prabhu Tabe Ala Natha Aila Namaskara Kari Tare Bahustuti Kaila. All the devotees followed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to a place known as Alalnath. There they all offered respect and various prayer. Premavesha Nutya Gita Koila Kata Krishna Dekhite Aila Tahar Vaishayata Gana. In the great ecstatics, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced and chanted for some time. Indeed, all the neighbors came to see him. Chaudikete Sabba Loka Bole Hari Hari Premavesha Madhya Nritya Kare Gaura Hari. All around Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is also known as Gaur Hari, people began to shout the holy name of Hari, Lord Chaitanya, immediately in his usual ecstasy of love, dance in the midst of them. What a lucky that devotees was at that time with Mahaprabhu. They see the dancing to the Lord. Okay, text 79.
We have you, Prabhu, now.
Kanchana Sradasya Deha Aruna Vashan Pulakashru Kampasveda Tahata Bhushan. The body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was naturally very beautiful. It was like molted golden dress in the saffron cloth. Indeed, he was most beautiful for being ornamented with the aesthetic symptoms, which caused his body hair to stand to end, tears to well up in his eyes, and his body to tremble and perspire all over. Dikhiya loke ramana haila chamatkar yeta loka aise keha nahi aaya ghar. Everyone present was astonished to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing and his bodily transformation. Whoever came did not want to return home. केह नाचे केह गाए श्री कृष्ण गोपाल प्रेमे ते भासीला लोक श्री वृद्धा अबाल. Everyone, including children, old men and women, began to dance and to chant the holy name of Shri Krishna and Gopala. In this way, they all floated in the ocean of love of Godhead. देखी नित्यानंद प्रभु कहे भक्त गणे ए रूप नित्य आगे हबे ग्रामे ग्रामे. Upon seeing the chanting and dancing of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityanand predicted that later there would be dancing and chanting in every village. And that should make true even in US also, people are dancing and chanting. This prediction of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu is applicable not only in India but also all over the world. This is now happening by his grace. Prabhupada not taking credit, but he says grace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The member of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness are now traveling from one village to another in the Western countries and are even carrying the deities with them. These devotees distribute various literatures all over the world. We hope that these devotees who are preaching the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will very seriously follow strictly in his footsteps. If they follow the rules and regulation and chant 16 rounds daily, their endeavor to preach the cult of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will certainly be successful. These are blessings of Prabhupada. अति काले हईला लोक छाड़ी अनायाय तबे नित्यानंद गोसाइल सुजिला उपाय. Seeing that it was already getting late, Lord Nityanand Prabhu, the spiritual master, invented a means to disperse the crowd. Madhya ne karite gela प्रभु केला ना ताहा देखी लोक ऐसे चौदी के धना. When Nityanand Prabhu took Sri Chaitanya Prabhu for lunch at noon, everyone came running around them. मध्याह्न कैला आयला देवता मंदिरे निज गण प्रवेशी कृपाते दिला भारी द्वारे. After finishing their bath, they returned all at noon to the temple. Admitting his own men, Sri Nityanand Prabhu closed the outside door. तबे गोपीनाथ दोई प्रभु भिक्षा कोरिला प्रभु रसे सप्रसादन सबे बनिता कहला. Sabde Binti Kahila. Gopinath Acharya then bought prasadam for the two Lord to eat, and after they have eaten, the remainder of the food were distributed to all the devotees. Suni suni loka sab asi bahir dware hori hori boli loka kola hola kare. Hearing about this, everyone there came to the outside door and began chanting the holy name Hari Hari. Thus there was a tumultuous sound. तबे महाप्रभु द्वारे करेला मोचन आनंदे आसिया लोक पाइला दर्शन. After lunch, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made them open the door. In this way, everyone received his audience with great pleasure. हे मत संध्या प्रायांत लोक आसे आया वैष्णव हईला लोक सबीनाचे गाय. The people came and went until evening, and all of them became Vaishnava devotees and began to chant and dance. ए रूप से थानी भक्त गण संगे से रात्रि गुनाइला कृष्ण कथा रंगे. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then passed the night there and discussed the pastime of Lord Krishna and his devotees with great pleasure. Just I'm thinking at that time all this camera and recording and everything available then.
No technology.
Yeah, by reading and thinking that we feel so ecstasy and the whole things came on mind at that. काले स्नान कोरी करी लागमन भक्त गणे Vidai Dela Kari Alingan. The next morning, after taking his bath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu started on his South India tour. He bade farewell to the devotees by embracing them. Muchita hona sabe bhumite podila, tanna sab pane prabhu firina chahila. Although they all fell to the ground unconscious, the Lord did not turn to see them but proceed onward. Vichede vyakula prabhu chalila dukhi hana pache Krishna dasayaya jala patra lana. In separation, the Lord became very much perturbed and walked on unhappily. His servant Krishna Das, who was carrying his water pot, followed behind. Bhakta gana upavasi taha nirahita are din dukhi hana nila nila chale aila. All the devotees remained there and fasted, and the next day they all unhappily returned to the Jagannath Puri. Matasimha praya prabhu kori lagaman prema veseyaya kari nam sankirtan. Almost like a mad lion, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went on his tour filled with ecstatic love and performing Sankirtan, chanting Krishna name as follows. Krishna 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 He Krishna 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 He Krishna 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 Rakshamam Krishna 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 Pahimam Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Rakshamam Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Krishna Kesava Pahimam. Translation: The Lord chanted the purport Krishna 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 He Krishna 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 He Krishna 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 Rakshamam Krishna 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 Pahimam. That is, O Lord Krishna, please protect me and maintain me. He also chanted Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Rakshamam Krishna Keshav Krishna Keshav Krishna Keshav Pahimam. That is, O Lord Ram, descendant of King Raghu, please protect me. O Krishna, O Kesav, killer of the Kali demon, please maintain me. It's a very beautiful purport. So Prabhupada had, it's a Krishna Krishna simple, but still Prabhupada again wrote that things. Because that's what we want, means we give any Pandit type nothing, but he had again repeated same, that this is not the translation, but still he had given over there. That's one thing. Yes. Second thing also see means lots of people say, oh, you are the Krishna devotee, you are not the Ram devotee. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself is chanting that Ram Raghav, and clearly say Ram means not the Balram, but it's the King Raghu's descendant. So it's descendant of Raghu. So it's wrong. People have the impression that means we are only the Krishna. No, we are the devotee. Vishnu Tattva means Krishna, and all we believe all in, even Shiva also we believe into him, Shiva.
Yes, true.
Yeah. E shloka padi pathe chalila gaur hari loka dekhi pathe kahe bala hari hari. Chanting this verse, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, known as Gaur Hari, went on his way. As soon as he saw someone, he would request him to chant Hari Hari. Say loka prema mata hana bale Hari Krishna Prabhu pache sange aya darshana shrutstane. Whoever heard Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chant Hari Hari also chanted the holy name of Lord Hari and Krishna. In this way, they all followed the Lord, very eager to see him. Kata Krishna rahi Prabhu tara alangiya Vidya karila tare sakti sancharila. Vidaya karila tare sakti sancharila. After some time, the Lord would embrace these people and bid them return home, having invested each of them with spiritual potency. Sakti sancharila. In this Amrut Prabha Bhashya, Shri Bhaktivinoda Thakur explained that this spiritual potency is the essence of the pleasure potency and the knowledge potency. By these two potency, one is empowered with devotional service. Lord Krishna himself or his representative, the unalloyed devotee, can mercifully bestow these combined potencies upon any man. Being these endowed with such potencies, one can become an unalloyed devotee of the Lord. Anyone favored by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was empowered with this Bhakti Sakti. Those, the Lord's follower, were able to preach Krishna conscious by divine grace. What a beautiful Prabhupada Acharya is giving commentary. Sei jan nij gamane kori agaman. Sei jan nij grame kori agaman. Krishna boli hase kande nache anukshan. Each of these empowered persons would return to his own village, always chanting the holy name of Krishna and sometimes laughing, crying and dancing. Yare dekho tare kaha, kahe Krishna, kahe kaha Krishna naam, e mata Vaishnava kaila sab nij gram. Such an empowered person would request everyone and anyone, whoever he saw, to chant the holy name of Krishna. In this way, all the villagers would also become devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In order to become an empowered preacher, one must be favored by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or his devotee, the spiritual master. One must also request everyone to chant the Maha Mantra. In this way, such a person can convert others to Vaishnavism, showing them how to become pure devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. ग्रामांतर हैते देखिते आइला यत जन तारा दर्शन कृपाइला होय तारसम tanrasam. People from different villages who came to see such an empowered individual would become like him simply by seeing him and receiving the mercy of his glance. Se grame loka Vaishnava karai anya grama Asitare Dikhita Vaishnava hai. When each of these newly empowered individuals returned to his own village, he also converted the villagers into devotees. And when others came from different village to see him, they were also converted. Se ar grama kare upadesh E mata Vaishnav haila sabe dakshina des. In this way, as empowered men went from one village to another, all the people of South India became devotees. E mata pathe yaita sata jan Vaishnava karena tare kari alingan. Thus, many hundreds of people become Vaishnavas when they pass the Lord on the way and were embraced by him. Yei grame rahi bhiksha kore na yara ghar, sei grame yata loka aisa dekhi bar. In whatever village Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed to accept all, many people came to see him. Prabhu krupaya hoy Mahabhagava sei sab acharya hana tarila jagat. By the mercy of Supreme Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, everyone become a first-class devotee. Later, they become teacher or spiritual master and liberated the entire world. It's very beautiful things. When we do the preaching, we doesn't know to whom we preach. One day they can become the maybe teacher or spiritual master or what. And this Radheshyam Prabhu recently came, he had also said the same things. We doesn't know to whom we are preaching. One day they become a very great preacher.
What part of South India Mahaprabhu visited, Prabhu? Really sorry, I missed before.
I'm not sure right now where he...
You haven't get there yet, Mataji. He just left from Puri and is on his way.
Yeah. मत कैलायावा गेला सेतु बंद. Yeah, now it's coming. Setu Band, we are coming here. So Mataji, your answer, you asked and it came here. So मत कैलायावा गेला सेतु बंदे सर्व देश वैष्णव हैला प्रभुर संबंधे. In this way, the Lord went to the extreme southern part of India and he converted all the province to Vaishnava. So maybe he's reached at the Rameshwaram now. Navadhipa yei sakti na kaila prakashe se sakti prakasi nistarila dakshina dese. Lord Sri Chaitanya Prabhu did not manifest his spiritual potencies at Navadvip, but he did manifest them in the South India and liberated all the people here. At that time, there were many smartas, non-devotees, follower of Vedic rituals. At the holy place of Navadvip, which was also the birthplace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, followers of the Shmruti Shastra are called smartas. Most of them are non-devotees, and their main business is following the Brahminical principle strictly. However, they are not enlightened in devotional service. In Navadvipa, all the learned scholars are followers of Smriti Shastra, and Lord Chaitanya Prabhu did not attempt to convert them. Therefore, the author has remarked that the spiritual potency Lord Sri Chaitanya Prabhu did not manifest at Navadvip was by his grace manifest in South India. Thus, everyone there become a Vaishnava. By this, it is to be understood that people are really interested in preaching in favorable situation. If the candidate for conversion are too disturbing, a preacher may not attempt to spread Krishna consciousness amongst them. It is better to go where the situation is more favorable. This Krishna conscious movement was first attempted in India, but the people of India, being absorbed in political thought, did not take to it. They were entranced by the political leaders. We preferred, therefore, to come to the West. Therefore, the order of our spiritual master, and by the grace of Lord Chaitanya Prabhu, this movement is being successful. Hari Bol. What a nice principle, and the tips Prabhupada is giving, and based on this verse. Text 110. Prabhu ke ye bhaje tare tanda kripa hoy, sei se sa balila satya koriloy. Lord Sri Chaitanya Prabhu's empowering of others can be understood by one who is actually a devotee of the Lord and who has received his mercy. Alaukika lilya yara na hoya viswas, iha loka para loka tara hoye nasa. If one does not believe in the uncommon transcendental pastime of the Lord, he is vanquished both in this world and in the next. Prathame kahila prabhur yerupagaman, e mat jani hayava dakshina brahman. Whatever I have stated about the beginning of the Lord's tour should also be understood to hold for as long as the Lord tours South India. So can you scroll the screen? Text 113. E mata yate yate gela kurma sthane, kurma dekhi kaila tare stavana praname. When Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to the holy place known as Kurma Kshetra, he saw the deity and offered prayer and obeisance. Kurmasthan is a well-known place in pilgrimage. There is a temple there of Kurmadev. In the Prapannamrita, it is said that Lord Jagannath took Sri Ramanujacharya from Jagannath Puri and one night throw him to Kurukshetra. Kurukshetra is situated in the line of the Southern Railway in India. One has to go to the railway station known as Shikakulam Road. From this station, one goes 8 miles to the east to reach the holy place known as Kurmachal. Those who speak the Telugu language consider this holy place very important. This statement is reported in the government gazette known as Ganjam Manual. Ganjama Manual. There is the deity of Kurma there, and as mentioned above, Srila Ramanujacharya was thrown from Jagannath Puri to this place. At that time, he thought that the deity of Kurma was Lord Shiva's deity. Therefore, he was fasting there. Later, when he understood that the Kurma Murti was the another form of Lord Vishnu, he instituted very gorgeously worship of Lord Kurma. This statement is found in the Prapannamrita, chapter 36. The holy place of Kurmakshetra or Kurmasthan was actually re-established by Sripad Ramanujacharya under the influence of Lord Jagannath Dev at Jagannath Puri. Later, the temple came under the jurisdiction of the king Vijay Nagar. The deity was worshipped by the Vaishnavas of the Madhvacharya Sampradaya.
Second. Yeah.
In the temple, there are some inscriptions said to be written by Sri Narhari Tirth, who was in the disciplined succession of Madhvacharya. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur explained those inscriptions as follows. Number 1, Sri Purushottam Yati appeared as the instructor of many feared men. He was a very favorite devotee of Lord Vishnu. Second, his preaching was accepted throughout the world with great respect, and by his power, he liberated many non-devotees with a strong reason and logic. Third, he initiated Anand Tirth and converted many foolish men to accept sannyasa and punish them with his rod. Fourth, all his writings and words are very potent. He gave people devotional service to Lord Vishnu so they could be elevated to liberation in the spiritual world. 5. His instructions in devotional service were able to elevate any man to the lotus feet of the Lord. 6. Narhari Tirth was also initiated by him and become the ruler of Kalinga province. Narhari Tirth fought with the Sabaras, who were Chandals or hunters, and thus saved the temple of Kurma. 8. Narhari Tirth was a very religious and powerful king. 9. In the Saka era 1203, in the month of Vaishakha, in the fortnight of the moon waxing period, on the day of Ekadashi, Narhari Tirtha dedicated to the holy name of Yoganand Narsimha Dev. The temple he has constructed on his order. The tablet is dated that very day, corresponding to Saturday, March 29, 1281 AD. Text 114. परमेश्वर हासी कांदी नृत्य गीत कैला देखी सर्व लोकेर चिते चमत्कार होइला. While at this place, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in his usual ecstasy of love of Godhead and was laughing, crying, dancing and chanting. Everyone who saw him was astonished. Just one thing over here. So at that time, if the sannyasis dance, then it took very so that's why this whole people is two things, because it's sannyasi and again it's Mahaprabhu dance.
That's right. No, those times, sannyasi dancing is not there.
Yeah, and sannyasi is dancing over there, and again it's a Chaitanya dancing. So what a beautiful means the step and everything. So everybody was astonished over there. Right now also, if we see some devotee dance and very ecstatic, then we all also feel like that.
Yes,
आश्चर्य सुनिया लोक आयला दक्षिण बारे प्रभुर रूप प्रेम देखी होइला चमत्कारे. After hearing of this wonderful occurrence, everyone came to see him there. When they saw the beauty of the Lord and his ecstatic condition, they were all struck with wonder. Darshanira Vaishnava Haila Bala Krishna Hari Prema Vesa Nache Loka Uddhar Urdhava Bahu Kari. Just by seeing Lord Chaitanya, everyone became a devotee. They began to chant Krishna and Hari and all the holy names. They all were merged in the great ecstasy of love, and they began to dance, raising their hands. Krishna Nama Loka Mukhe Suni Aviram Sei Loka Vaishnava Kaila Anya Sabha Khagram. Always hearing them chant the holy name of Lord Krishna, the residents of all the other village also become Vaishnavas.
Basically, he planned to go down, but he is now at Kurmagram. Right, Prabhu?
Yep.
He's not gone to down yet, like the Setu Banda, he didn't go there yet.
No, he was at Setu Band. See,
because is it mean like he went to Setu Band and came back to Kurmagram?
That's what the another one means. Or maybe he was his intention to go to the Setu Band, but
Yeah,
he's on the way.
Looks like it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not more familiar with the geography of the South, Prabhu.
Setu Band is like in almost to the bottom
down at the Kerala.
And then Kurmagram is like it's in Andhra Pradesh. So it's about Tamil Nadu, close to.
Yeah, so from the Bengal, he is going all the way. So now he's
It's little down to Puri, not too far.
E matta paramparaya desa Vaishnava haila Krishna nama mruta vanyai desa bhasilam. By hearing the holy name of Krishna, the entire country became Vaishnava. It was as if the nectar of the holy name of Krishna overflooded the entire country. Kata Krishna Prabhu yadi bhaya prakashila kurmera sevaka bahu sammana karila. After some time, when Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu manifested his external consciousness, a priest of the Lord Kurma deity gave him various offerings. Yei gramayaya tahariya ei vyavahar ekathani kahila na kahi babar arabar. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mood of preaching has already been explained, and I shall not repeat the explanation. In whichever village the Lord entered, his behavior was the same. Kurma nama sei grame Vaidika Brahmana Bahu Shraddha Bhakti Kaila Prabhura Nimantran. In one village, there was a Vedic Brahmana named Kurma. He invited Lord Chaitanya Prabhu to his home with the great respect and devotion. Ghare ani Prabhu Kaila Pada Prakshalan Sei Jana Vansa Sahit Korila Bhakshan. This Brahman brought Lord Chaitanya Prabhu to his home, washed his lotus feet, and with his family members drank that water. Aneka prakara sneha bhiksha korila gosaira sesana sab swamse kahila. With the great affection and respect that Kurma Brahman made Sri Chaitanya Prabhu eat all kinds of food. After that, the remnants were shared by all the members of the family. Yei pada padma tomar brahma dhyana kare sei padu padma sakshat aila mora ghare. The Brahmana then began to pray, "Oh my Lord, your lotus feet are meditated upon by Lord Brahma, and these very lotus feet have came into my home. Mora bhagyar simaya yaya kahan nayaya kahan aji mora sikhaya haila janma kuladham." My dear Lord, there is no limit to my great fortune. It cannot be described. Today my family, birth and riches have all been glorified. Krupa kara Prabhu mora yana tomara sangaye Sahitana pari dukha vishaya tarange. The Brahmana begged Lord Sri Chaitanya Prabhu, my dear Lord, kindly show me the favor and let me go with you. I can no longer tolerate the waves of misery caused by the materialistic life. This statement is applicable to for everyone. Regardless of how rich or prosperous one may be, Narottam Das Thakur has confirmed this statement. Samsara Vishanale Divanishi Hiyajvale. He stated that the materialistic way of life causes a burning in the heart. One cannot make any provisions for the troublesome life of the material world. It is fact that one may be very happy as far as riches are concerned, and one may be very opulent in every respect, yet one has to manage the Visayas to meet the demand of the body and of so many family members and subordinates. One has to take so much trouble to minister to others. Narottam Das Thakur therefore prays, Visaya chhadiya kabe shuddha hobe man. This one must be become freed from the materialistic way of life. One has to merge himself in the ocean of transcendental bliss. In other words, one cannot relish transcendental bliss without being freed from the materialistic way of life. It appeared that Brahmana's name Kurma was materially very happy, for he expressed his family tradition as Janmakula Dhan. Now being glorious, he wanted to live all the material opulence. He wanted to travel with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. According to the Vedic way of civilization, one should leave his family after attending 50 years. I'm already crossed that of age, and go to the forest of Vrindavana.
You're already 50, Prabhu?
55.
Really?
Yeah, to devote the
So young, Prabhu.
Yeah. My son is 28.
Oh my God.
He devoted the rest of his life to the service of the Lord. प्रभु कहे ऐसे बात कभू ना कहिब घरे रही कृष्ण नाम निरंतर लैबा. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, don't speak like that again. Better to remain at home and chant the holy name of Krishna always. As per Vedic calendar, tomorrow is I'm entering in the 56.
Really?
Yes.
Advanced happy birthday wishes, Prabhu. Nice to inaugurate
In Vedic.
Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Yeah. It is not advisable in this age of Kali to leave one's family suddenly, for people are not trained as proper brahmacharis and grihasthas. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised the brahmanas not to be too eager to give up family life. It would be better to remain with his family and try to become purified by chanting the Hare Krishna Mantra regularly under the direction of the spiritual master. This instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, if this principle is followed by everyone, there is no need to accept sannyas. In the next verse of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advises everyone to become an ideal householder by offenselessly chanting the Hare Krishna mantra and teaching the same principle to everyone he meets. Text 120. Yare dekhta hai kah Krishna upadesh, amar agna hoye hana tara e desh. Amar agna guru hana tara e desh. Instruct everyone to follow the order of Lord Shri Krishna as they are given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. In this way, become a spiritual master and try to liberate everyone in this land. It's a very famous verse of Chaitanya. This is the sublime mission of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Many people come and inquire whether they have to give up the family life to join the society, but that is not our mission. One can remain comfortable in his residence. We simply request everyone to chant the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. If one is a little literate and can read Bhagavad Gita as it is and Srimad Bhagavatam, that is so much the better. These works are now available in the English translation and are done very authoritatively to appear to all class of men. So now it's available in all the language, Hindi, Gujarati, English, Marathi, Russian, Chinese also now we have. Instead of living engrossed in material activities, people throughout the world should take advantage of this movement and chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra home with their families. One should also refrain from sinful activities, illicit sex, meat eating, gambling, and intoxication. Out of these 4 items, illicit sex is very sinful. Every person must get married. Every woman especially get married. If the women outnumber the man, some men can accept more than one wife. In that way, there will be no prostitute in society. If men can marry more than one wife, illicit sex life will be stopped. One can also produce many nice preparation to offer Krishna, grain, fruit, flowers, and milk. Why should one indulge in unnecessary meat eating and maintain horrible slaughterhouses? What is the use of smoking and drinking tea and coffee? People are already intoxicated by material enjoyment, and if they indulge in further intoxication, what chances is there for self-realization? Similarly, one should not partake in gambling and unnecessary agitated the mind. The real purpose of human life is to attain the spiritual platform and return to Godhead. This is the summum bonum of the spiritual realization. The Krishna conscious movement is trying to elevate human society to the perfection of life by pursuing the method described by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his advice to the Brahman Kurma. That is, one should stay at home, chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and preach the instruction of Krishna as they were given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. So I want to say something on this. Is a very, 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 I can say it's excellent purport over here. When initial day I was reading the scripture and that thing, so sometimes I say, Prabhupada ji repeatedly writing the same things, means we have to do these and that things. But when last time when I went to this Bloomington with the Radheshyam Prabhu came over there. So over there I met the one devotee who have the white body. And Bloomington, he doesn't know any devotee, nothing, but he read some scripture, he have some books he got from our ISKCON books, and he went online he had found everything over there, and he had started to chanting by himself at his home. And one day he went to the Kishori temple, and over there Shubal Prabhu met him, and he had given that, oh, we have the congregation at the Bloomington over there, and then he came in touch. So such a book, when we are Prabhupada wrote, and if we doesn't know which book or which literature people get in their hand, and when they read all this purport, if we again read this purport, if we are not the Krishna consciousness, and if we read this purport, then it gives us the lot information and the things and how to live and what to do. Recently, also 2 weeks back, I went to the West Virginia, and over there I see the one young boy, white body he have, very young boy, means maybe around 24, 25. So I asked them, how you become Krishna conscious? So he said that I was over there, and he's from the Aurora, he born over the Aurora. So he was Colorado University, and he got the Bhagavad Gita, and he had started to read the Bhagavad Gita, and by that he totally convinced that now I have to do that, and now he's full-time with the ISKCON. So this purport is a very, very excellent and great, and how to do preaching when we go, these are great things we can read the people, and really it's okay. Let's move to the text 129. Kabhuna badi betomar vishaya tarang punarapi eithani pabe morasang. Sri Chaitanya Prabhu further advised the Brahman Kurma, if you follow the instruction, your materialistic life at home will not obstruct your spiritual advancement. Indeed, if you follow these regulative principles, we will again meet here, or rather, you will never lose my company. Wow. This opportunity for everyone. If one simply follow the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu under the guidance of his representative and chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Hare Krishna mantra, teaching everyone as far as possible the same principle, the contamination of the materialistic way of life will not even touch him. It does not matter whether one lives in a holy place like Vrindavan, Navadvip, or Jagannath Puri, or in the midst of Europe city, where the materialistic way of life is very prominent. If a devotee follows the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he lives in the company of the Lord. Wherever he lives, he converts that place into Vrindavan and Navadvip. This means that materialism cannot touch him. This is the secret of success for one advancing in Krishna consciousness. Text 130. ए मत यार घरे करे प्रभु भिक्षा से आइछे कहे तानरा कराय ए शिक्षा. At whosoever house Sri Chaitanya accept his alms by taking prasadam, he would convert the dwellers to his Sankirtan movement and would advise them just as he advised the Brahmanas named Kurma. The cult of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu is explained here very nicely. One who surrenders to him and is ready to follow him with heart and soul does not need to change his location, nor is it necessary for one to change his status. One may remain a householder, a medical practitioner, or engineer, or whatever. It doesn't matter. One only has to follow the instruction of Sri Chaitanya, chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and instruct relatives and friends in the teaching of Sri Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. The same things when Ramananda Rai and Mahaprabhu dialogues is there, and everything she asks, and at the last says Thanes Sitagnata, wherever you are, and the same thing Prabhupada again repeating based on this. One has to learn humility and meekness at home, following the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu, and in that way one's life will be spiritually successful. One should not try to be an artificial advanced devotee thinking I'm a first class devotee. So it is best not to accept any disciples. Such thinking should be avoided. One has to become a purified at home by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra and preaching the principles enunciated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thus, one can become a spiritual master and be freed from the contamination of material life. There are many Sahajiyas who decry the activities of the six Goswamis, Sri Rup, Sanatan, Raghunath Das, Bhatta Raghunath, Jeev, and Gopal Bhatt Goswami, who are the personal associate of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu and who enlightened society by writing books on devotional service. Similarly, Narottam Das Thakur and other great acharyas like Madhvacharya, Ramanujarya, and other accepted many thousands of disciples to induce them to render the devotional service. However, there is a class of Sahajiyas who think that these activities are opposed to the principle of devotional service. Indeed, they consider such activities simply another phase of materialism. Thus, opposing the principles of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu, they commit offenses at his lotus feet. They should better consider his instruction, and instead of seeking to be considered humble and meek, should refrain from criticizing the followers of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu who engage in preaching. To protect his preacher, Sri Chaitanya Prabhu has given much clear advice in these verses of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. पाठे आयते देवाइये रहे यही ग्रामे यार घरे भिक्षा करे सेई महाजने कुर्म यायचे रीति ताइछे कइला सर्वथानी नीलाचल पुनः यावा ना आइला गोसानी. While on his tour, Sri Chaitanya would spend the night at the temple by the road. Whenever he accepted food from a person, he would give him the same advice he gave the Brahmana named Kurma. He adopted his process until he returned to Jagannath Puri from his South India tour. अतएव इहा कहिला करिया विस्तार ei mat janibe prabhur sarva vyavahara. Thus I have described the Lord's behavior elaborately in the case of Kurma. In this way you will know Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's dealings throughout the South India. ei mat se ratri tahari rahila prata kale prabhu snana karila chalila. Thus Lord Sri Chaitanya Prabhu would remain at the night at one place, and the next morning after bathing he would start again. Prabhura anuvraji kurma bahu dura aila prabhu tare yatna kori ghare pathaila. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left, the Brahman Kurmas follow him with a great distance, but eventually Lord Chaitanya took care to send him back home. Vasudeva nama ek dvij mahasai sarvange galita kushtha tahita kidamai. There was also a Brahmana named Vasudeva, who was a great person but was suffering from leprosy. Indeed, his body was filled with living worms. Anga haite yei kida khasi ya padaya uthana sei kida rakhe sei ita. Although suffering from leprosy, the Brahmana Vasudev was unlighted. As soon as one worm fell from his body, he would pick it up and place it back again in the same location. Ratri te sunila te ho gosaira agman dekhi bare aila prabhu kurmera bhavan. Then one night Vasudev heard of Lord Chaitanya Prabhu arrival, and in the morning he came to see the Lord at the house of Kurma. Prabhura gaman kurma mukhe te sunila bhume te padila dukhe te muchaita hana. When the leper Vasudev came to Kurma's house to see Chaitanya Prabhu, he was informed that the Lord had already left. The leper then fell to the ground unconscious. Aneka prakara vilapa karitela gita sei Krishna ase Prabhu tenre alingana gila. When Vasudev, the leper Brahman, was lamenting due to not being able to see Chaitanya Prabhu, the Lord immediately returned to that spot and embraced him. Prabhu sparsa dukhe sange kushtha dure gela ananda sahite anga sundara haila. When Sri Chaitanya Prabhu touched him, both the leprosy and his distress went to a distant place. Indeed, Vasudev's body became very beautiful to his great happiness. See, he had left the Kurma, but when he needed, Lord came back here to the Vasudeva. When Sri Chaitanya Prabhu touched his body, happiness. Prabhura krupa dekhi tara vishmay haila mon sloka padi paye dhari karayastavan. The Brahmana Vasudeva was astonished to behold the wonderful mercy of Sri Chaitanya Prabhu, and he began to recite a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam touching the Lord's lotus feet. Varam daridam papiyan kwa hari daridra papiyan kwa Krishna sini ketana Brahma bandhu iti sammanam bahu bhayam parimabhita. He said, who am I? A sinful poor friend of Brahmana, and who is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Full in six opulence, nonetheless, he has embraced me with his two arms. This verse was spoken by Sudama Brahman in Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, 81 chapter, verse number 16, in connection with his meeting to Lord Krishna. Next. Bahustuti kari kahe suna daya mai jiva ei guna nahi tomate hayai more dekhi more gandhe palaya pamar hena more sparsa haila swatantra ishwar. The Brahman Vasudeva continues, oh my merciful Lord, such a mercy is not possible for ordinary living entity. Such mercy can be found only in you. Upon seeing me, even a sinful person goes away due to my bad bodily order. Yet you have touched me. Such is the independent behavior of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So Lord never see anything, so he is independent of the behavior. Yeah. किंतु अचिलानु भला अधम हना एबे अहंकार मोर जन्मीबे आशिया. Being meek and humble, the Brahmana Vasudeva worried that he would become proud after being cured by the grace of the Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. प्रभु कहे कबू तोमार नहा बे अभिमान निरंतर कह तुम्ही कृष्ण कृष्ण नाम. To protect the Brahmanas, Sri Chaitanya would advise him to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra incessantly. By doing so, he would never become unnecessary proud. Krishna upadesi kar jivera nistar achirata Krishna toma karibe nangikar. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also advised Vasudeva to preach about Krishna and those living entities. As a result, Krishna would very soon accepted him as his devotee. Although Vasudeva Vipra was a leper and had suffered greatly, still after Chaitanya cured him, he instructed him to preach Krishna consciousness. Indeed, the only return to the Lord wanted was the Vasudeva preach the instruction of Krishna and liberate all human beings. That's the process of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Each and every member of this society was rescued from a very abnormal condition, but now they are eager in preaching a cult of Krishna consciousness. They are not only cured of the disease called material, but are also living a very happily life. Everyone accepts them as great devotees of Krishna, and their qualities are manifest in their very faces. If one wants to be recognized as a devotee by Krishna, he should take to preaching work, follow the advice of Chaitanya Prabhu, then one will undoubtedly attain the lotus feet of Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Lord Krishna himself, without delay. What a wonderful and
yeah, I wanted to highlight to Govind Mohini Mataji.
Why?
She is really like very determined.
Yeah. Always she is very humble and she's trying to that means I never get the proud. Yeah. Okay, Prabhu, can you continue? Who is now next?
Yes, Prabhu.
You want me to continue, Prabhu? Or you are doing?
Yeah, I can do.
Yeah, Prabhu.
Eteka kahiya Prabhu kaila antardane dui vipra gala gali kanda Prabhu raghune. After instructing the Brahmana Vaishnava Vasudeva in that way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu disappeared from that place. Then the two Brahmanas, Kurma and Vasudeva, embraced each other and began to cry, remembering the transcendental qualities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Vasudeva Udara ei kahila akyana, Vasudeva Amrita Pradahila Prabhura Nama. Thus I have described.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Prabhu? Yes, Prabhu?
No, sorry, Prabhu. I have a call on talking. Sorry for this.
Thus I have described how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reclaimed the leper Vasudeva and so received the name Vasudeva Amrita Prada. The name Vasudeva Amrita Prada is mentioned in the verses composed by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Eta kahila prabhura pradama gamana kurma darashana vasu deva vimochana. Thus, I end my description of the beginning of the tour of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is visiting the temple of Kurma and he is liberating the leper Brahmana Vasudeva. Shraddha Kari Lila Ekare Shravana Achirate milaye tare Chaitanya Charana. One who hears this pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with great faith will surely very soon attain the lotus feet of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When a person actually revives his consciousness with thoughts of Krishna, by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he revives his spiritual life and becomes addicted to the service of the Lord. Only then can he act as an acharya. In other words, everyone should engage in preaching. Everyone should engage in preaching. Following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this way, one will be very much appreciated by Lord Krishna and will quickly be recognized by him. Actually, devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu must engage in preaching in order to increase the followers of the Lord. Thus, by preaching actual Vedic knowledge all over the world, one will benefit all mankind. So we only hear when we become a pure devotee, will benefit the forefathers, 11 generations, 12 generations. But by sharing this Krishna consciousness, one will benefit all mankind. Chaitanya Lilara Adi Anta Nahi Jani Se Liki Eyi Mahan Tera Mokhi Suni. I admit that I don't know the beginning or the end of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. However, whatever I have written, I have heard from the most of great personalities. Ite aparada mora na laoi bhakta gana toma sabara charana mora ekanda sharana. Oh, devotees, please do not consider my offense in this regard. Your lotus feet are my only shelter. Shri Rupa Raghunatha Pade Ara Asa Shri Govinda Charnamrita Kahe Krishnadasa, praying at the feet of at the lotus feet of Shri Rupa, Shri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishnadasa, narrate Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps. Thus ends the Bhaktivinoda purport to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Madhya Lila, chapter 7, describing the start of the Lord's tour of South India and the liberation of the Brahmana Vasudeva. (247). Okay. Until 5 o'clock, we are free to go. Chapter 8. The talks between Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Rai. Wow, nice chapter to close. The summary of the 8th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in Amrita Pravaha Bhashya. Just I want to say a small appreciation from the previous chapter. Like when we are going through the details of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, was really appreciating Srila Prabhupada model, the whole ISKCON, following the model given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or other way to say it is Srila Prabhupada just continued or expanded the model of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Talks between Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Rai. The summary of the 8th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrita Pravaha Bhashya. After visiting the temple of Jiyad Nasimha, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the banks of river Godavari to a place known as Vidyanagra. When Srila Ramananda Rai went there to take his bath, they met. After introducing himself, Sri Ramananda Rai requested Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to remain in the village for some days. Honoring this request, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed there in the home of some Vedic Brahmanas. In the evening, Srila Ramananda Rai used to come to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Ramananda Rai, who was clothed in ordinary dress, offered the Lord respectful obeisances. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu questioned him on the object and process of worship, and also asked him to recite verses from the Vedic literature. First of all, Sri Ramananda Roy enunciated a system of Varnashrama institution. He recited various verses about Karmarpana, stating that everything should be dedicated to the Lord. Then he spoke of detached action, knowledge mixed with devotion service. Detached action, knowledge mixed with devotion service. And finally, spontaneous loving service of the Lord. After hearing Sri Ramananda Roy recite some verses, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the principle of pure devotion service devoid of all kinds of speculation. After this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Roy asked Ramananda Roy to explain the higher platform of devotion service. That Srila Ramananda Roy explained unalloyed devotion service, love of Godhead, and serving the Lord in the modes of pure servitude, fraternity, and paternal love. Finally, he spoke of serving the Lord in conjugal love. He then spoke of how conjugal love can be developed in various ways. This conjugal love attains its highest perfection in Srimati Radharani's love for Krishna. He then described the position of Srimati Radharani and the transcendental mallows of love of God. Sri Ramananda Roy then recited a verse of his own concerning the platform of ecstatic vision, technically called Prema Vilasa Vivarta. Sri Ramananda Roy also explained that all stages of conjugal love can be attained through the mercy of the residents of Vrindavana, especially by the mercy of gopis. All these subject matters were thus vividly described. Gradually, Ramananda Roy could understand the position of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited his real form, Ramananda Roy fell unconscious. After some days, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Ramananda Roy to retire from government service and come to Jagannath Puri. These descriptions of the meetings between Ramananda Roy and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are taken from the notebook of Sri Swarupa Damodar Goswami. So at a high level, we have 7 sections, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu meeting Ramananda Roy. First question is highest perfection of human life, which is sadhya. And then truths of Radha and Krishna and their pastimes, sadhana, process to attain the greatest things, and then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reveal his form to Ramananda Roy. Glorious conversation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Roy. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is strictly showing himself as a devotee of Krishna. But at times when the devotees are ready, he is also showing the Bhagavan form. I mean, as per their interest. There you go. Sancharya Ramabhida Bhakta Mege Swabhakti Siddhanta Chayamrutani Gauradbir Eter Amuna Vitir Nais Tajnatva Ratnalayatam Prayati Sancharya Ramabhida Bhakta Mege Swabhakti Siddhanta Chayamrutani Gauradbhiter Amuna Viturnais Tajnatva Ratnalayatam Prayati. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is known as Gauranga, is the ocean of all conclusive knowledge and devotion service. He empowered Sri Ramananda Roy, who may be likened to a cloud of devotion service. This cloud was filled with the water of all the conclusive purports of devotion service and was empowered by the ocean to spread this water over the sea of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. Thus, the ocean of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became filled with the jewels of knowledge of pure devotion service. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda.
All glories to Advaita Acharya and all glories to all the devotees of Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Purvarite Prabhu age gamana karila, Jiya Nasimha Kshetre Katadina Gela. According to his previous program, Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went forward on his tour and after some days arrived at the place of pilgrimage known as Jiyad Nasimha. The Jiyad Nasimha temple is situated on the top of hill about 5 miles away from Visakhapatnam. There is a railway station on the South India Railway known as Simhachala. The temple known as Simhachala is the best temple in the vicinity of Visakhapatnam. This temple is very affluent and is a typical example of the architecture of the area. On the stone tablet, it is mentioned that formerly a queen covered the deity with a golden plate. This is mentioned in the Visakhapatnam Gazetteer. About the temple, there are residential quarters for priests and devotees. Indeed, at the present moment, there are many residential quarters to accommodate visiting devotees. The original deity is situated in the depths of the temple, but there is another deity, a duplicate known as Vijayamurti. This smaller deity can be moved from the temple and taken on public processions. Priests who generally belong to Ramanuja Sampradaya are in charge of the deity worship. Narsimha Kaya Kaila Dandavat Pranati Prema Vese Kaila Bahu Nutya Gita Stuti. Upon seeing the deity of Lord Narsimha in the temple, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered his respectful obeisances by falling flat. Then, in ecstatic love, he performed various dances, chanted, and offered prayers. Shri Nasimha Jaya Nasimha Jaya Jaya Nasimha Prahaladesha Jaya Padma Moka Padma Bhrunga. All glories to Nasimha Deva. All glories to Nasimha Deva, who is the Lord of Prahlad Maharaj. Unlike a honey bee, is always engaged in beholding the lotus-like face of the goddess of fortune. The goddess of fortune is always embraced by Lord Narasimhadeva. This is mentioned in the commentary in the Srimad Bhagavatam, written by the great commentator Srila Sridhar Swami. The following verse was composed by Sridhar Swami in his commentary on the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam 10.18.7.1. Vagishayasya vadane lakshmiryasya cha vakshasi yasyasya hridaye samvitam nasimham aham bhaje. Lord Narasimha is always assisted by Saraswati, the goddess of learning, and is always embracing the goddess of fortune to his chest. The Lord is always complete in knowledge within himself. Let us offer our obeisances unto Narasimhadeva. Similarly, in his commentary on the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.1, Sridhar Swami described Narasimhadeva in this way. Prahlada hrudayalam adam bhakta vidya vidaranam Sarad Induruchim Vande Parindra Vadanam Harim. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Narasimhadeva, who is always enlightening Prahlad Maharaj within his heart and who always kills the nation that attacks the devotees. His mercy is distributed like a moonshine, and his face is like that of a lion. Let me offer my obeisances unto him again and again and again. Ugropi anugra evayam sabhaktanam nukesari kesari vesapotanam anyesam ugra vikramaha. Although very ferocious, the lioness is very kind to her cubs. Similarly, all the very ferocious to non-devotees like Hiranyakashipu, Lord Narasimhadeva is very, very soft and kind to devotees like Prahlad Maharaja. This verse was composed by Srila Sridhar Swami in his commentary on the 7th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.1. Eimata nana sloka padi suti kaila Nasimha sevaka mala prasada anadila. In this way, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recited different verses from the Shastras. The priest of Lord Narasimhadev then brought garlands and the remnants of the Lord's food and offered them to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Purvavat kona vipra kaila nimra trahana seyi ratri tahan rahi kari lagamana. As usual, a Brahman offered Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu an invitation. The Lord passed the night in the temple and then commenced his tour again. Prabhate utiya Prabhu chalila prema vese
Dig vidik nahi jnana ratri diva se. The next morning, in the great ecstasy of love, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu started on his tour with no knowledge of the proper direction, and he continued the whole day and night. Purvavat Vaishnavakari Sarva Loka Gane Godavari Thire Prabhu Ailakata Dine. As previously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu converted to Vaishnavism many people he met on the road. After some days, the Lord reached the banks of the river Godavari. Godavari deka haila Yamuna smarana Tire vana deki smriti haila Vrindavana. When he saw the river Godavari, the Lord remembered the river Yamuna. And when he saw the forest on the banks of the river, he remembered Sri Vrindavan Dama. Seyivana Katakshana Kari Nutya Gana Godavari Parahana Tahan Kailasnana. After performing his usual chanting and dancing for some time in this forest, the Lord crossed the river and took his bath on the other bank. Ghat chadi kati kata dure jalas sannidhane vase Prabhu khare Krishna nama sankirtane. After bathing in the river, the Lord walked a little distance from the bathing place and engaged in the chanting the holy name of Krishna. Hena kale dolaya chadi Ramananda Raya snana kari bare ela bhajana bhajaya. At that time, accompanied by the sounds of music, Ramananda Rai came there on the palanquin to take his bath. Tanra sange bahu ela vadika brahmana vidhi mate kaila theno snanadi drupana. Many brahmanas, following the Vedic principles, accompanied Ramananda Rai. According to the Vedic rituals, Ramananda Rai took his bath and offered oblations to his forefathers. Prabhu Tandra Deki Janila E Rama Raya Hanara Milite Prabhura Mani Uto Daya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could understand that the person who had come to bathe in the river was Ramananda Rai. The Lord wanted so much to meet him that his mind immediately began running after him. Tatapi Darya Dari Prabhu Rahila Vashiya Ramananda Ela Apurva Sanyasi Dekiya. Although Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu running after him mentally, he patiently remained sitting. Ramananda Rai, seeing the wonderful sannyasi, then came to see him. Surya Sata Samakanti Arunavasana Subalita Prakande Dehe Kamala Lochana. Srila Ramananda Roy then saw Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be as brilliant as 100 suns. The Lord was covered by a saffron garment. He was large in body and very strongly built. His eyes were like lotus petals. Dekiya tanara mane haila chamatkara asiya kharila dandavat namaskara. When Ramananda Rai saw the wonderful sannyasi, he was struck with wonder. He went to him and immediately offered his respectful obeisances, falling down flat like a rod. Uti Prabhu kahe uto kaha Krishna Krishna tare alangita Prabhura Hrudaya Satrushna. The Lord stood up and asked Ramananda to arise and chant the holy name of Krishna. Indeed, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very eager to embrace him. Tatapi puchila tumi Raya Ramananda Teno kahe se hana dasa sudra manda. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then inquired whether he was Ramananda Rai, and he replied, "Yes, I'm your lowly servant. I'm your very low servant, and I belong to Sudra community." Abetare Kaila Prabhu Druda Lingana Prema Vese Prabhu Britya Done Achetana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then embraced Sri Ramananda Rai very firmly. Indeed, both the master and the servant almost lost consciousness due to ecstatic love. Sabhavika prema donara udaya karila duna alingaya dune bhumete padila. Their natural love for each other was awakened them both, and they embraced and fell to the ground. Sri Ramananda Rai was an incarnation of
Vishaka. Since Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Lord Krishna himself, there was naturally an awakening of love between Vishaka and Krishna. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a combination of Srimati Radharani and Krishna, and the Gopi Vishaka is the principal Gopi assisting Srimati Radharani. Thus, the natural love between Ramananda Rai and Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu awakened, and they embraced. Stamba Sveda Ashru Kampa Pulaka Vaivaranya Dunhara Mukete Suni Gadgada Krishna Varna. When they embraced each other, ecstatic symptoms, paralysis, perspiration, tears, shivering, paleness, and standing up their body hairs appeared. The word Krishna came from their mouths falteringly. Dekiya Brahmana ga nera haila chamatkara Vaidika Brahmana Sabha Karena Vichara. When the stereotyped ritualistic Brahmanas who are following the Vedic principles saw this ecstatic manifestation of love, they were struck with wonder. All these Brahmanas began to reflect as follows. Eta Sanyasi Rateja Deki Brahma Sama Sudre Alingya Kene Karena Krandana. The Brahmanas thought, we can see that this sannyasi has a luster like the affiliates of Brahman. But how is it? He is crying upon embracing a Sudra, a member of the fourth caste in the social order. E Maharaja Maha Pandita Gambira Sanyasira Sparsa Mata Haila Astira. They thought, this Ramananda Rai is the governor of Madras, a highly learned and grave Persian, a Mahapandit. But upon touching this sannyasi, he has become restless like a madman. E Mata Vipragana Bhave Mane Mana Vijatiya Lokha Deki Prabhu Kaila Samvarana. Well, the Brahmanas were thinking in this way about the activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Rai. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw those outsiders and restrained his transcendental emotions. Ramananda Rai was intimately related to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, he can be accepted as a Sajatiya, a person within the inner intimate circle of the Lord. The Brahmanas, however, were followers of the Vedic rituals and were not able to have an intimate connection with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Consequently, they are called Vijatiya Loka. In other words, they are not pure devotees. One may be highly learned Brahmana, but if he is not a pure devotee, he is a Vijatiya, an outcast, one outside devotion service. In other words, a non-devotee. Although Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Rai were embracing in ecstasy, the Lord restrained his transcendental emotions upon seeing the outsider Brahmanas. Sustahana dune seye staneta vasila tabe hasi Mahaprabhu kahite lagila. When they regained their sanity, they both sat down and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiled and began to speak as follows. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya kahila tumara gune Tomare milite mora karila yatane. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya spoke of your good qualities, and he made a great endeavor to convince me to meet you. Toma mili bare mora eta agamana bala haila anayase pailundashana. Indeed, I have come here just to meet you. It is very good that even without making an effort, I have gotten your interview here. Rayekaha Sarvabhauma Kare Brutya Jnana Paroksheha Mora Hite Hayasavadana. Ramananda Rai replied, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya thinks of me as his servant. Even in my absence, he is very careful to do me good. Tanra Krupaya Painu Tomara Darshana Aji Safala Haila Mora Manusha Janma. By his mercy, I have received the interview here. Consequently, I consider that today I have become a successful human being. Sarvabhauma Tomara Krupa Tare China Aprasha Sparshilehana Tanra Prema Dina. I can see that you have bestowed special mercy upon Sri Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Therefore, you have touched me, although I am untouchable. This is due only to his love for you. Kahan tume sakshat Ishwara Narayana Kahan Muni Raja Sevi Vishaya Sudra Dhamma. Here the Supreme Personality Godhead Narayana himself I'm only a government servant, interested in materialistic activities. Indeed, I'm the lowest among men of the fourth caste. Moras person na karile, gruna veda bhaya, mora darshana toma, vede nishedaya. You do not fear the Vedic injunctions stating that you should not associate with the Sudra. You are not contemptuous of my touch. Although in the Vedas you are forbidden to associate with Sudras. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says, Mami pata vepasritya pisu papayonayo striyo vaishatata sudras te peyanti param gatim. O son of Pritha, those who take shelter of me, sheltering me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishya, merchants, as well as Shudra, can attain supreme destination. The word Papayona means born into a lower class. According to the Vedic system of classification, women, Vaishya, Shudra belong to a lower social order. A low life means a life without Krishna consciousness. High and low are calculated by considering a person's Krishna consciousness. A Brahmana is considered to be one of the highest platform because he knows Brahman, the absolute truth. The second caste, Kshatriya caste, also know Brahman, but not as well as the Brahmanas. The Vaishyas and Shudras do not clearly understand God consciousness. But if they take to Krishna consciousness by the mercy of Krishna and the spiritual master, they do not remain in the lower caste. Papayonayaha. It is clearly stated, Te piyanti param gatim. Unless one has attained the highest standard of life, one cannot return home back to Godhead. One may be a Shudra, Vaishya, or woman, but if one is situated in the service of Lord in Krishna consciousness, one should not be considered Sri Shudra Vaishya or lower than Sudra. Though a person may be from a low-born family, if he is engaged in the Lord's service, he should never be considered to belong to a low-born family. Padma Purana forbids, Vikshate jati samanya sayati narakam dhruvam. A person goes to hell quickly when he considers a devotee of the Lord in terms of birth. Although Sri Ramananda Rai supposedly took birth in a Shudra family, he is not to be considered Shudra, for he was a great advanced devotee. Indeed, he was on the transcendental platform. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore embraced him. Out of spiritual humility, Sri Ramananda presented himself as a Sudra. Raja Sevi Vishayi Sudradama. Even though one may engage in government service or in other pounds, shillings, pence business, in short, materialistic life, he need only to take to Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is a very simple process. One need only chant the holy names of the Lord and strictly follow the principles forbidding sinful activity. In this way, one can no longer be considered an untouchable, a Vishayi or a Shudra. One who is advanced in spiritual life should not associate with non-devotees, namely men in government service and men engaged in materialistic activity for sense gratification or in the service of others. Such men are considered Vishayi, materialistic. It is said, Nishkinchanasya Bhagavad Bhajanon Mukasya param jigam shir bhava sagarasya sandarsanam vishayinam ato yoshitam cha ha hanta visha bhakshantopi asadu. A person who is very seriously engaged in cultivating devotion service with a view to crossing the ocean of nations and who has completely abandoned all material activities should never see a Sudra, Vaishya or a woman. Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka 823. Tomara krupaya tomaya karaya nindya karma sakshat Ishvara tumi ke jane tomara marma. You are the Supreme Personality Godhead Himself. Therefore, no one can understand your purpose. By your mercy, you are touching me. Although this is not sanctioned by the Vedas. A sannyasi is strictly forbidden to see the Vishayis, the materialistic people. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, out of his boundless and causeless mercy, could show favor to anyone, regardless of birth and position. This is a gift of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and ISKCON. Srila Prabhupada is so magnanimous to make it further easily available and available all over the world. So much so, like we can see and meet sannyasis and so on. Amanistharite tomara ihanagama parama dayali tum patita pavana. You have come here specifically to deliver me. You are so merciful that you alone can deliver all fallen souls. Narottama Das Thakur sings in his Pradhana 39. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Doya Kora More Toma Vina Ke Doyalu Jagata Samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatara Mosama Patita Prabhu Napayebe Ara. My dear Lord, please be merciful to me. Who can be more merciful than your Lordship within these three worlds? You appear as an incarnation just to reclaim the conditioned fallen souls. But I assure you that you will not find a soul more fallen than me. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's specific mission is to deliver fallen souls. Of course, in this age of Kali, there is hardly anyone who is not fallen according to the calculations of Vedic behavior. In his instructions to Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu described the so-called followers of Vedic religion in this way. Madhya 19:146. Veda Nista Madhya Ardeka Veda Muke Mane Veda Nishiddha Papa Kare Dharma Nahi Gane. So-called followers of Vedic principles simply accept the Vedas formally, but they act against Vedic principles. This is symptomatic of this age of Kali. People claim to follow a certain type of religion, saying formally, I'm Hindu, I'm Muslim, I'm Christian, I'm this and that. But actually, no one follows the principles enunciated in religious scriptures. This is the disease of this age. Therefore, the merciful Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has simply advised us to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama Eva Kevalam. The Lord can deliver anyone and everyone, even though one may have fallen from the injunctions of revealed scriptures. This is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's special mercy. Consequently, he is known as Patita Bhavana, the deliverer of all fallen souls. Mahanta Swabhavayai Tarite Pamara Nija Karya Nahi Tabu Yanadaragara. It is a general practice of all saintly people to deliver the fallen. Therefore, they go to people's houses, although they have no personal business there. A sannyasi is supposed to beg from door to door. He doesn't beg simply because he is hungry. His real purpose is to enlighten the occupant of every house by preaching Krishna consciousness. A sannyasi doesn't abandon his superior position and become a beggar just for the sake of begging. Similarly, a person in the household life may be very important, but he may also voluntarily take to the mendicant way of life. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami were ministers, but they voluntarily accepted the mendicant's life in order to humbly preach Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message. So if you want to take sannyas, a mendicant life, you have to preach Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's message. It is said about them, Tektva tu namase shamandalapati shrenim sada tuchavat bhutvadi na ganesha kav karanaya kaupina kantasrita. Although the Goswamis were very aristocratic, on the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they became mendicants just to deliver the fallen souls. One should also consider that those who engage in the missionary activities of Krishna conscious movement are under the guidance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. They're not actually beggars. Their real business is to deliver fallen souls. Therefore, they may go from door to door just to introduce a book about Krishna consciousness so that people may become enlightened by reading. See, book distribution always comes. Previously, Prabhupada told everyone should do Sankirtan. Yeah, book. Formerly, brahmacharis and sannyasis used to beg from door to door. At the present moment, especially in the Western countries, a person may be handed out to the police if he begs from door to door. In Western countries, begging is considered criminal. Some members of Krishna consciousness movement have no business begging. Instead, they work very hard to introduce some literatures about Krishna consciousness so that people can read them and be benefited. But if one gives some contribution to a Krishna conscious man, he never refuses it. Mahad vichalanam nrinam grihinam dena chetasam nishreyasaya bhagavan nanyata kalpate kvachit. My dear Lord, sometimes great saintly persons go to the homes of householders. All of these householders are generally low-minded. When a saintly person visits their homes, one can understand that it is for no other purpose than to benefit the householders. This verse is from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8.4. Hamara sange brahmanadi sahasre ka jana tumhara darshane sabara dravibhutamana. Along with me, there are about 1,000 men, including the Brahmanas, and all of them appear to have had their hearts melted simply by seeing you. Krishna Krishna Nama Suni Savara Vandane Savara Anga Pulakita Shuna Yane. I hear everyone chanting the holy name of Krishna. Everyone's body is thrilled with ecstasy and there are tears in everyone's eyes. Akrutya Prakrutya Tomara Ishvara Lakshana Jivana Sambhavi Ei Aprakrata Gona. My dear sir, according to your behavior and bodily features, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is impossible for ordinary living beings to possess such transcendental qualities. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's bodily features were uncommon. Indeed, his body was extraordinary in his measurements. The measurement of his chest and the measurement of his forearms were the same. This is called Nograda Parimandala. As far as his nature is concerned, he was kind to everyone. No one but the Supreme Personality Godhead can be kind to everyone. Therefore, the Lord's name is Krishna, all attractive. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita 14.4, Krishna is the kind father of everyone. In every species of life, Sarva Yonishu, he is the original father, seed giver, Bijaprada Pita. How then can he be unkind to any living entity? One may be a man, animal, or even a tree, but the Lord is so kind to everyone. That is God's qualification. He also says in Bhagavad Gita, Samoham Sarva Bhuteshu. I'm equally kind to everyone. And he advises Sarva Dharman Parityaja Mamekam Sharanam Raja. Give up all other engagements and simply surrender unto me. This instruction is meant not only for Arjuna, but for all living entities. Whoever takes advantage of this offer is immediately immune to all sinful activity and returns home, back to Godhead. While present on this planet, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made the same offer. Prabhu kahe tumi maha bhagavatottama tumhara darshana sabara drava hailamana. The Lord replied to Ramananda Rai, Sir, you are the best of the topmost devotees. Therefore, simply the sight of you has melted everyone's heart. Purport. Unless one is first-class devotee, he cannot be a preacher. A preacher is generally a topmost devotee. But in order to meet the general populace, he has to come to distinguish between devotees and non-devotees. Otherwise, an advanced devotee makes no such distinctions. Indeed, he always sees that everyone is engaged in the service of the Lord. When one engages in the preaching work, he must distinguish between people and understand that some people are not engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. You have to distinguish. The preacher then has to take compassion upon such innocent people who do not know how to worship the Lord. Srimad Bhagavatam 11-45, the symptoms of topmost devotee are described as follows. Sarvabhuteshu yapashyet bhagavad bhavam atmanaha bhutani bhagavati atmanyesha bhagavatottamaha. The advanced devotee sees that all living entities are parts and parcels of Supreme Personality Godhead. Everyone is in Krishna, and Krishna is also within everyone. Such a vision is possible only for a person who is very advanced in devotional service. Anyara ki kata ami mayavadi sannyasi amiha tomara sparse Krishna prema bhasi. Although I'm a mayavadi sannyasi, a non-devotee, I'm also floating in the ocean of love of Krishna simply by touching you and what to speak of others. E jane khatina mora hrudaya sodite sarvabhauma kahilena tumhara milite. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya knew this would happen. And just to rectify my heart, which is very hard, he asked me to meet you. E mata dunya stuti khare dunhara guna dunya dunhara darashane anandita mana. In this way, each of them praised the qualities of other, and both of them were pleased to see each other. He nakale vaidika eka vaishnava brahmana dandavat kari kala prabhura nimantrana. At this time, a Brahmana Vaishnava, following the Vedic principles, came and offered obeisances. He fell flat before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and invited him for lunch. Nimantrana manila tandre Vaishnava janiya Ramananda kahe Prabhu Ishat ahasiya. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the invitation. Knowing the Brahmana to be devotee and slightly smiling, he spoke as follows to Ramananda Roy. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the invitation of the Vaishnava Brahmana. Even though one is Brahmana, strictly following all the rules and regulations of Brahminical culture, if he is not a devotee, a follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one should not accept his invitation. At the present moment, people have become so degraded that they do not even follow the Vedic principles, to say nothing of Vaishnava principles. They eat anything and everything, whatever they like. And therefore, the members of Krishna conscious movement should be very cautious and accepting invitations. Tomara muke Krishna kata sunita hayamana punarapi payena tomara darshana. I wish to hear from you about Lord Krishna. Indeed, my mind is inclined to desire this. Therefore, I wish to see you again. Raya kahe aila yadi pamara shodite darsana matre suddha nahe more duste chite dina pancha shata rahi karaha marjana tabe suddha haya mora ei dustamana. Ramananda replied, My Lord, although you have come to correct me, a fallen soul, my mind is not yet purified simply by seeing you. Please stay for 5 or 7 days and kindly cleanse my polluted mind. After that much time, my mind will certainly be pure. Yadyapi vicheda donara sahananayaya tatapi dandavat kari chaliya ramaraya. Although neither could tolerate separation from the other, Ramananda Roy nonetheless offered his obeisances to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and departed. Prabhu ye seyi vipra gare bhiksha kaila duye janara utkantya asi sandhya hoyila. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then went to the house of the Brahmana who had invited him and took his lunch there. When the evening of the day arrived, both Ramananda Roy and the Lord were eager to meet each other again. Prabhu snana krutya kari achana vashiya eka britya sangaraya milila asiya. After his finishing his evening bath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down and waited for Ramananda Raya to come. Then Ramananda Rai, accompanied by one servant, came to meet him. A Vaishnava is supposed to be advanced in spiritual understanding, be a householder or sannyasi, must bathe 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. When one is engaged in the service of the deity, he must especially follow the principles of Padma Purana and take regular baths. He should also, after bathing, decorate his body with the 12 tilakas. Namaskara Kaila Raya, Prabhu Kaila Lingane, Duye Jane Krishna Kata, Kaya Rahastane. Ramananda Rai approached Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and offered his respectful obeisances, and the Lord embraced him. Then they began to discuss Krishna in a secluded place. The word Rahahastane in a secluded place is very significant. Talks about Krishna and his pastime, especially his pastimes in Vrindavan and his dealings with gopis, all are very confidential. They're not subject matter for public discussion because those who have no understanding of the transcendental nature of Krishna's pastime always commit great offenses, thinking Krishna to be ordinary human being and the gopis ordinary girls. Following the principle of Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who never discussed the dealings between Krishna and the gopis publicly, devotees in Krishna conscious movement are also enjoined not to discuss the pastimes of Lord Krishna and Vrindavan in public. For the general public, Sankirtana is the most effective method to awaken Krishna consciousness. Note this word, awaken Krishna consciousness. If possible, one should discuss the principles enunciated in Bhagavad Gita. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu followed this principle very strictly and discussed the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita with learned scholars like Sarvabhauma, Bhattacharya, and Prakashananda Saraswati. However, he taught the principles of Bhakti cult to students like Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami, and he discussed Ramananda Roy, the topmost devotional dealings with Krishna and the gopis. For the general populace, he performed Sankirtana very vigorously. We must also follow these principles in preaching Krishna consciousness all over the world. Prabhu kahe padasloka sadhyara ninnaya raya kaha saudharmacharane Vishnu bhakti haya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Ramananda Roy recite a verse from the revealed scriptures concerning the ultimate goal of life. Padasloka sadhyara, ultimate goal of life, nirnaya. Ramananda Roy replied, if one executes prescribed duties of his social positions, he awakens his original Krishna consciousness. In this connection, Srila Ramanujacharya states in the Vedanta Sangraha that devotional service is naturally very dear to the living entity. Indeed, it's life's goal. This devotional service is supreme knowledge or Krishna consciousness, and it brings detachment from all material activity. In the transcendental position, a living being can perfectly acknowledge the superiority of serving the Supreme Lord. The devotees attain the Supreme Lord only by devotional service. Having such knowledge, one engages in his occupational duty, and that is called Bhakti Yoga. By performing Bhakti Yoga, one can rise to the platform of pure devotional service. A great saint, the father of Srila Vyasadeva Parasara Muni, has specifically mentioned that devotional service to the Lord can ultimately be awakened in human society by the discharge of duties in accordance with the Varnashrama system. The Supreme Personality Godhead instituted Varnashrama Dharma to give human beings a chance to return home back to Godhead. The Supreme Personality Godhead, Lord Shri Krishna, who is known in the Bhagavad Gita as Purushottama, the greatest of all the personalities, personally came and declared that the institution of Varnashrama Dharma was founded by him. He stated in Bhagavad Gita 4:13, Chaturvanyam Mahaya Srustam Gunakarma Vimaga Saha Tasya Kartaram Api Mam Vidhi Akartaram Avyayam. Elsewhere, Bhagavad Gita 18:45-46, Lord says, Svese karmani abhiratha samsiddhim labate naraha sakarma nirata siddhim yata vindati tashunu yata pravritir bhutanam yena sarvam idam tatam sakarmanatam abhyarchya siddhim vindati manavaha. Human society should be divided into 4 divisions, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, and everyone should always engage in his occupational duty. The Lord says that those engaged in occupational duty can attain perfection simply by rendering loving devotional service to the Lord while executing their particular duty. You remember in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is very strict on Arjuna on this. Anyone of remember the verse that he has to do his duty? Pretty strictly, he says. Chintamani Mataji.
I'm trying to remember the verse, Prabhu, but yes, I remember that.
Ma Manusmar Yudhya Cha.
He
says you do Yuddha, but you still have to think. He doesn't compromise there. Actually, the modern ideal of classless society can be introduced only by Krishna consciousness. Let men perform their occupational duty. Let them give their profits to the service of the Lord. In other words, one can attain the perfection of life by discharging one's occupational duty and employing the results in the service of the Lord. This method is confirmed by great personalities like Bodhayana, Tanka, Dramida, Guhadeva, Kapadi, and Baruchi. It's also confirmed by the Vedanta Sutra. So
I
it is,
can
it
read
is,
30 minutes.
so it is pretty clear. We cannot distinguish whether it be official work or family work or whatever work, relative work or whatever work one can say. They cannot take it away from devotion service. For us, everything is devotion service, and we have to make the best of it. There's no way. But actually, if we separate it, it is actually, we are not troubling it actually. If we don't separate it now, then Krishna takes the burden and the response will become his actually. But if we separate it, then actually, we are taking away the burden from Krishna to us, and then that's the only thing we struggle to practice devotion service. Right?
Yes, Prabhu. Yes, and Guru Maharaj, that's why he, to the question about how to balance, he always says there's no balance.
There's
It's
no
both
balance.
the same.
It has to be devotional service. We cannot separate it. Pratak Bhava. And the glory is so good. Actually, the responsibility, otherwise, how can we deliver our dependents? No, we are struggling so much to deliver ourselves. And how to speak of delivering. So we have to make our activities devotional service, whether we like it or not. We have to practice it at least. Yeah, yes, Madhya.
Thank you, Prabhu. Text 58. Varna Shramar Charavata Purushena Parapuman Vishnur Aradhyate Pantha Nanya Tattosha Karanam. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, is worshipped by the proper execution of prescribed duties in the system of Varna and Ashram. There is no other way to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One must be situated in the institution of the 4 Varnas and Ashrams. Purport. This is a quotation from the Vishnu Puran 3.8.9. As stated by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrita Pravaha Bhashya, the purport is that one can realize life's perfection simply by satisfying the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is also confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.13. Atha pumbhir tvija sreshta varnashrama vibhagasa anusthitarsya dharmasya samriddhir haritoshanam. O best among the twice born, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to the caste divisions and orders of life is to please the personality of Godhead. Every man should perform his occupational duty in the light of his particular tendency. According to his abilities, one should accept a position in the Varnashram institution. The divisions of Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra are natural divisions within society. Indeed, everyone has a prescribed duty according to the Varnashram Dharma. Those who properly execute their prescribed duties live peacefully and are not disturbed by material conditions. The spiritual orders, Brahmacharya, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, are called the ashrams. If one executes his prescribed duty in both the social and spiritual orders, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is satisfied. If one neglects his duties, however, he becomes a transgressor and a candidate for a hellish condition. Actually, we see that different people are engaged in different ways. Therefore, there must be divisions according to work. To attain perfection, one must make devotional service the center of life. In this way, one can awaken his natural instincts by work, association, and education. One should accept the Varnashram divisions by qualification, not by birth.
Unless this system is introduced, human activities cannot be systematically executed. The Brahmanas are the intellectuals who understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They are always engaged in the cultivation of knowledge. It does not matter whether one is born in India or outside India. Those who are naturally very heroic and who tend to rule over the others are called Kshatriyas. Those who tend to produce food by agricultural methods, protect cows and other animals, and engage in trade are called Vaishyas or merchants. Those who are not sufficiently intelligent to be Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, or Vaishyas are required to serve a master, and they are called Shudras. Thus, everyone can engage in the service of the Lord and awaken his natural Krishna consciousness. If a society does not function according to such natural divisions, the social orders become degraded. The conclusion is that the scientific method of Varnashram Dharma should be adopted by society. প্রভু কহে এহ বাহ্য আর আগে কহ আর রায় কহে কৃষ্ণে কর্মাপন সর্বসাধ্য সার. The Lord replied, "This is external. You had better tell me of some other means." Ramananda replied, "To offer the results of one's activities to Krishna is the essence of all perfection. Yat karoshi, yat asnasi, yat juhosi dadasi yat, yat tapasyasi kaunteya, tat kurushva madarpanam." Translation. Ramananda Roy continued, "My dear son of Kunti, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer in sacrifice, whatever you give in charity, and whatever austerities you perform, all the results of such activities should be offered to me, Krishna, the personality of Godhead." Purport: The Lord has said that the Varnashram Dharma is not properly executed in this age of Kali. Therefore, he ordered Ramananda Roy to go further into the matter. Ramananda replied with this verse from the Bhagavad Gita 9.27, which instructs that while remaining in the system of Varnashram Dharma, one may offer the results of his activities to Lord Sri Krishna in loving service. Naturally, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was asking Ramananda Roy about the execution of devotional service. Ramananda Roy first enunciated the principle of Varnashram Dharma in consideration of materialistic people. However, this conception is not transcendental. As long as one is in the material world, he must follow the principles of Varnashram Dharma. But devotional service is transcendental. The system of Varnashram Dharma refers to the three modes of material nature. But transcendental devotional service is on the absolute platform. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu belongs to the spiritual world, and his methods for propagating the Sankirtan movement are also imported from the spiritual world. Srila Narottam Das Thakur has sung, "Golokero premodhana harinam sankirtana, rothina jonmilo kanatai." This states that the Sankirtan movement has nothing to do with this material world. It is imported from the spiritual world, Goloka Vrindavan. Narottam Das Thakur laments that mundane people do not take the Sankirtan movement seriously. Considering the position of devotional service and the Sankirtan movement, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu deemed the system of Varnashram Dharma to be material, although it aims at elevation to the spiritual platform. However, the Sankirtan movement can raise one immediately to the spiritual platform. Consequently, it is said that Varnashram Dharma is external, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested Ramananda Roy to proceed deeper into the matter and uncover the spiritual platform. Sometimes materialists consider Lord Vishnu a material conception. Impersonalists think that above Lord Vishnu is the impersonal Brahman. The impersonalists misunderstand the worship of Lord Vishnu. They worship Lord Vishnu to merge into his body. In order that Vishnu Aradhana not be misunderstood, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested that Sri Ramananda Roy proceed further and clear up the issue. Ramananda Roy quoted the verse from the Bhagavad Gita stating that the results of one's occupational duty may be offered to Lord Vishnu or Krishna. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.8, it is also said, Dharmashva anusthita pumsam vishvaksena katha suya notpadayet yati ratim shrama eva hi kevalam. If one executes the occupational duties of Varnashram Dharma but does not cultivate his dormant Krishna consciousness, his activities are futile. His occupation simply becomes unnecessary labor. Text 61. Prabhu kahe eho bajjo age kaho ar Rai kahe shadharmo tag ei shadhoshar. This is also external, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said. Please proceed and speak further on this matter. Ramananda Rai replied, to give up one's occupational duties in the Varnashram system is the essence of perfection. Purport: a Brahmana may renounce his family and accept sannyas. Others, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, may also give up their families and take to Krishna consciousness. Such renunciation is called karma tyaga. By such renunciation, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is satisfied. In contrast, the process of renouncing the results of one's activities by offering these results to Krishna is not considered uncontaminated because, although such a process implies that one recognizes Krishna as the Supreme Person, it still involves one in activities on the material platform. Since such activities are within the material universe, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu considered them external. To correct this, Ramananda Roy recommended that one take to the renounced order of life in order to transcend material activities. This is supported by the following verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.11.32. Ajnanaivam guna doshan maya dishtannapi svakan dharman santyajyaya sarvan mam bhajet sachad sattama. Ramananda Roy continued, occupational duties are described in the religious scriptures. If one analyzes them, he can fully understand their qualities and faults and then give them up completely to render service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such a person is considered a first-class man. 63. Sarvadharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma sucha. As stated in scripture, Bhagavad Gita 18.66, after giving up all kinds of religious and occupational duties, if you come to me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and take shelter, I will give you protection from all life's sinful reactions. Do not worry. Purport: in this connection, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami instructs in his book Manashiksha, Na dharman shruti gana niruktam kila kuru vraje radha krishna prachura paricharyam ihatanu. He has thus enjoined that we should not perform religious or irreligious activities as prescribed in the Vedas. The best course is to engage always in the service of Lord Krishna and Radharani. That is the perfection of everything in this life. Similarly, in Srimad Bhagavatam 4.29.46, it is said by Narad Muni, Yasya yasanugrahnati bhagavan atma bhavita sajahati matim loke vede cha parinishtitam. When one actually takes to the loving service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he gives up all duties in the material world, as well as all duties prescribed by the Vedic literatures. In this way, one is fixed in the service of the Lord. 64. Prabhu kahe eho bajjo age kaho ar Rai kahe gyan mishra bhakti shadhata. After hearing Ramananda Rai speak in this way, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again rejected his statement and said, go ahead and say something more. Ramananda Rai then replied, devotional service mixed with empiric knowledge is the essence of perfection. Purport: devotional service mixed with non-Vedic speculative knowledge is certainly not pure devotional service. Therefore, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati in his Anubhashya preaches that self-realization following the execution of ritualistic ceremonies is in the neutral stage between liberation and conditioned life. It is a place beyond this material world. In the river Viraja, where the three modes of material nature are subdued or neutralized in the unmanifest stage. However, the spiritual world is a manifestation of spiritual energy and is known as Vaikuntha Loka, the place where there is no anxiety. The material world, known as Brahmanda, is the creation of the external energy. Between the two creations, the material creation and the spiritual creation, is a river known as Viraja, as well as a place known as Brahmaloka. Viraja Nadi and Brahmaloka are shelters for living entities disgusted with material life and inclined to impersonal existence by way of denying material variegatedness. Since these places are not situated in the Vaikuntha Lokas or the spiritual world, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu proclaims them to be external. In the Brahmaloka and Virajanadi, one cannot conceive of the Vaikuntha Lokas. Brahmaloka and Virajanadi are also attained after special. Sorry, in the Brahmaloka. In the Brahmaloka and Virajanadi, one cannot conceive of the Vaikuntha Lokas. Brahmaloka and Virajanadi are also attained after difficult austerities. But in these realms, there is no understanding of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and His transcendental loving service. Without such spiritual knowledge, simple detachment from material conditions is but another side of material existence. From the spiritual point of view, it is all external. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected this proposal, Ramananda Roy suggested that devotional service based on philosophy and knowledge is a more advanced position. He therefore quoted the following verse from the Bhagavad Gita 18.54. Brahma bhuta prasannatma na shochati na kangshati sama sarveshu bhuteshu madbhaktim labhate param. Ramananda Roy continued, according to the Bhagavad Gita, one who is thus transcendently situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. He is equally disposed towards every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service unto me. In this verse from Bhagavad Gita, it is said that a person who accepts the theory of monism, being always engaged in empirical philosophical discussions about spiritual life, becomes joyful and is relieved from all material lamentation and hankering. At that stage, one is equipoised. He sees all living entities as spiritual beings. After attaining this elevated stage, one can attain pure devotional service. The conclusion is that devotional service mixed with ritualistic fruitive activity is inferior to spiritual service based on empirical philosophical discussion. Okay, text 66. Prabhu kahe eho bajjo age kaho ar rai kahe gyan shunna bhukti shaddha sham. After hearing this, the Lord as usual rejected it, considering it to be external devotional service. He again asked Ramananda Roy to speak further, and Ramananda Roy replied, pure devotional service without any touch of speculative knowledge is the essence of perfection. In his Anubhashya commentary, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that this stage, devotional service mixed with speculative knowledge, is also external and not within the jurisdiction of pure devotional service as practiced in Vaikuntha Loka. As soon as there is some conception of materialistic thought, be it positive or negative, the service is not spiritual. It may be free from material contamination, but because there is mental speculation, the devotional service is not pure and freed from contamination of material life. A living entity who wants to be completely pure must be above this material conception. The negation of material existence does not necessarily mean spiritual existence. After material existence is negated, spiritual existence, namely Satchitananda, still may not be manifested. Until one comes to the stage of actually understanding one's eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord, he cannot enter into the spiritual life. Spiritual life means becoming detached from material life and engaging in the loving service of the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore asked Ramananda Rai to explain something transcendental to devotional service mixed with speculative knowledge. A pure devotee is completely surrendered to the lotus feet of the Lord, and only by his love does he conquer Krishna, who cannot be conquered by anyone. Krishna always stands victorious over everything. No one can conquer him. One can attain the stage of pure devotion simply by fully surrendering. This is next corroborated by Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.3, wherein Lord Brahma is defeated by the potency of Lord Krishna, fully surrendered unto the Lord. Jnane prayasam udapasya namanta eva jivanti sanmukharitam bhavadya vartam sthane sthita shrutigatam tanuvan manobhi ye prayaso jita jitopi asitastrilokyam. Ramananda Rai continued, Lord Brahma said, My dear Lord, those devotees who have thrown away the impersonal conception of the absolute truth and have therefore abandoned discussing empirical philosophical truths should hear from self-realized devotees about your holy name, form, pastimes, and qualities. They should completely follow the principles of devotional service and remain free from illicit sex, gambling, intoxication, and animal slaughter. Surrendering themselves fully with body, words, and mind, they can live in any ashram or social status. Indeed, you are conquered by such persons, although you are always unconquerable. প্রভু কহে এহ হয় আগে কহ আর রায় কহে প্রেম ভক্তি সর্বসাধ্য সার. At this point, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, This is all right, but still you can speak more on the subject. Ramananda Roy then replied, Ecstatic love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the essence of all perfection. Purport. In his Amrita Pravaha Bhashya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur summarizes the conversation up to this point, where Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says to Ramananda Roy, Eho hoy age kaho ar. This is the process accepted in devotional service. But there is something more than this. Therefore, please explain what is beyond. Simply executing the duties of all ashramas and varnas is not as good as offering all the results of one's activities to the Lord. When one gives up all fruitive activity and fully surrenders to the Lord, he attains Swadharma Tyaga, wherein he abandons the social order and takes to the renounced order. That is certainly better. However, better than the renounced order is cultivation of knowledge mixed with devotional service. Yet all these activities are external to the activities of the spiritual world. There is no touch of pure devotional service in them. Pure devotional service cannot be attained by empirical knowledge. By empirical philosophy, nor can perfection be attained simply by good association. Devotional service by self-realization is a different subject matter. It is untouched by fruitive activity, for one surrenders the results of activities to the Lord, abandons prescribed duties, and accepts the renounced order of life. Such devotional service is situated on a higher platform than that of empirical philosophical speculation with a mixture of bhakti. This is verified by Srila Jiva Rupa Goswami in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.1.11. Anyabhilashita shunyam jnana karmadyanavritam anukulyena krishnanushilanam Krishnanushilanam bhaktiruttama. One should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna favorably and without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. This is called pure devotional service. Devotional activities, however, sometimes appear to be impure in the neophyte stage, but in the mature stage, they are completely pure or freed from material activity. Therefore, Ramananda Rai replied after hearing the last statement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Prema Bhakti Sharva Shraddha Shar. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually accepted this verse, Jnane Prayasam, as the basic principle of perfection. One has to practice this principle in order to make further progress. When further progress is actually made, one comes to the platform of ecstatic loving service to the Lord. This first stage is technically called sadhana bhakti, or devotional service in practice. The result of sadhana bhakti must be ecstatic love, attachment for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is also called prema bhakti. In the neophyte stage, sadhana bhakti includes faith, association with devotees, and practicing devotional service. Thus, one is freed from all unwanted things. One then becomes fixed in devotional service and increases his desire to act in devotional service. Thus, one becomes attached to the Lord and his devotional service. Text 69. Nanopachara krita pujanam artha premnaiva bhakta hridayam shukha vidrutam syat yavat asti jathare jaratha pipasha tavat sukhaya bhavato nanu bhakshya pe. Ramananda Rai continued, as long as there is hunger and thirst within the stomach, varieties of food and drink make one feel very happy. Similarly, when the Lord is worshipped with pure love, and the various activities performed in the course of that worship awaken transcendental bliss in the heart of the devotee. Krishna bhakti rasa bhavita mati kriyatam yadi kutopi labhyate tatra laulyam api mulyam ekalam janma koti shukrite eva shukrite nalabhyate. Pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness cannot be had even by pious activities in hundreds and thousands of lives. It can be attained only by paying one price, that is, intense greed to obtain it. If it is available somewhere, one must purchase it without delay. Intense greed to obtain it. The previous two verses are included in the Padyavali 13 and 14 as an anthology compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami. Verse 69 refers to the devotional service in faith, and verse 70 refers to devotional service rendered out of intense greed. The first is devotional service rendered in accordance with the regulative principles, and the second refers to spontaneous loving service of the Lord without extraneous endeavor. Henceforward, the basic principle underlying the talks between Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Rai will be spontaneous loving service to the Lord. The regulative principles, according to the injunctions of the Shastras, are necessary insofar as there will be spontaneous loving service to the Lord. The regulative principles, according to the injunctions of the Shastras, are necessary insofar as one's original dormant Krishna consciousness is not spontaneously awakened. An example of spontaneous action is the flowing of rivers into the ocean. Nothing can stop this flow of water. Similarly, when one's dormant Krishna consciousness is awakened, it spontaneously flows to the lotus feet of Krishna without impediment. Whatever will be spoken henceforth by Ramananda Rai based on spontaneous love will be agreeable to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord will ask him more and more about this subject. Prabhu kahe eho hai age kaho ar, Rai kahe dasya prem sarva sadho sar. Hearing up to this point of spontaneous love, the Lord said, "This is all right, but if you know more, please tell me." In reply, Ramananda Rai said, "Spontaneous loving service and servitude as exchanged by master and servant is the highest perfection. Spontaneous loving service to the Lord is called devotional service with an intimate attachment between servitor and the served. This intimacy is called mamata. Below the servitor, is called mamata. Between the servitor and the served, there is a feeling of oneness. This mamata begins with dasya prem, service rendered to the master by the servant. Unless there is such a relationship, the loving affairs between the Lord and his devotee are not actually fixed. When the devotee feels the Lord is my master and renders service unto him, Krishna consciousness is awakened. This fixed consciousness is on a higher platform than simple cognizance of love of Godhead. This fixed consciousness is on the higher platform than simple cognizance of love of Godhead. Okay, text 72. Yannama shruti matrena puman bhavati nirmala tasya tirtha pada kimbha darshanam avatishyate. A man becomes purified simply by hearing the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose lotus feet create the holy places of pilgrimage. Therefore, what remains to be attained by those who have become his servants? Because the holy name of the Supreme Personality, whose lotus feet create the holy places of pilgrimage. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 9.5.16, and it is an admission by the great sage Durvasa Muni. Durvasa Muni, a caste Brahmana and great yogi, used to hate Maharaja Ambarish. When he decided to chastise Maharaja Ambarish through his yogic powers, he was chased by the Sudarshan Chakra of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When things were settled, he said, when the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is heard by any person, that person is immediately sanctified. The Supreme Lord is... When the holy name of it is heard by any person, that person is immediately sanctified. The Supreme Lord is master of the devotees, and the devotees under his shelter naturally come to own his opulences. Bhavantam evanu charan nirantara, Bhavantan evanu charan nirantara, Prashantani shesha manorata, Ratantara, Gadahamayikantika nitya kinkara, Praharashayishyami sanatha jivitam. By serving you constantly, one is freed from all material desires and is completely pacified. When shall I engage as your permanent eternal servant and always feel joyful to have such a perfect master? This is a statement made by the great saintly devotee Yamunacharya in his Stotra Ratna 43. Prabhu kahe eho hai kichu age ar, Rai kahe shakho prem sarbo sadhyo sar. Hearing this from Ramananda Rai, the Lord again requested him to go a step further. In reply, Ramananda Rai said, loving service to Krishna rendered in fraternity is the highest perfection. As long as loving service is rendered to the Lord in the master-servant relationship, there is some fear for the servant is always afraid of the master despite the intimacy of self-interest. In this stage, the servant is always afraid of the master and respectful of him. When the devotee is further advanced, he has nothing to fear. He considers the Lord and himself on an equal level. At such a time, the devotee is fully convinced that Lord Krishna is a friend and cannot at all be dissatisfied if the devotee lives with him on an equal level. This understanding is called Vishrambha, that is, devoid of a respectful attitude. When this attitude is chosen, it becomes Sakhya Prem, or love of Godhead and friendship. On this stage, there is a developed consciousness of equality between the Lord and the devotee. Ittiham satam brahma sukhanubhut. Ittiham satam brahma sukhanubhutya dashyam gatanam paradaivetena maya shritanam naradarakena Sardham Vijaru Krita Punya Punja. Neither those engaged in the self-realization of appreciating the Brahman effulgence of the Lord, nor those engaged in devotional service while accepting the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Master, nor those under the clutches of Maya, thinking the Lord an ordinary person, can understand that certain exalted personalities, after accumulating volumes of pious activities, are now playing with the Lord in friendship as cowherd boys. This is a statement made by Shukadev Goswami, Bhagavatam 10.12.11, who appreciated the good fortune of the cowherd boys who played with Krishna and ate with him on the banks of the Yamuna. 76. Prabhu kahe eho uttam age kaho ar, Rai kahe batshalo prem sarvasadhosar. The Lord said, this statement is very good, but please proceed even further. Ramananda Rai then replied, loving service to the Lord in parental relationship is the highest perfectional stage. The stage of loving service to the Lord in parental affection is an advanced stage of love in fraternity. In the fraternal relationship, there is a sense of equality. But when that sense of equality is advanced in affection, one attains the platform of parental love. In this connection, the following verse is cited from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8.46, wherein Shukadev Goswami voices his appreciation of Nanda Maharaja's and Mother Yashoda's intense love for Krishna. Nanda kim akarod brahman shreya evam mahodayam Yashoda va mahabhaga papau yashya stanam harihi. Ramananda Rai continued, O Brahmana, what pious activities did Nanda Maharaj perform, by which he received the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna as his son? And what pious activities did Mother Yashoda perform that made the absolute Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna call her mother and suck her breasts? Nenam virincho na bhavo na shrir api anga samshraya prasadam lebhire kopi yattat prapa vimuktidat. The favor Mother Yashoda obtained from Sri Krishna, the bestower of liberation, was never obtained even by Lord Brahma or Lord Shiva, not even the goddess of fortune, who always remains on the chest of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vishnu. This is the statement from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.9.20. Krishna agreed to be bound by Mother Yashoda after she had given up trying to bind Krishna with ropes. This is another appreciation made by Shukadev Goswami in his narration of the pastimes of Krishna before Maharaj Parikshit. Prabhu kahe, eho uttam age kaho ar, Rai kahe, kanta prem sharba shadhasar. The Lord said, your statements are certainly getting better and better one after another, but surpassing all of them is another transcendental mellow, and you can speak of that as the most sublime. Ramananda Roy replied, conjugal attachment for Krishna is the topmost position in love of Godhead. In general, love of Godhead is devoid of the intimacy of ownership. In the case of love and servitude, there is a want of confidence. There is a want of increased affection in the fraternal relationship. And even when this affection increases in the paternal relationship, there is nonetheless a want of complete freedom. However, when one becomes a conjugal lover of Krishna, everything lacking in the other relationships is completely manifest. Love of Godhead lacks nothing in the conjugal stage. The summary of this verse is that parental love of Godhead is certainly higher than fraternal love, and that conjugal love is higher yet. It was when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested Ramananda Rai to go further that he came to the point of the conjugal relationship, which is the highest perfectional stage of transcendental love. Nayam Shrinon Ganu Nitan Rate Prasada Svaryoshitam Nalina Gandha Rucham Kutonya Rasotu Savesya Bhujadanda Grihita Kanta Labdha Shishamya Udagad Vraja Sundarinam. When Lord Sri Krishna was dancing with the gopis in the Rasa Leela, the gopis were embraced around the neck by the Lord's arms. This transcendental favor was never bestowed upon the goddess of fortune or the other consorts in the spiritual world. Nor was such a thing ever imagined by the most beautiful girls in the heavenly planets, girls whose bodily luster and aroma resemble the beauty and fragrance of lotus flowers. And what to speak of worldly women, who may be very, very beautiful according to material estimation. This verse, Bhagavatam 10.47.60, was spoken by Uddhava when he visited Sri Vrindavan to deliver a message from Krishna to the gopis. Uddhava remained in Vrindavan to observe the activities of the gopis there. When he saw the ecstatic love for Krishna in separation manifested by the gopis, he appreciated their supreme love and therefore expressed his feelings in this verse. He admitted that the fortune of the gopis could not be compared even to the fortune of the goddess of fortune, to say nothing of the beautiful girls in the heavenly planets. Tasam aviruch charuhi smaya mana mukham bhuja pitambara dhara shragvi sakshan manmatha. Suddenly, due to their feelings of separation, Lord Krishna appeared among the devotees, dressed in yellow garments and wearing a flower garland. His lotus face was smiling, and he was directly attracting the mind of Cupid. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.32.2. When the Rasa dance was going on, Krishna suddenly disappeared, and the gopis became so overwhelmed due to suddenly disappeared, and the gopis became so overwhelmed due to his separation and their intense love for him that Krishna was obliged to appear again. Krishna praptir upay bohu bidha hoy, Krishna prapti taratam bohuto achay. There are various means and processes by which one may attain the favor of Lord Krishna. All those transcendental processes will be studied from the viewpoint of comparative importance. Kintujar shei sarbottam তটস্থ হইয়া বিচারিলে আছে তার দাম. It is true that whatever relationship to a particular devotee has with the Lord is the best for him. Still, when we study all the different methods from a neutral position, we can understand that there are higher and lower degrees of love. In this regard, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur explains that this verse does not advocate the whimsical invention of some methods of love of Godhead. Such inventions cannot be accepted as topmost. Indeed, such concoctions are not recommended in these verses. Srila Rupa Goswami has said in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.101, Shruti Smriti Puranadi Pancharatra Vidhim Vina Aikantiki Harer Bhakti Utpateva Kalpate. He clearly mentions in this verse that one must refer to the Vedic literatures and other supplementary literatures and follow the conclusions of the Vedas. An invented devotional attitude simply creates disturbances in the transcendental realm. If a person overly addicted to family life takes to Srimad Bhagavatam or Krishna consciousness to earn a livelihood, his activity is certainly offensive. One should not become a caste guru and sell mantras for the benefit of mundane customers, nor should one make disciples for a living, for a livelihood. All these activities are offense. All these activities are offensive. One should not make a livelihood by forming a professional band to carry out congregational chanting, nor should one perform devotional service when one is attached to mundane society, friendship, and love. Nor should one be dependent on so-called social etiquette. All of this is mental speculation. None of these things can be compared to unalloyed devotional service. No one can compare unalloyed devotional service, Krishna consciousness, to mundane activities. There are some unauthorized parties pretending to belong to Sri Chaitanya cult, and some are known as Aula Baula, Karta Bhaja, Neda, Darvesha, Shani, Shakhi Bheki, Smarta, Jata Goshai, Ativadi, Churadhari, and Gauranga Nagari. Moreover, there are those who take the caste Goswami's opinions of such parties as bona fide, comparing these opinions to those of the 6 Goswamis headed by Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatan. This is simply another cheating process. These are also non-devotees who compose unauthorized songs, who establish themselves who establish different temples for money, who worship the deity as priests for salaries, who accept caste Brahmanism as all in all, and who do not know the value of a pure Vaishnava. Actually, the caste Brahmanas or the Smarta community are opposed to the principles of the Sattvata Pancharatra. Furthermore, there are many Mayavadis and those overly addicted to material sense enjoyment. None of these can be compared to a person who is purely engaged in preaching Krishna consciousness. Even every Krishna conscious person is constantly endeavoring to utilize different transcendental devices in the service of the Lord. Such a devotee renounces all material enjoyment and completely dedicates himself to the service of his spiritual master. And Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he may be a perfect celibate, a restrained householder, a regulated vanaprastha, or a tridandi sannyasi in the renounced order. It does not matter. The pseudo-transcendentalists and the pure devotees cannot be compared, nor can one argue that a person can invent his own way of worship. The purport in presenting this verse necessitates explaining the comparative positions of the transcendental mellows known as Shanta, Dasya, Sakhya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya. All these rasas or mellows are situated on the transcendental platform. Pure devotees take shelter of one of them and thus progress in spiritual life. Actually, one can take shelter of such spiritual mellows only when one is completely contaminated by material attachment. When one is completely free from material attachment, the feelings of the transcendental mellows are awakened in the heart of the devotee. This is called Swarupa Siddhi, the perfection of one's eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord. Swarupa Siddhi, the eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord, may be situated in any one of the transcendental mellows. In any one of the transcendental mellows. Each and every one of them is as perfect as the others. But by comparative study, an unbiased person can realize that the mellow of servitorship is better than the mellow of neutrality. And the mellow of fraternity is better than the mellow of servitorship. And the parental mellow is better than that of fraternity. And that above all other mellows is the mellow of conjugal. However, these are all spiritually situated on the same platform because all these relationships of perfection and love are based on a central point, Krishna. These mellows cannot be compared to the feelings of one derives from demigod worship. Krishna is one, but the demigods are different. They are material. um, they are material. Love for Krishna cannot be compared to material love for different demigods because Mayavadis are on the material platform. They recommend the worship of Shiva or Durga and say that worship of Kali and Krishna are the same. However, on the spiritual platform, there is no demigod worship. The only worshipable object is Krishna. Therefore, although there is no difference between the devotee in Shantaras or Dasyaras, Vatsalyaras or Madhuryaras, one can still make a comparative study of the intensity of love in these different transcendental positions. For example, it may be said that Dasyaras is better than Shantaras. Yet, transcendental love of God is there in both of them. Similarly, we can judge that love of Godhead is in fraternity is better than love of Godhead in neutrality and servitorship. Similarly, love of Godhead in parental affection is better than love in fraternity, and as stated before, love of God in the conjugal rasa is superior to that of the parental rasa. The analysis of different types of the analysis of different types of love of Godhead has been made by expert acharyas who know all about devotional service on the transcendental platform. Unfortunately, inexperienced and unauthorized persons in the mundane world, not understanding the transcendental position of pure love, try to find some other material fault in the transcendental process. This is simply impudence on the part of spiritually inexperienced people. Such fault finding is symptomatic of unfortunate mundane wranglers.
What's the essence going on?
That out of all the explanations for perfection that Ramananda Rai gave, it is pure devotional service by renouncing in the mellows, in the loving mellows of
Godhead.
Rasa, of the five rasas. Of course, even within that, there are levels and stages. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu agreed that yes, this is the Uttam perfection, but he wants to hear more, and that's why Ramananda Rai is explaining about all these rasas and how how they are how they relate to one another.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Prabhu.
Okay, I'll read now. Let me ask, I am seeing Swaragrahi Mataji. Hari Bol Mataji.
Hari Bol Prabhu.
How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for joining in.
No problem, Prabhu. I'm enjoying it.
Enjoying, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm enjoying the reading. Yeah.
You want to read aloud?
I can if you want me to, or if you want to read. I mean, it's fine. I can. Should I, or you want to read?
No, you read. I mean, it's so nice to hear you reading. So.
Oh, okay. Prabhu, I'll share my screen if that's okay with you.
Yeah, text 84, and you know the chapter, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, awesome. I will mute myself. You can start sharing.
Can you see, Prabhu?
Loading. Yes, I can see now.
Okay.
Go for it, Mata. We have until 5 o'clock. So all yours.
Yathotaram aso swadha visho so lasya maya api ratir vasanaya swadvi bhashyate kapi kashyachit. Increasing love is experienced in various tastes, one above another, but that love which has the highest taste in the gradual succession of desires manifests itself in the form of conjugal love. This verse is from Srila Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasandrita Sandhu 2.5.38, and it also appears in Adi Leela, chapter 4, verse 45. Purva Purva Rasira Guna Pare Pare Haya Dui Tina Ganane Pancha Pariyanta Badaya. Translation. There is gradual order of improvement in transcendental mellows from the initial to the later ones. In each subsequent mellow, the qualities of the previous mellows are manifested, counting from 2, then 3, and up to the point of 5 complete qualities. Gunadhikye Svaya Dhikya Bade Pratirasa Rase Shanta Dasya Sakhya Vatsalyera Guna Madhurete Vaise. Translation. As the qualities increase, so the taste also increases in each and every mellow. Therefore, the qualities found in Shanta Rasa, Dasya Rasa, Sakhya Rasa, and Vatsalya Rasa are all manifested in conjugal love, Madhurya Rasa. Akasadira guna yena para bhute dui tina krame bade pancha prithivite. Translation. The qualities in the material elements, sky, air, fire, water, and earth, increase one after another by a gradual process of 1, 2, and 3. And at the last stage in the element earth, all 5 qualities are completely visible. Paripurna Krishna Prapti e prema hoy te e premare vasat Krishna kahe bhagavate. Complete attainment of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna is made possible by the love of Godhead, specifically Madhurya Ras or conjugal love. Lord Krishna is indeed captivated by this standard of love. This is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam. To explain the topmost quality of conjugal love, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami gives the example of the material elements, sky, air, fire, water, and earth. In the sky space, there is the quality of sound. Similarly, in air, there are the qualities of sound and touch. In fire, there are 3 qualities, sound, touch, and form. In water, there are 4 qualities, sound, touch, form, and taste. Finally, in earth, there are all 5 qualities: sound, touch, form, taste, and also smell. Now, one can see that the quality of the sky is in all, namely in air, fire, water, and earth. In earth, we can find all the qualities of material nature. The same can be applied to the rasa known as Madhurya rasa or conjugal love. In conjugal love, there are the qualities of neutrality, servitorship, fraternity, and parental affection, as well as those of conjugal love itself. The conclusion is that through conjugal love, the Lord is completely satisfied. Conjugal love, Madhurya rasa, is also known as Shringara rasya. In the conclusion of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is the conclusion of Srimad Bhagavatam that in the complete combination of loving service to the Lord, namely in conjugal love, the Supreme Lord fully agrees to be under the control of the devotee. The highest form of conjugal love is represented by Srimati Radharani. Therefore, in the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, we can see that Krishna is always subjugated by Srimati Radharani's influence. Mai bhaktir hi bhuta nam Amrit Vayu Kalpate Dishtya Yad Asin Mat Sneho Bhavatinam Mad Apanaha. Lord Krishna told the gopis, the means of attaining my favor is loving service unto me, and fortunately you are all thus engaged. Those living beings who render service unto me are eligible to be transferred to the spiritual world and attain eternal knowledge, life with knowledge and bliss. The fulfillment of human life is summarized in this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.82.44. There are 2 important words in this verse: bhakti, devotional service, and amrit tattva, eternal life. The aim of human life is to attain natural position of eternal life. This eternal life can be achieved only by devotional service. Krishnera pratigna dridha sarva kale aache ye yaiche bhaje Krishna tare bhaje taiche. Lord Krishna has made a firm promise for all time. If one renders service unto him, Krishna correspondingly gives him an equal amount of success in devotional service to the Lord. It is a completely mistaken idea that one can worship Krishna in any form or in any way and still attain the ultimate result of receiving the favor of the Lord. This is a decision made by gross materialists. Generally, such men say that you can manufacture your own way of worshipping the Supreme Lord, and that any type of worship is sufficient to approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Certainly, there are different means of attaining different results in fruitive activity, speculative knowledge, mystic yoga, and austerity. Crude men therefore say that one who adopts any of these methods achieves the Supreme Personality of Godhead's favor. They claim that it doesn't matter what kind of method one adopts. A general example is given. If one wishes to arrive at a certain place, there are many roads leading there, and one can go to that place by any of these roads. Similarly, these gross materialists say there are different ways to attain the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They claim that one can conceive of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Goddess Durga, Goddess Kali, Lord Shiva, demigod Ganesha, Lord Ramchandra, Krishna, the impersonal Brahman, or whatever, and one can chant the Lord's name in any way and in any form. Such materialists claim that since ultimately all these names and forms are one, the result is the same. They also give the example that a man who has different names will answer if called by any one of them. Therefore, they claim there is no need to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. If one chants the name of Kali, Durga, Shiva, Ganesha, or anyone else, the result will be the same. Such claims made by mental speculators are no doubt very pleasing to mental speculators, but those who are actually in knowledge do not admit such conclusions, which are against the authorities of the Shastras. A bona fide Acharya will certainly not accept such a conclusion. As Krishna clearly states in the Bhagavad Gita 9.25, yanti deva vrata devam pitrin yanti pitra vrataha bhutani yanti tejya yanti mad yagnopi mam. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors will go to the ancestors, and those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings, and those who worship me will live with me. Only the devotees of the Lord can be admitted to his kingdom, not the demigod worshippers, karmis, yogis, or anyone else. A person who desires elevation to the heavenly planets worships various demigods, and material nature may be pleased to offer such demigods their desired position. The material nature gives a person his own nature, by which he increases affection for different types of demigods. However, the Bhagavad Gita 7.20 says that demigod worship is meant for men who have lost all their intelligence. Kamais tais ter rita gyanaha prapadyante nya devataha tam niyamam asthaya prakritya niyataha swaya. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own nature. Although one may be elevated to the heavenly planets, the results of such a benediction are limited. Antavattu phalam tesham tad bhavati alpa medhasam devan deva yajo yanti mad bhakta yanti mam api. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planet of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Bhagavad Gita 7.23. Being elevated to the heavenly planets or other material planets does not mean attaining an eternal life of knowledge and bliss. At the end of the material world, all attainments of material elevation will also end. Again, according to Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita 18.55, only those who engage in his loving devotional services will be admitted to the spiritual world and return to Godhead, not others. Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yas chashmi tatpata tato mam tatpato jnatva vishyate tad anantaram. One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Impersonalists cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, it's not possible for them to enter into the supreme spiritual kingdom of God and return home back to Godhead. Actually, one attains different results by different means. It is not that all achievements are one and the same. Those interested in the four principles of Dharma, Arth, Kam, and Moksha cannot be compared to those interested in the unalloyed devotional service of the Lord. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.2 therefore says, Dharma projita kaitavo tra paramo nimatta sharanam satam vedyam vastavam atra vastu shiva adam tapa trayon mulanam Srimad Bhagavate Mahamuni krite kim va parer ishvaraha sadhyo hridi avarudhya te tra kritibhi shurush shubhish tat sanat. Completely rejecting all religious activities which are materially motivated, this Bhagavad Purana propounds the highest truth, which is understandable by those devotees who are pure at heart. The highest truth in reality, distinguished from illusion for the welfare of all. Such truth uproots the threefold miseries. This beautiful Bhagavatam, compiled by this great sage Sri Sivasadeva, is sufficient in itself for God realization. As soon as one attentively and submissively hears the message of the Bhagavatam, he becomes attached to the Supreme Lord. Those who aspire after liberation, attempt to merge into the impersonal Brahman. To this end, they execute ritualistic religious ceremonies, but Srimad Bhagavatam considers this as a cheating process. Instead, people can never dream of returning, such people can never dream of returning home back to Godhead. There is a gulf of difference between the goal of dharma, arth, kam, and moksha, the goal of devotional service. The goddess Durga is the superintending deity of this material world, which is made out of material elements. The demigods are simply different directors engaged in operating the department of material activities, and they are under the influence of the same material energy. Krishna's internal potencies, however, have nothing to do with the creation of this cosmic material world. The supreme world and all the supreme spiritual activities are under the direction of the internal spiritual energy, and such activities are performed by Yogmaya, the spiritual energy. Yogmaya is the spiritual or internal energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who are interested in being promoted to the spiritual world and engaging in the service of the Lord attain spiritual perfection under the control of Yogmaya. Those who are interested in material promotion engage in ritualistic religious ceremonies and economic development to develop sense gratification. They ultimately attempt to merge in the impersonal existence of the Lord. Such people generally become impersonalists. They are interested in worshipping Lord Shiva or Goddess Durga, but their return is 100% materialistic. Following the examples of the Gopi, the devotees sometimes worship the goddess Katyayani, but they understand that Katyayani is an incarnation of Yogmaya. The Gopis worshipped Katyayani, Yogmaya, to attain Krishna as their husband. On the other hand, it is stated in the Saptasati scripture that a Kshatriya king named Suratha and a rich Vaishya named Samadhi worshipped material nature in the form of Goddess Durga to attain material perfection. If one tries to mingle the worship of Yogmaya with that of Mahamaya, consisting them to be one and the same, he does not really show very high intelligence. The idea that everything is one of a kind or foolishness indulged in those with less brain substance. Fools and rascals say that the worship of Yogmaya and the worship of Mahamaya are the same. The conclusion is simply the result of mental speculation, and it has no practical effect. In the material world, sometimes one gives an exalted title to an utterly worthless thing. In Bengal, this is known as giving a blind child a name like Padmalochana, which means lotus-eyed. One may foolishly call a blind child Padmalochana, but such an appellation does not bear any meaning. In the spiritual world, the absolute Lord is always identical with his name, fame, form, qualities, and pastimes. Such identity is impossible in the material world, where the name of a person is different from the person himself. The Supreme Lord has many holy names like Paramatma, Brahman, and the Creator, but one who worships the Lord as the Creator cannot understand the relationship between the devotee and Lord in the 5 types of transcendental mellows, nor can he understand the conception of Krishna. One can understand the 6 transcendental opulences of the Lord simply by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead as impersonal. One cannot understand the 6 transcendental opulences of the Lord simply by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead as impersonal Brahman. Impersonal realization of the absolute truth is certainly transcendental, but this does not mean that one who has attained this realization can understand the Satchidanand form of the Lord. Similarly, Paramatma realization of the preliminary expansion of the absolute truth within everyone's heart, is also an incomplete understanding of the absolute truth. Even a devotee of the personality of Godhead, Narayan, cannot actually understand the transcendental attractive features of Krishna. Indeed, a devotee of Krishna who is attached to the sublime attractive feature of the Lord does not consider Narayan to be important. When the gopis sometimes saw Krishna in the form of Narayan, they were not very much attracted to him. The gopis never addressed Krishna as Rukmini Ramana. Krishna's devotee in Vrindavan address him as Radha Ramana, Nanda Ramana, and Yashoda Nandana, but not as Vasudev Nandana or Devaki Nandana. Although, according to material conception, Narayan, Rukmini Ramana, and Krishna are one and the same, in the spiritual world, one cannot use the name Rukmini Ramana or Narayan in place of the name Krishna. If one does so out of a poor fund of knowledge, his mellow with the Lord becomes spiritually faulty and is called a rasa bhasa, an overlapping of transcendental mellows. The advanced devotee who has actually realized the transcendental feature of the Lord will not commit the mistake of creating a rasa bhasa situation by using one name for another. Because of the influence of Kali Yuga, there is much rasabhasa in the name of extravagance and liberal-mindedness. Such fanaticism is not very much appreciated by pure devotees.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
You're saying something, Prabhu?
Oh, sorry, Mataji. No, go ahead, Mataji.
Oh,
I'm expressing myself.
Oh, okay. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tams taitheva bhajami aham mama vartamanu vartante manushya partha sarvasaha. Translation. According to Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 4.11, as all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects. O son of Pritha. E premira anurupa napare bhajite atheva rinihaya kahe bhagavate. Translation. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10.32.22, it is said that Lord Krishna cannot proportionally reciprocate devotional service in the Madhya Rasa. Therefore, he always remains a debtor to such devotees. Na parayeham niravadya samyujam swasadhu krityam vibhudaya yusapiva mab hajan durjana geha shrinkhala samvrishchaya tadvaha prati yatu sadhuna. When the gopis were overwhelmed with dissatisfaction due to Lord Krishna's absence in the Rasa Leela, Krishna returned to them and told them, "My dear gopis, our meetings is certainly free of material contamination. I must admit that in many lives, it would be impossible for me to repay my debt to you because you have cut off the bondage of family life just to search for me. Consequently, I am unable to repay you. Therefore, please be satisfied with your honest activities in this regard." Yatyapi Krishna Sondharya Madhur Yera Dhurya Vraja Divara Sanghe Tantra Badaye Madhurya. Although Krishna's unparalleled beauty is the topmost sweetness of love of Godhead, his sweetness increases unlimitedly when he is in the company of the gopis. Consequently, Krishna's exchange of love with the gopis is the topmost perfection of love of Godhead. Krishna and his devotees become perfectly intimate in conjugal love of Godhead. In other mellows, the Lord and the devotees do not enjoy transcendental blisses perfectly. The next verse, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.33.6, will illustrate this point. Tantra teshu shubhe tabir Bhagwan Devaki Sutaha Madhye Maninam Hari Manam Maha Marakato Yatha. Although the son of Devaki, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the reservoir of all kinds of beauty, when he is among the gopis, he nonetheless becomes the most beautiful. He resembles a Marakata jewel surrounded by gold and other jewels. Prabhu kahe e sadhyavadhi chaya kripakari kaha yadi age kichu hai. Lord Chaitanya replied, "This is certainly the limit of perfection, but please be merciful to me and speak more if there is more." Raya kahe ihara age puche hi na jaan ite dina nahi jani acha ye bhuvane. Ramananda replied, "Until this day, I did not know anyone within this material world who could inquire beyond this perfectional stage of devotional service." Inhara Madhya Radhara Prema Sadhya Shiromani Yanhara Mahima Sarva Shastrite Vak Hani. Among the loving affairs of the gopis, Ramanand Rai continued, Srimati Radharani's love for Sri Krishna is topmost. Indeed, the glories of Srimati Radharani are highly esteemed in all revealed scriptures. Yatha Radha Priya Vishnos Tasya Kundam Priyam Tatha Sarva Gopisu Vaikya Vishnur Atyanta Vallabha. Just as Srimati Radharani is most dear to Sri Krishna, her bathing place Radha Kund is also dear to him. Among all the gopis, Srimati Radharani is supermost and very dear to Lord Krishna. This verse is from Padma Purana and it is included in Laghu Bhagavatamrita 2.1.45 by Srila Rupa Goswami. It also appears in the Adi Leela, chapter 4, verse 215, and again in the Madhya Leela, chapter 18, verse 8. Anya Radhito Nunam Bhagwan Harir Ishvara Yanno Vihara Govindaha Prito Yam Anayad Raha. When the gopis began to talk among themselves, they said, "Dear friends, the gopi who has been taken away by Krishna to a secluded place must worship the Lord more than anyone else." The name Radha is derived from this verse, Bhagavatam 10.20.28, from the words Anya Radhita, meaning by her the Lord is worshipped. Sometimes the critics of Srimad Bhagavatam find it difficult to find Radharani's holy name in the book, but the secret is disclosed here in the word Aradhita, from which the name Radha has come. Of course, the name of Radharani is directly mentioned in the other Puranas. This gopi's worship of Krishna is topmost, therefore her name is Radha, or the topmost worshipper. Prabhu kahe aage kaha sunete paesu ke apurva mrita nadi vahe tomara mukhe. Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Please speak on. I'm very happy to hear you because a river of unprecedented nectar is flowing from your mouth." Kuri Kari Radha ke Nila Gopi Ganira Dari Anya Piksha Hele Primera Gada Hata Naspure. Translation: During the Rasa dance, Sri Krishna did not exchange loving affairs with Srimati Radharani due to the presence of other gopis. Because of the dependence of the others, the intensity of love between Radha and Krishna was not manifest. Therefore, he stole her away. Out of fear of the other gopis, Lord Sri Krishna took Srimati Radharani to a secluded place. In this regard, the verse Kam Sharir Api, verse 106 in this chapter, will be quoted from Gita Govinda by Jayadev Goswami. Radha Laki Gopi Re Yadi Sakshat Kare Tyaga Tabe Jani Radha Ye Krishnera Gadha Anuraga. If Lord Krishna rejected the companies of other gopis for Srimati Radharani, we can understand that Lord Shri Krishna has intense affection for her. Rai kahe tabe suna prema rama hima Trijagate Radha Premera Nahika Upama. Ramanand Roy continued, please therefore hear from me about the glories of Srimati Radharani's loving affairs. They are beyond compare within these three worlds. Gopira Gane Rasa Nitya Mandali Chadiya Radha Chahi Vane Fire Vilapa Kariya. Finding herself treated equally with all the gopis, Srimati Radharani displayed her tricky behavior and left the circle of the Rasa dance. Missing Srimati Radharani's presence, Krishna became very unhappy and began to lament and wander throughout the forest to search her out. Kama sharir api samsara vasana badha shinkhalam radham adhaya hridaya tatyaja vraja sundarihi. Lord Krishna, the enemy of Kamsa, took Srimati Radharani within his heart, for he desired to dance with her. Thus he left the arena of the Rasa dance and the company of all the other beautiful damsels of Praja. Itastatastam anushritya radhikam ananga bana vrana kina manasa krinutapa sakalindi nandini tatanta kunje vasasadha madhavaha. Being afflicted by the arrow of Cupid and unhappily regretting his mistreating Srimati Radharani, Madhava, Lord Krishna, began to search for her among the banks of Yamuna river. When he failed to find her, he entered into the bushes of Vrindavan and began to lament. These two verses are from Gita Govinda 3, 1 and 2, written by Jayadev Goswami. Idui shlokera artha vichari le jani vicharite uthe yena amritera khani. Simply by considering these two verses, one can understand what nectar there is in these dealings. It is exactly like freeing a mine of nectar. Sata koti gopi sanghe rasa vilasa tara madhye eka murte raha radha pasa. Although Krishna was in the midst of hundreds and thousands of gopis during the rasa dance, he still kept himself in one of his transcendental forms by the sides of Srimati Radharani. Sandha Rana Prema Dekhi Sarvatra Samata Radhara Kutila Preme Haila Vamata. Lord Krishna is equal to everyone in his general dealings, but due to the conflicting ecstatic love of Srimati Radharani, there were opposing elements. Aher iva gati premna swabhava kutila bhavid atohetor ahetoscha yunor mana udhan ka chati. The purpose of loving affairs between a young boy and young girl is like the movement of snake. On account of this, two types of anger arise between a young boy and girl: anger with cause and anger without cause. During the rasa dance, one form of Krishna was between every two gopis, but by the side of Srimati Radharani, there was only one Krishna. Although this was the case, Srimati Radharani still manifested disagreement with Krishna. This verse is from Ujjvala Nilamani Shringhara Bheda Kathana 102, written by Srila Rupa Goswami. Krodha kari rasa chadi gela manakari tanre na dekhiya vyakula haila Shri Hari. When Radharani left the rasa dance out of anger and resentment, Lord Krishna became very anxious because he could not see her. Samyak Sara Vasana Krishnara Rasa Leela Vasanate Radhika Shrinkala. Lord Krishna's desire in the Rasa Leela circle is perfectly complete, but Srimati Radharani is the binding link in that desire. Tantra Venu Rasa Leela Nahi Bhaya Chitte Mandali Chadiye Gila Radha Anvashitte. The Rasa dance does not shine in the heart of Lord in Krishna without Srimati Radharani. Therefore, he also gave up the circle of Rasa dance and went out in search of her. Itastata Brahmi Kahan Radha Na Pana Vishade Karena Kama Bane Kinahana. When Krishna went in search for Srimati Radharani, he wandered here and there. Not finding her, he became afflicted by the arrow of Cupid and began to lament. Sata koti gopi te nahe kama nirvakpana tahate anumani Shri Radhikara guna. Since Krishna's lusty desires were not satisfied even in the midst of hundreds and thousands of gopis, and he was thus searching after Srimati Radharani, one can imagine how transcendently qualified she is.
That's it, Mataji. So from here, the flow changes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prabhu, for giving me chance to read.
Thank you for joining. We missed you yesterday and then until this afternoon also.
Okay. Yeah, I read a little in yesterday morning. Yeah, just 20 minutes.
Really, yeah?
Yeah.
You want to share, Mataji? How was it?
Yes, Prabhu said that the topmost love is conjugal love, and then there was a discussion about how Krishna should be worshipped in the Krishna form, and then how, if we worship Durga or Shiva, it's not the same. And even though people call that fanaticism, or in the name of liberalism, people say that, but actually a true devotee, does not accept that point, because Krishna is Krishna. And then the rest of it was, the rasa dance, and how, Krishna specifically went to be with Radharani, and how that is the topmost, topmost devotion, Radharani's devotion. Gopi's devotion is also topmost, but Radharani, Radhakund, all those are like topmost.
So nice, Mataji. I thought we will complete this chapter, but this chapter is like 330 verses, something like that. But we have to hold it in the middle.
Yes.
With this, we will conclude our reading for this Gaur Purnima and we'll resume next year.
Thank you for organizing, Prabhu.
Thank you, Mataji, for encouraging and holding it together. Okay. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Close to Srila Prabhupada. Gaur Premanand. Hari Bol.